The God of Copy of Konoha. Chapter 1, Escape from the Bondage of Roots and Bathe in the Rain. Konoha, which is releasing vigorous vitality, has roots hidden deep in the darkness. In the dark forest, a weak and thin figure is staggering forward, swaying left and right, as if he will fall to the ground in the next moment. Rustle. The grass, bushes, and the sounds emitted by the figure passing by are even more harsh in this silent, dense forest. Suddenly, a sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded, and the black light was like lightning, instantly hitting the thin figure, and the figure groaned and fell to the ground. Two black shadows fell quietly, and in the darkness, they could only vaguely see that they were all wearing a rather funny mask. The black shadow came forward to check, and the thin black shadow lying on the ground motionless turned into a puff of green smoke with a bang, and two paper-like objects fell on the spot. Shadow clone. Not good. The two screamed, and then there was a loud explosion. As the flames expanded, the ground trembled, attracting countless startled birds to fly, and the silence in the forest was gone. Not long after, several black shadows quietly emerged, took a look at the broken limbs, and then quietly disappeared, as if they had never appeared. After a long time, a rustling sound came from under the dense branches and leaves somewhere, and then it returned to silence again. After a long time, a thin figure finally crawled out of a bush quietly, looked around, and then tiptoed away. The sky was filled with a grey color that made people despair. Under the hazy drizzle, an iron bridge that seemed to be washed by rain all year round, but still could not stop the rust invasion, seemed to connect that despair. There were pedestrians in groups of 3 or 2 on the bridge, and from time to time, a few black shadows would suddenly jump out from under the bridge without warning, and then drag the frightened pedestrians into the turbid deep lakes on both sides. However, some pedestrians turned a blind eye to this matter. They were holding umbrellas or wearing bamboo hats. Some of them just smiled lightly and looked indifferently at the people in front of them who suddenly disappeared into the lake with screams. Soon, the sound of rain continued, and the rain and fog were everywhere. In the strange silence, everything returned to grey again. A thin and short figure walked with his head down wearing a bamboo hat, ignoring the pedestrians behind him who were suddenly dragged into the deep lake. He just walked, and his footsteps in the rain became more and more hurried. Not far behind him, a pedestrian in a cloak sped up, but suddenly, a black shadow suddenly jumped out of the lake beside him, like a water ghost, and pounced directly at him. The cloaked pedestrian retreated suddenly, his cloak swaying in the wind, and a pair of white masks with strange patterns appeared and disappeared. "Do it," the man shouted coldly. The 3 or 2 pedestrians behind him suddenly jumped up and rushed towards the thin figure in front at lightning speed. At the same time, the cloaked man drew his knife and chopped the water ghost to the ground cleanly. Screams pierced the sky and broke the silence shrouded by rain. When the pedestrians with numb expressions saw the scarlet flowing under the water ghost, their faces finally changed color. The thin figure did not turn back and quickened his pace. The figures behind him were even faster, as if they had closed the distance in 3 or 2 steps. Swish! Several shurikens broke through the rain curtain, and a sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard. The thin figure jumped a few times flexibly and dodged one by one. One of them held his hands in front of his chest, and after changing several hand seals, he shouted, "Water escape! Water fang bullet!" Instantly, several streams of water gushed out from under the bridge, turning into 2 tentacles and stabbing at the thin figure. The thin figure raised his head, and his pale and tender face was filled with calmness and composure that should not be at this age. With a slight shake of his body, he perfectly avoided the attack of the 2 water tentacles, and the 2 tentacles collided and offset each other, splashing water. Although the boy dodged the attack, because of the delay of this second, several figures behind him had already caught up. Several cold lights were sharp, and several people drew their weapons and ruthlessly slashed at the boy. The boy did not seem flustered. Under the bamboo hat, a pair of eyes emitting scarlet light were fascinating. I saw his hands dancing rapidly in front of his chest, and a light shout followed, "Water escape!" Wow! 4 streams of water tentacles rushed up into the sky, as if a water monster was attacking, with great momentum, and in just an instant, the few people wielding weapons were scared away. Uchiha Kid! With a cold shout, the cloaked man rushed out from the retreating people with a sword, as fast as lightning. In the boy's blood-red eyes, 3 black megatamas slowly turned, like 3 pupils, and then bloodshot was seen in his eyeballs, and the cloaked man's flying figure paused strangely. Suddenly, the boy's figure trembled slightly, covered his eyes and lowered his head, groaned, and his face was as pale as paper. Die! The cloaked man continued to move forward, wielding the sword blade with a cold light flashing and stabbing directly at the boy. At this time, the boy's calm face finally appeared a trace of panic. Is it over? I really can't accept it. However, at this critical moment, the boy felt a whiteness in front of his eyes, and thought he was in heaven. When he looked carefully, he found that a pure white wall suddenly stood in front of him. The drizzle hit the wall, and layers of white skin appeared, which turned out to be pieces of paper. The boy collapsed to the ground powerlessly. For some reason, his tense nerves relaxed at this moment. This relaxation was incredible, and he immediately felt sleepy. Dirty 5 major ninjas, can they be so cruel to a child? In a daze, the boy only heard a cold voice, but it sounded very soft to his ears. In a daze, the boy opened his eyes, but in an instant his body suddenly bounced up. Ah! A scream woke the boy up from his dream, and he saw a girl about 8 or 9 years old looking at him in astonishment. The boy ignored the girl, but looked around and found that he was in a steel house that looked like a prison cell. Imprisoned? The boy subconsciously touched his lower back, but found nothing. He looked down and saw that his whole body was covered with bandages. You can't get up now, lie down and rest. The girl scolded, and then walked up and pushed the boy back to the bed. After the boy lay down with a confused face, he realized it later and felt a sharp pain all over his body, and he immediately grimaced. Seeing this, the girl laughed, "You know it hurts, why don't you jump around?" The boy seemed to have heard nothing, but there was only one question in his mind: where did I get these injuries? Why don't I remember it? €1. €1 or drink some porridge when you wake up. You must be a little hungry after sleeping for 3 days without eating, right? €1, the girl continued. The boy was silent. The girl pouted, €1, do you still want me to feed you? Weren't €1 trademark you full of energy just now, €1. The boy was still silent. €1 trademark am talking to you, are you dumb? €1, the girl was a little annoyed that the boy ignored her. The boy came back to his senses and said quickly, €1 sorry €1 what did you say, €1? His voice was a little hoarse and stuttering, and the boy was a little surprised after he said it. The girl reluctantly picked up a bowl of porridge and placed it in front of the boy, puffing her cheeks and said angrily, €1 hey, eat it yourself, €1. Looking at this bowl of turbid and unknown liquid called €1 porridge €1, the boy €1 trademark's mouth twitched and his face became even paler. The girl saw the boy €1 trademark's abnormality and immediately said, €1 are you still disgusted? Eat €1 trademark's good to have something to eat. The boy swallowed his saliva, glanced at the girl, and after confirming that the girl had no intention of harming him, he finally reached out his hand and tremblingly took the bowl of unknown turbid substance. But suddenly, the girl screamed again, and the boy almost lost his grip on the bowl. Can you stop being so startled? The boy said unhappily, but before he could finish his words, the girl had already rushed out the door in a hurry. It's all your fault. I'm going to miss the angel's speech. Angel. The boy was stunned, looked at his bandages, and then got up from the bed with difficulty, holding the bowl and leaning against the wall, and limped out of the door. The sky outside was still grey, but a ray of light fell from the center of the grey, shining on the woman in black robes and a pair of white wings in the air. There was a lot of noise and crowds below. The drizzle was still falling, but the woman was not in a place where a drop of rain fell, as if she was completely isolated from the grey curtain of despair. Bright and holy. It was like the first ray of dawn in the endless darkness. When the boy saw this scene, he was completely stunned. This kind of immersive and shocking feeling of seeing it with his own eyes made him unable to say anything. At this time, he had only one thought in his mind. "Mom, you didn't lie to me, there really is an angel." Chapter 2 Angels and Uchiha Kids. The angel was bathed in holy light, preaching the gospel to the people in the rain. Compared to the girl's fiery reverence, the boy listened quietly. When the angel finally finished his speech, the holy light converged, and the grey rain mist covered the earth again, but at this time the passionate roar covered the desperate and cold sound of rain. "Why did you come out?" The girl came back to her senses after a long time, turned her head and saw the boy next to her, and shouted again. The boy shook his head, looked at the empty bowl in his hand, frowned slightly, and then said, "Who is this angel?" "Angel is Angel." The boy said again, "Can you take me to see her?" The girl joked, "Can you see Angel whenever you want?" "I want to see her too." The boy was silent. The girl was not restrained, and stepped forward to help. The boy stood up and said, "Go back and lie down quickly. You will be sent away in a few days. Take advantage of these few days to heal your wounds." "Why? Why do you mean what? Why am I being sent away?" The girl looked at him like a fool and said, "You are not from our village. It is an exception to let you come in to heal your wounds. Why do you want to live here permanently?" The boy stopped talking and was about to enter the house with the help of the girl when a low shout suddenly sounded. "Boy!" The boy stopped and looked back, only to see a middle-aged ninja with a forehead protector grabbing him directly. "Follow me, someone wants to see you." Perhaps because he had no ill intentions, the boy did not resist, but the middle-aged ninja's attitude was extremely unfriendly and his strength was very rough. Seeing this, the girl became anxious and shouted, "What are you doing? He is still injured. Can't you be gentler?" The middle-aged man was stunned when he heard this, his face was a little embarrassed, but his strength was indeed a little lighter. "Where are you taking him?" the girl asked unhappily. The middle-aged man said, "Someone wants to see him, I'm just following orders." "I'll go with you," the girl said, opening the middle-aged man's hand and helping the boy up. The middle-aged man was quite embarrassed, glared at the boy, and walked forward. Along the way, the boy behaved very obediently. Judging from the disgust, unkindness, and even hostility of the pedestrians and ninjas he met, this place is very exclusive to outsiders. But this girl... Looking at the girl with purple hair who was supporting him, the boy didn't know what he was thinking. After entering a steel tower and climbing the stairs for a long time, the boy was already out of breath and his wounds had broken in many places. Finally, they arrived at their destination. The girl's expression began to become a little strange, just like when she watched the angel's speech before, and the boy's face was a little stern. "Go in." The middle-aged ninja greeted the two black-clad ninjas in front of the door, and then said to the boy. The girl wanted to go in with the boy, but was stopped by the black-clad ninjas. The girl was disappointed, but she could do nothing. The boy nodded at the girl, and then limped into the room alone. The room was very large and dark, with only a window showing a little light. The boy walked in, and suddenly saw a demon head with a long tongue hanging next door through the window, and his face suddenly became extremely wonderful. "Is your injury better?" A cold voice, elegant and holy, is exactly the same tone as the gospel in the previous speech. The boy turned around and saw the angel with white wings again, but the light was too dim and the boy couldn't see her face clearly. "If I remember correctly, I saw you before I fainted. Can you explain to me where I got all these injuries?" the boy asked. The angel said, "You are injured, why are you asking me?" The boy grinned and said, but I don't remember being injured so badly. Did you torture me when I fainted? The angel was silent for a moment and said, we won't do it. That's hard to say. I think the people in your village are not very friendly to me. The angel pondered and said, tell me who you are first. The boy said, I think you have already checked it very clearly. What's the point of asking me? Anyway, I will leave in a few days. The dazzling white color gradually converged, and there were bursts of flying paper sounds, and then it completely disappeared into the darkness. Then, a woman in a black robe embroidered with red clouds slowly walked out of the darkness. Uchiha Menlan, a survivor of the Uchiha clan extermination in Konoha village half a year ago, was imprisoned by the high-ranking officials of Konoha village, escaped from Konoha a month ago, and has been hunted by Konoha Anbu ever since. Now 13 years old, not yet graduated from Konoha ninja school, not even a genin, but why was he able to escape the encirclement and killing of Konoha Anbu several times? Just relying on that pair of eyes. The boy called Uchiha Menlan smiled when he heard this, but suddenly changed the subject and said, you are here in Yuyin village, but isn't the leader of Yuyin village Hanzo? The demigod in the ninja school textbook will not allow others to play tricks in his territory, so the current Yuyin village is no longer the previous Yuyin village, right? The woman in the dark did not speak. Uchiha Menlan then said, only emerging forces would use such clumsy means to win the hearts of the people. I admit that what you said is very good, and I agree with it, but it is too idealistic, and it can only deceive those stupid ordinary people, not to deceive them to agree with you, but to shut them up. You are hiding your identity and accumulating strength. It seems that you have great ambitions. Uchiha Menlan laughed teasingly. After a short deathly silence, the sound of paper waves rang out, and pieces of white paper appeared out of thin air, one after another flying and dancing. The woman said in a cold voice, you are very smart, not like a 13-year-old child. I may understand why you were able to escape from Konoha, but unfortunately, smart people often don't live long. Uchiha Menlan remained calm in the face of the fierce killing intent, his eyes turned blood red in an instant, and he said lightly, the resources required for a big plan will also be huge. You need manpower, right? The woman was silent again, but the paper was still rustling. Uchiha Menlan then said, I don't care what you are planning, plotting, or for what purpose, these have nothing to do with me. I only know that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. To be honest, I don't think highly of you, but I know that I can't do what I want by myself, so we can cooperate with each other. Cooperation. Yes, I know that I may not be qualified to discuss cooperation with you based on my current capital. It doesn't matter whether it is equal or not, and I won't talk about any conditions. Your goal is the 5 major countries, and my goal is among your goals. This is enough. Our goals are the same, so helping you is also helping myself, and you are the same. Before you officially launch the plan, I will do my best to help you and let you arrange it, but you must also ensure that even if the plan is changed again, my link is indispensable. Is your goal Konoha? The woman asked. Uchiha Menlan sneered, his blood-red eyes full of flames of hatred. I will burn this hypocritical village to ashes. After a moment of silence, the woman's voice was no longer cold, but with some gentle compassion. We want to make the world feel pain, and Konoha is naturally indispensable. You should go back to recuperate first, don't be too excited. Uchiha Menlan looked at the tall woman with blue hair who walked out of the darkness, exuding mature and intellectual beauty all over her body, and nodded without saying a word and left. Little did he know that Uchiha Menlan breathed a sigh of relief after leaving the house. Even more unknown, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the darkness of the room. Smart boy, what about the fight he had with you after he fainted? I don't know, I'm sure he had lost consciousness at that time, and it seemed that he was attacking me based on his fighting instincts. Xionin recalled the empty pupils that looked like corpses, but the extremely sharp skills and cruel and weird methods, which reminded her of the man in front of her. Is there such a thing? In addition. In addition what? Nothing. Bring him to see me after his injury is healed. Yes, pain. Chapter 3 Men-lan, a candidate member of the Akatsuki organization. Men-lan, surname Men, given name Lan. His hometown is a different world called Blue Star. When he woke up from a confused sleep, he found himself in another world. The key is that this world was a widely watched anime in his original world. But unfortunately, he didn't pay much attention to it, and it was a long time ago, and many plots and characters had been forgotten. The most terrifying thing is that in his world, although this anime has a happy ending, the later plot is too watery, and 9 out of 10 episodes are memories, so Men-lan didn't follow it anymore. For the later plot, he only knew that the ending was a happy one. However, the more terrifying thing is that when he was bored at the door of his house and fantasized about how to go back, he suddenly saw a boy wearing the clothes of the Anbu in his memory, with 2 deep tear grooves, walking through the door, with a heavy face. Men-lan was stunned. But fortunately, because of foresight, Men-lan escaped that bloody night. He originally thought that he, the only remaining member of the Uchiha clan, could live well in Konoha like Sasuke in the original work, but he didn't expect that he was already in a cage before he could come to his senses. He found that he had made a fatal mistake, but it was too late. A man is innocent but guilty of possessing a treasure. This cannot be said of all the people in Konoha, but at least a considerable number of them are quite repulsive to the Uchiha clan, and some have even evolved hatred, with a typical sense of racial discrimination. In this way, Men-lan was imprisoned for 4 or 5 months. During this period, it cannot be said that he was tortured inhumanly, but it was also quite uncomfortable. The Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, Sharingan, this is a good material for experiments. Sometimes, of course, the blood of a living Uchiha mouse is also needed. Men-lan is this mouse. There are only 2 Uchiha clan members left in Konoha. Sasuke and his men dare not move. There is one in the prison. It's useless if you don't use it. Sometimes Men-lan is really glad that Orochimaru, the pervert, is not in Konoha. On the night of the Uchiha clan extermination, Men-lan opened the Sharingan. To be honest, he didn't feel anything about the death of his so-called family. He was just afraid, and then he opened his eyes. In just 4 or 5 months. Under the stimulation of strong emotions, Men-lan successfully developed to 3 Megatama, but that was just 3 Megatama. But it might be difficult to use the Mangekyo. Men-lan is a typical blue star, cold by nature, and has no feelings. It is not so easy for him to open the so-called Mangekyo. In fact, compared with the Sharingan, Men-lan naturally has the golden finger necessary for crossing the system. The god of copy system, as the name suggests. Those who guarded Men-lan did not know that Men-lan had opened his eyes, but they were still vigilant against the Uchiha clan, so they still wore a blindfold on Men-lan all the time. After waiting for a long time, Men-lan finally found an opportunity to successfully launch the Sharingan's own illusion on the staff who came to draw blood, and successfully lured and killed the guards. After experiencing the night of the Uchiha clan extermination and such a long period of torture, Men-lan felt that he was beginning to be a little cold-blooded. He then killed the staff, put on the staff's clothes, and left Konoha unnoticed. Soon after leaving, he encountered the first wave of pursuit. Perhaps those people thought that even if Men-lan opened the Sharingan, he was just a young man who didn't know any ninjutsu and hadn't graduated from the ninja school, so they sent 2 Anbu to come. But soon, they had the second and third waves. When they finally reacted, Men-lan had already escaped from the land of fire. This time is different from the future. It is still a situation of strife among the princes. An Uchiha kid like Men-lan is a living treasure in the land of fire and other countries. If Men-lan was caught in other countries, his fate would be even more miserable than his fate in Konoha, and it had nothing to do with humanity. After thinking it through, relying on the memories of his previous life in his mind, Men-lan came to the land of rain, a country that had changed beyond recognition and was completely new. On the bridge leading to the hidden rain village, Menlan was chased again, and he knew who saved him. He was betting that Konan would not kill him. In the end, he made the right bet, but he really didn't understand why he was wrapped up like a dumpling after waking up. In the confrontation with Zionin, he really wanted to know the answer, but the sudden warning from the system forced him to gamble again. The people who chased him before must have been controlled by the Hidden Rain Village. The leader of the Hidden Rain Village, Pain, happened to have a soul-searching technique that could read people's souls and thoughts. So all his information, except that he was a fake, might have been known by Zionin. People can lie, but it is difficult for thoughts to lie. Menlan created a persona full of revenge for himself, which was actually a performance for those who had been watching him in the dark. Who is the easiest to control? People with handles, weaknesses, and needs are the easiest to control. Menlan's performance happened to win the bid. It sounds very high-sounding, but it doesn't matter to Menlan whether he joins Zionin or not, as long as he can be alive. It's best not to enter the core, so that I can leisurely eat and wait for death in the Hidden Rain Village. This was Menlan's idea. However, his idea was not realized soon. Zionin came to him again, but this time, in addition to Zionin, he also saw an orange hedgehog head with nose studs, ear studs and lip studs. Although the style is very gothic and cool, so cool that it has no friends, but once it is combined with its cold and serious, obviously long-term domineering momentum, everything seems harmonious. Is this the legendary test of strength before recruiting people to join? Menlan thought about whether to deal with it casually, but if the opponent is Pain, wouldn't it be courting death to deal with it casually? He shouldn't be ruthless, right? When he really stood in front of Pain, Menlan's thoughts were instantly cleared in an instant, and he was simply crushed by the momentum. Pain just stood there, and the powerful pressure came to Menlan like a tide. The pair of eyes with strange purple patterns seemed to become infinitely larger at this moment, and Menlan felt as if he was naked and had no power to fight back. Is this the difference in level? In just a moment, Menlan was already sweating and panting. Pain! Konan's shout made Menlan feel relieved. In an instant, he felt his legs weak and seemed to collapse to the ground in the next moment, but he still held on. Uchiha Menlan, not bad. As a teenager, you are the second person who can stand in front of me for so long. From today on, you are a reserve member of Akatsuki. Konan, you will arrange the rest. Yes. Konan agreed. Pain took 2 steps forward, his face expressionless and even a little stiff, and said in a low and majestic voice, "Let me introduce myself, I am Pain, a god." If it were such a Chiyunibunaga words, Menlan would definitely laugh out loud, but when these words came out of the mouth of the man in front of him, everything seemed so harmonious, as if it should be so, and there was nothing wrong with it. I am the leader of the Hidden Rain Village and the leader of the Akatsuki organization. The Hidden Rain Village belongs to Akatsuki. Akatsuki is an organization that brings pain to the world and builds peace on pain. You must remember this. Being stared at by the strange eyes of Samsara, Menlan seemed to be under the gaze of God. Even if he was suppressed to the point of suffocation, Menlan still gritted his teeth and said, "I hope you will also do what you say." Pain glanced at Zionin and nodded slowly. "Go back, Zionin will arrange a new residence for you, and everything will be under Zionin's command." Pain said, turning around and walking back into the darkness. "Let's go." Zionin took Menlan away, and after going out, he said, "From today on, you are a member of Akatsuki, welcome to join." Menlan suddenly asked, "Just now the leader said I was the second one, who was the first one?" Zionin looked back at Menlan slightly and said lightly, "You don't want to know." Chapter 4 Menlan's First Mission. Since Menlan did not graduate from Konoha's ninja school, he was soon granted the forehead protector of the Hidden Rain Village as an exception. Of course, it was the kind with a scratch. As for the level, it is not important. The Hidden Rain village also has a ninja school, and the girl who took care of Menlin for a while before went to school there. Konan was still asking Menlin if he needed to go to the ninja school, but Menlin declined. Are you kidding? What kind of strength do you have? Why do you still go to the ninja school? To be honest, Menlin has no strength. Menlin was quite surprised that Pain did not test his strength. He actually wanted to try the power of his enhanced Sharingan. In the following months, Menlin has been working in the Hidden Rain village to assist Konan in governing the village. Now the entire ninja class of the Hidden Rain village has been crushed and succumbed to Pain's reign of terror. As for the ordinary people, they are even more ignorant, so there is nothing to deal with. Menlin has become familiar with some basic ninjutsu in the past few months, such as the substitute technique. As for Menlin's lack of these basic ninjutsu and the use of chakra, Xionin was quite surprised, but she didn't care too much. Now Menlin is a reserve member of the Akatsuki organization. He doesn't wear the classic style of black windbreaker embroidered with red clouds and wind chimes of the formal team members, but a robe with a hood, similar to the later Hawk Squad, and the style is similar. In theory, it is difficult to join the Akatsuki organization even if it is short of people in the early stage. Those who can join are long-established rebel ninjas, similar to the 7 ninja swordsmen. But how did he become a reserve member? Although it is not formal, it is a bit incredible for Menlin to wear this robe representing Akatsuki. Xionin couldn't be unaware of his own strength. Even if the record of the 1000 Miles Battle Royale was brilliant, it didn't show how strong he was. Could it be that he really wanted to train himself? In fact, Menlin wanted to join the Akatsuki organization just to do logistics. At least Pain's Hidden Rain village would be peaceful for a long time in the future. Except for some terror rule, everything else was fine. Although Menlin got his wish and became a logistics worker, as long as he put on Akatsuki's clothes, it meant that he had to do some dangerous tasks and deal with some dangerous teammates. Everyone knew that the biggest danger of Akatsuki came from the team. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. If he deserted now, the consequences would be even worse. After a month or two, Menlin was familiar with the Hidden Rain village. Everyone would call him Lord Menlin when they met, which greatly satisfied Menlin's vanity. Although Menlin grew up to more than 20 years old in his previous life, he was just an ordinary person. He suddenly held a high position. Even if he had just experienced ups and downs, it was inevitable that he would have some fluctuations in his heart, but these were not important. The important thing is that Xionin will officially let Menlin carry out the Akatsuki mission today. Akatsuki is a team of 2, and the other members have been assigned, so Menlin will naturally be a bye. Besides, he is just a reserve member, and he has not yet reached the point where he needs a teammate. However, carrying out a mission is not a joke, and it is naturally necessary to have someone assist him. Menlin has no mission experience at a young age, and his previous 1000-mile battle royale is nothing. Because Xionin still has government affairs to be busy, he naturally has no time to accompany Menlin to carry out the mission, so the one who accompanies him out of the Hidden Rain village is a strange man with a pitcher plant on his head and black and white faces. The strange man is called Ze, who is proficient in hiding and escaping and the ability to collect intelligence. He is an intelligence scout of the Akatsuki organization. And this time, the mission is that Zetsu discovered that there is a rebel ninja in the territory of the river country who is moving from west to east, and what Menlin needs to do is to intercept him, recruit him if possible, and try to delay until other members of the Akatsuki organization arrive. At this time, the defect of the Akatsuki organization's lack of manpower was exposed. It is common sense that rebel ninjas are usually very strong, and asking Menlin, a reserve member, to stop them is like an ant trying to shake a tree. Unfortunately, he has no fighting power, at least that's what he is showing now. The other members are on their missions, and the fighting power of the Hidden Rain village is not enough, so Menlin has to go. To be honest, if it weren't for Xionin's repeated warnings before leaving the village telling Menlin to be careful, Menlan thought that pain was sending him to his death. After crossing another iron bridge, Menlan first came to another hidden rain village, which was already in the territory of the Kingdom of Rivers. Then he headed south. The Kingdom of Rivers was mostly barren mountains, so it was not easy to walk along the way. Mr. Ju is very comfortable. Menlan leaned against a rock panting, looking at the huge pitcher plant that seemed to grow on the rock above his head with a depressed face. Because Menlan's chakra was limited, it was obviously too much to use chakra to travel all the time. There might be another fierce battle next, so Menlan could only run by himself. As for Ju, his mayfly technique was a great hand at traveling, but it was a pity that this technique was quite strange and Menlan could not copy it, at least not now. The white half of Ju's face spoke, and his voice was soft and teasing. Menlan, this is your first mission, you must conserve your energy. Menlan muttered unhappily, I don't know who has been shouting to hurry up, I've been rushing for 2 days, I'm so tired. We are not far from the goal, don't be too nervous. Bai Ju joked. Before Menlan spoke, Ju's black face spoke, and his voice was gloomy and hoarse, as if a handful of chaff was stuffed in his throat. Don't underestimate this little brat, he was able to escape from Konoha's pursuit, he is not an ordinary person. Oh, I didn't expect the little guy to be so powerful. Menlan ignored the joke that he didn't know whether to say it to one person or 2 people, and got up and left directly. Oh, he has quite a personality, this little guy is quite similar to that guy. After all, they are from the same clan. I really want to see how they look when they see each other. You will see it soon. On a canyon, Menlan, wearing a cloak, looked at the 2 people walking under the canyon without saying a word, but his eyes were full of brilliance. A huge pitcher plant emerged from the ground on the side, and Zetsu's weird head was exposed. The Kirigakuer rebel, one of the 2nd generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen, a rare fighting force. Not long ago, he fought with members of my organization, and because he was proficient in the Kirigakuer technique, he escaped. Today, we can't let him escape again. You really think highly of me? Menlan sneered, but suddenly saw the 2 people at the bottom of the valley speeding up. Seeing this, Black Zetsu said gloomily, Menlan, they found you. Why don't you chase them? White Zetsu teased. It's not easy to catch up with them with my speed. Why don't you stop them first? Menlan spread his hands and smiled. Hei Zetsu had a dark face and didn't say anything, but Bai Zetsu said with a smile, that's right, but we can't see the light. Are you sure you want us to chase them? Menlan was speechless, but suddenly papers flew all over his body, and a pair of huge wings made of paper spread out from his back, and flew into the sky with a flap. Is this the paper dance? Hei Zetsu was surprised. Bai Zetsu was also very surprised and said, I didn't expect Zionin to give this technique to him, and I didn't expect him to learn it in such a short time. This kid, I'm afraid it's not that simple. As he said that, the giant pitcher plant slowly sank until it completely disappeared from the ground. Menlan soared in the air, and in a few flaps of his wings, he had passed the 2 people under his feet and landed on the boulder where the 2 people had to pass. The white paper wings behind him dissipated like smoke. Why are you 2 in such a hurry? Wouldn't it be better to take a break and have a cup of tea? But there were 2 people, one of whom was tall and strong, wearing a forehead protector from the hidden mist village, with a bandage covering his face, and only his fierce and bloodthirsty eyes could be seen. The other one was short and young, wearing a dark blue robe, with long hair tied up, and a beautiful appearance like a woman, which formed a clear contrast with the former's sturdiness. A typical combination of Beauty and the Beast. That's right, these 2 people are Zabuza and Haku Mamakai. Chapter 5 Duel between Zabuza and Haku. Menlan would never have thought that he would meet them on his first mission. Sure enough, there is a will in the dark. Sir, what can I do for you? Zabuza took out a double-edged kunai, held it horizontally in front of him and shouted coldly at Menlan, but he did not show much hostility. Menlan frowned and said, "Aren't you one of the 7 ninja swordsmen? Where's your ninja sword? Don't tell me that's the small sword." Menlan asked unintentionally. After all, in his impression, Zabuza always appeared with a beheading sword, and that image was a classic. But for some reason, Zabuza took it seriously, and his forehead was immediately bulging with veins, and he instantly became murderous, and a purple light began to spread all over his body. Menlan was startled, but forced a smile and said, Hey, it's just a greeting, there's no need to make a big fuss, right?" Unexpectedly, Zabuza really restrained his murderous intent after hearing this, and just said coldly, "We are just passing by, and I hope you don't block the road." Menlan felt that Zabuza's attitude was a little weird, he was a little too easy to talk to. This was different from the ambitious and domineering Zabuza in Menlan's impression. But after thinking about it carefully, Menlan understood. Zetsu said that Zabuza was killed by the Akatsuki organization when he passed through the rain country before, and he almost lost his life. He naturally recognized Menlan's clothes, so it was normal for him to have an ambiguous attitude. Thinking of this, Menlan's face became a little strange. He might know why Zabuza in front of him didn't carry a beheading sword. Zabuza was about to leave after he finished speaking. How could Menlan watch him? And immediately said, "Wait. Anything else?" Zabuza clenched the kunao in his hand. And Bai also looked ready for battle. Seeing this, Menlan smiled and said, "Relax, don't be so nervous." Zabuza looked up and looked deeply at Menlan, whose face was covered by the cloak, but suddenly shouted coldly, "Bai! Ice escape Hyagandau!" Bai shouted in a low voice, and without making any seals with his hands, a wall of ice suddenly appeared in front of Menlan, crystal clear and freezing cold. Ju, who was observing secretly, exclaimed, "Ice escape? Didn't the Snow Clan become extinct? Where did Zabuza find this kid? Let's go!" Zabuza shouted in a deep voice, and the two of them fled quickly. It was so swift and resolute that if Menlan hadn't been blocked by the ice wall, he would have thought that he was too ugly to scare them away. "Bai, are you wondering why I am running away from a very weak enemy?" After running away for a distance, Zabuza suddenly said to Bai. Bai shook his head and said, "Mr. Zabuza is always right." Zabuza was stunned for a moment and then said, "The man just now came from a mysterious organization in the Land of Rain. The members of that organization are all monsters. I almost died in their hands. In addition, my predecessor, the owner of the previous generation of beheading sword, Biwajozo, is also a member of this organization." "You mean that the man just now is actually very strong, but he is just pretending to be weak?" Zabuza shook his head and said, "He obviously wants to delay us. As for his strength, it is indeed very weak, but..." Before Zabuza finished speaking, an ice wall suddenly stood up at the exit of the canyon in front, which was even taller than the one Bai had just used. Zabuza looked at Bai with a confused look on his face in astonishment, and finally uttered the second half of the sentence. "This kid is also a monster. I told you to sit down and have a cup of tea, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" A joking voice sounded. Zabuza looked back at the rather short figure covered by a black robe, his face solemn. In the dark, the black and white sides of Zetsu were silent for a long time, and then White Zetsu spoke, "Ah, isn't ice release a bloodline limit? Can the Sharingan also copy the ice release that is also a bloodline limit? Is it the ability of the Mangekyo? Another genius. I told you that this kid is not simple. It seems that Konan has found a treasure." Black Zetsu's low voice was also filled with horror. "Who do you like now?" White Zetsu suddenly asked. Black Zetsu was silent for a moment. "I don't know, I can't see through these two people." Looking at the scene again, Zabuza stared at the monster-like boy in front of him and said in a deep voice, "White, let's fight quickly." White nodded slowly and made seals with both hands. "Why are you so tense? Can't you sit down and chat?" Menlan sighed to the sky when he saw this. The answer to Menlan was Bai's cold shout, Ice Escape Secret Technique. Magic Mirror Ice Crystal. At the same time, Zabuza formed a seal with one hand, and thick fog began to spread. The fog was all over the sky, and soon it blocked the figures of the three people in the field. Ju, who was watching the battle from a distance, was a little unhappy. In the fog, mirrors formed by ice crystals stood up, and soon they had surrounded a circle. A petite figure flashed in the scene, and a strong figure gradually disappeared in the fog. Bai, who was moving at the speed of light in the mirror, soon found a figure, and instantly shot out several qianben, needle-shaped hidden weapons. Qianben is slender in shape, and it seems to be completely invisible in the fog. It is extremely difficult to detect. It can be said to be the best weapon for assassination. However, what followed was not screams and painful groans, but the crisp sound of the mirror breaking. Bai was slightly stunned, and then his face changed drastically. A sturdy figure appeared in the fog and rushed towards the short figure. Bai shouted, "Mr. Zabuza!" Snap! There was a sharper sound of mirror breaking, and Zabuza was stunned. "Do you want to continue fighting?" A playful voice sounded, followed by the harsh sound of mirrors breaking one after another. Zabuza's pupils shrank suddenly, but he was still hidden in the fog. The voice sounded again, "Don't care about the life and death of your companions." Zabuza hesitated for a moment, and then made a seal with one hand. The fog gradually dissipated, and the layers of ice crystal magic mirrors disappeared, and the outlines of two short figures gradually appeared. Looking at the scene on the battlefield, Ju took a breath. What happened? It turned out that Bai had been held at the throat by Menlan with a kunao. Bai's face was pale, but he still said stubbornly, "Mr. Zabuza, you run first, don't worry about me." Menlan approached with a kunao and whispered, "I advise you not to speak." He was really scared, because according to Zabuza's character in the original work, it is very likely that he would abandon Bai and escape by himself. If so, Menlan would be in trouble. Looking at Zabuza's expressionless face, I don't know what he was thinking. "I advise you not to do some small moves. No matter how fast your assassination technique is, it may not be faster than my kunao, right?" Menlan snorted coldly, with the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, as if he was determined to win. Anyway, he seemed as steady as an old dog. But suddenly, a sneer sounded from behind Menlan, which frightened Menlan's back cold. Really? Menlan would not be so stupid as to exchange Bai's life for his own. At that moment, Menlan stimulated his potential to the extreme, gave up Bai and dodged, leaped forward several meters before stopping, and was still frightened afterwards. It turned out that the chakra control he learned for a month was not in vain. Why not use the substitute technique? This is a good question. The answer is simple, Menlan can't. However, just when Menlan was secretly glad that he dodged in time, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Reaching out and touching it, it turned out to be 1,000 roots. It turned out that Menlan had become a hedgehog without knowing it. Damn it! Menlan muttered, rolled his eyes and fell to the ground, shocking the people in the dark. Not to mention others, even Menlan would never have thought that his first mission would end so dramatically. Even his own life was lost in such an inexplicable way. Chapter 6, The Undying Menlan, the Immortal Orochimaru. Is it over? Zetsu, who was watching the battle from a distance, looked at Zabuza and the other two who left, and Menlan who fell to the ground, and said. Black Zetsu said gloomily, "Why is this kid so good-looking but useless?" White Zetsu said jokingly, "It's really unexpected, anticlimactic." When the giant pitcher plant emerged from Menlan's motionless body, a white arm stretched out from the soil and probed Menlan's breath, and then touched his neck. No breathing, pulse stopped, dead. White Zetsu was a little surprised. Black Zetsu said, "You overestimated him, it's best if he's dead. Konan is very optimistic about him, it's a pity." Take his body back first. Afe, come out. What? A figure suddenly appeared from the side without any signs. He was wearing a black suit and an orange spiral one-eyed mask. He was in a weird posture and said in a sharp and funny tone, "Mr. Ju actually found me. Thank you for your hard work." Bai Ju laughed. The masked man sighed, "Why do you let me do this kind of hard work every day? It's so tiring. But forget it." Suddenly, the masked man's tone became low, and his tone was completely different from before. "Who made him my fellow tribesman?" The news that Menlan died during the mission soon reached Xionan's ears. Xionan and Menlan had only been together for a month, and they didn't have much affection, but Menlan was recommended by her to join the organization. The first mission ended in failure and death, so she was also responsible. Xionan is actually a kind woman, and to some extent, she is similar to Bai. Bai is looking for the value of his existence, so he is willing to become Zabuza's tool. Not to mention the relationship between him and Zabuza, he is actually very happy that he can be a tool. So no matter how kind he is, as long as Zabuza asks him to do something, he will do it. As for Xionan, the only thing she cherishes in her life is friendship. She is also very kind, but she will never hesitate to do anything that Pain asks her to do. As a kind woman, after seeing Menlan's corpse, Xionan was silent for a long time. Although she didn't look too sad, the regret in her eyes couldn't be concealed. On the side, only Zetsu stood in the dark. Pain got the news, but he didn't show up. He didn't care about anything that had no surplus value. After listening to Zetsu's story, Xionan sighed faintly. After all, she was still a child. In the ninja world, experience is king. Pre-war intelligence, experience during the war, this is the iron rule of fighting in the ninja world. It sounds incredible that a young jonin can't beat an experienced genin, but it's actually normal. In Xionan's eyes, Menlan didn't get enough information and didn't have combat experience, which led to his hasty death. In a battle of death, the process is not important at all, what matters is the outcome. No matter how brilliant Menlan is in the battle, if he makes a mistake, he will lose everything and eventually lose his life. Xionan raised her hand, and several pieces of paper flew and spun, and soon turned into a bunch of white paper flowers. She put the paper flowers on Menlan's chest, but suddenly, the corpse lying in front of her sat up and knocked the paper flowers to the ground. Xionan's eyelids twitched slightly, but she was still quite calm. Bai Ju screamed, "Ah, is he resurrected?" The sleepy boy rubbed his eyes, looked at Xionan and Ju next to him, and frowned for a moment. "Why are you still peeping at others sleeping?" Xionan looked at Menlan with a depressed face in surprise, and then turned back to look at Ju. "How could this happen? I clearly..." Bai Ju was speechless, and Heiju was even more speechless. Xionan didn't say much, but bent down to pick up the bunch of paper flowers. Put it next to Menlan, and then turned away, leaving only a light voice, "Rest well, and organize a meeting in a few days." Menlan held up the paper flowers and looked at Ju in a daze. Ju slowly sank and disappeared on the ground, ignoring Menlan at all. In the empty room, only Menlan was left in the wind. What happened? It turned out that Menlan was stabbed in the acupuncture point of suspended animation by Bai's Qianben, and his body fell into a state of suspended animation, while he himself was like sleeping. As for why Bai didn't kill Menlan, only Bai himself knew. Maybe he is really kind. After thinking about it, Menlan was scared and sweating. However, although Menlan's mission ended in failure and the ending was also a close call, he was definitely highly evaluated, so he will soon become a formal member. Konan informed him that 2 members of Akatsuki had completed their mission and were returning to River Country from the Hidden Rain Village, and asked Menlan to wait for them and go to River Country with them to attend the meeting. Menlan was looking forward to it. Thinking back to the current members of Akatsuki in the plot, who would come? I hope it's not Orochimaru. But it turned out to be the monster Orochimaru. Menlan didn't like this person very much. He felt that anyone in Akatsuki could be whitewashed. Although they were all bad guys, they were not unforgivable, except for the immortal duo. But Orochimaru was really bad. His badness even exceeded his position. He really interpreted the 4 words cold-blooded animal to the fullest. Of course, the most important thing is that Orochimaru seems to have some connection with the roots of Konoha. Thinking of the man with half of his face wrapped in bandages and only one squinting eye, Menlan was a little terrified. Most of the pain Menlan suffered in this world came from that wrinkled man. Covering most of his face with his robe, Menlan went out to meet Orochimaru. Sitting on the big pier beside the iron bridge, Menlan swung his legs, wondering whether to give Orochimaru a warning. But after thinking carefully, Menlan still thought it was okay. This man was a little dangerous, and he was not alone, Itaki. From a distance, Menlan saw 2 figures gradually appearing on the horizon, one tall and one short, and the short one was a little too short. When the 2 approached, Menlan greeted them, "Hey, seniors, you have worked hard all the way. Are you a newcomer?" The short, hunchbacked old man said in a hoarse and unpleasant voice. Orochimaru, who was tall and thin, with white skin that was a little creepy, just looked at Menlan without saying a word, and his pupils like snake pupils flashed a cold light. "The leader is going to hold the second meeting in the Kingdom of Rivers. I am a newcomer, so I would like to trouble you 2 seniors to lead the way." "I am very grateful." Menlan stated his purpose calmly, neither humble nor arrogant. The old man smiled sinisterly, "Since we are from the same organization, you are welcome." Menlan felt the cold and strange gaze of the old man, and he felt a chill. "Are you also from Konoha?" Suddenly, Orochimaru spoke, his voice was feminine and strange, and he seemed to be smiling. "Why do you think so?" Menlan's heart suddenly jumped, and he said calmly. Orochimaru shook his head and smiled, "Nothing, I just smelled some unpleasant smell on you, the smell of rotten wood. Don't get me wrong. I'm not talking about you." The second half of the sentence was said to the old man. The old man snorted coldly and teased, "Aren't you a snake? How come you have a dog's nose?" Orochimaru laughed coldly, "Sooner or later I will tear down this rotten piece of wood of yours, scorpion of the red sand. You can try it. Being made into a puppet can give you eternal life. Do you want to consider the immortal Orochimaru?" Seeing the 2 partners at loggerheads, Menlan was a little speechless. Chapter 7, Interception, Good luck does not favor fools. In the end, Orochimaru and Scorpion did not fight, but parted ways. Although these 2 are partners, they don't seem to get along very well. Orochimaru left directly by himself. But Scorpion chose to go with Menlan. On the bridge, Scorpion threw an olive branch to Menlan without hesitation. "Little boy, do you want to be in a group with me? I really can't stand that stink bug." Menlan heard this, looked at the creaking tracks under his Akatsuki robe, laughed and changed the subject. "Just kidding, what else can I copy with this guy? How to copy the puppet thing?" Scorpion is not a talkative person, so along the way, except for the sound of the tracks rolling, Menlan didn't communicate much with him. Maybe Scorpion saw that Menlan didn't want to team up with him, so he lost interest in him. The terrain of the river country is changeable and the roads are rugged, but Scorpion doesn't just walk on the tracks. Sometimes he will spread his limbs, and his strong limbs that don't match his short stature, lie on the ground, and look like a real scorpion. Menlan also knew that this was not his real body, but he was very curious about how he could stay in such a small space. Was he really riding a bicycle in there with his back bent? Isn't it tiring? A few days later, when the 2 were passing a forest, there was a rustling in the forest. The 2 were alert, but nothing happened. "Be careful." Scorpion glanced at Menlan, which made Menlan a little puzzled. At this moment, Menlan's hair suddenly stood up, and he shuddered. He felt that he was being stared at by a cold gaze, as if he was staring at prey. Then, a sudden change occurred. Several pythons suddenly emerged from Menlan's feet, and before Menlan could react, they directly enveloped him and bound him tightly in place. At this time, a figure wearing the same Akatsuki robe walked out of the forest. Upon closer inspection, it was Orochimaru. But at this time, Orochimaru looked a little embarrassed, with one sleeve empty, his eyes cold and painful. "Oh, it seems that the stinky snake has had its tail chopped off." Seeing this, Scorpion said sarcastically without hesitation. Orochimaru looked ugly and remained silent, but his vertical pupils suddenly stared at Menlan. Menlan forced a smile and said, "Mr. Orochimaru, what are you doing?" Orochimaru seemed not to hear it, but said in a cold voice, "Rotten wood, you'd better not interfere." Scorpion sneered at the words, but did not speak, but slowly left. Menlan panicked when he saw this. What was going on? "Mr. Scorpion, where are you going?" Scorpion turned a deaf ear to it, but just moved forward slowly with the creaking of the tracks. Menlan looked a little ugly, and shouted at Orochimaru, "Orochimaru, you dare to attack me? Aren't you afraid of the leader's punishment?" "Leader?" Orochimaru smiled coldly, looking at Menlan with eyes full of desire and greed. Which made Menlan's body covered with goosebumps. "Two just died, one more death is not too much." Menlan didn't understand what Orochimaru was saying, but suddenly understood why Orochimaru attacked him so blatantly. He was going to defect from Akatsuki, otherwise he wouldn't be so unscrupulous. But why did he attack him? Confused, Orochimaru slowly approached, and the cold vertical pupils made Menlan feel very oppressive. "Don't blame me, kid, blame Uchiha Itachi. If he had been my experimental subject obediently, I wouldn't have set my sights on you." "Uchiha Itachi?" Menlan was stunned when he heard it. Orochimaru smiled and said, "It seems you don't know yet? Poor kid, yes, the murderer who exterminated your Uchiha clan is also in this Akatsuki organization. How about it, it's fate, right?" Menlan, who was bound in the snake cage, had a stiff face, and no one knew what he was thinking. Seeing this, Orochimaru continued, "That old guy Danzo is also cruel and ruthless. Not only did he exterminate your Uchiha clan, he also made you kill each other, making the once prosperous Uchiha now only have 3 people left. It's really a waste of heaven's gifts, tut tut. Uchiha Itachi is definitely a perfect experimental subject, but I didn't expect it to be a bit difficult to handle. In this case, I'll wrong you, Uchiha blood, be my experimental subject obediently." As he spoke, a giant snake as thick as a wrist suddenly emerged from Orochimaru's empty cuffs, with a scarlet mouth and bit towards Menlan. "Orochimaru!" Menlan shouted, his eyes flashing blood. Orochimaru closed his eyes and laughed strangely. "I won't be hit by the power of the Sharingan a second time." "Really?" A light laugh. Orochimaru suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils full of horror, because he found that he was also trapped in a cage made of several pythons. "This is impossible. Is it an illusion?" Looking at Menlan again, he was also bound by pythons. Orochimaru was confused and had no idea what was going on. "Lord Orochimaru!" A short figure, he rushed out from the forest, with white hair tied up and round-framed glasses. Menlan knew his identity at a glance. Kabuto. The moment he saw Kabuto Yakushi, Orochimaru realized that he was not under the illusion, but how he was bound by his own ninjutsu. Orochimaru could not figure it out. Without a medium, even the Sharingan could not copy his ninjutsu. "Kabuto, he can't move now, go kill him. It doesn't matter if he dies," Orochimaru ordered. Kabuto Yakushi nodded, and his palm suddenly burst into a blade-shaped light. "Chakra scalpel." Kabuto Yakushi rushed towards the bound Menlan, but did not notice the smile on Menlan's lips. "It's really a pillow for you when you are sleepy." Kabuto Yakushi rushed forward with full confidence, but when he really rushed to Menlan, before he could stab his chakra blade, his mind was dazed, and the next moment he saw himself cutting off the python that trapped Menlan's hands. Don't look into his eyes. Orochimaru's reminder was obviously too late. Kabuto Yakushi was completely stunned. When he saw the young boy in front of him, who was as young as himself, holding the same chakra blade as himself, and chopped the python cage into pieces in 4 or 5 strokes, he panicked and froze. Menlan didn't take Kabuto Yakushi seriously. After kicking him away, he rushed towards Orochimaru with the chakra blade. Seeing this, Orochimaru opened his mouth wide and suddenly spit out a white unknown substance. When Menlan chopped the python cage into pieces, only Orochimaru's thin body like a shell was left, and there was a hole on the ground. Menlan frowned and looked back, but Kabuto had disappeared. Menlan looked around and made sure that Orochimaru was not ambushing again, so he breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. I almost thought I was dead. Menlan was also a little confused about Orochimaru's escape. He thought he would have a hard fight, but who would have thought that Orochimaru would just escape without a fight? This was somewhat different from his impression of the immortal Orochimaru. However, it seems that Danzo and Orochimaru are still connected, otherwise Orochimaru would have no reason to know his identity. Did he really sniff it out? Did he really think Orochimaru was a dog? Menlan stood up and patted his clothes, but suddenly he became interested and started to rummage through Orochimaru's shed body. It didn't matter if he didn't rummage, but he really found something good when he rummaged through it. Chapter 8 Meeting, Uchiha Itachi, the Drama Queen. In a cave somewhere in the land of rivers, several mysterious black shadows in black robes gathered together, and it seemed that they could faintly hear them discussing Orochimaru. An old man who entered the cave with a hunched back and a strange posture said, "What happened to Orochimaru?" One of them walked out of the shadows, with an orange hedgehog head, a nose full of nose studs, and everything else hidden in a black robe. He was the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Pain. He said in a low and emotionless voice, "Orochimaru lost contact first, and then blatantly attacked members of the organization. It is initially determined that he has defected from the organization." Defected? Scorpion laughed grimly, looking very happy. Who else did he attack? Uchiha. Before Pain could speak, a loud shout suddenly rang out. "Sorry to be late." Scorpion turned back with some difficulty, and saw a rather thin figure covered with a black robe slowly walking in from outside the cave. "You are too slow," Scorpion said lightly. Menlan was a little surprised by Scorpion's tone and attitude. Logically speaking, he had abandoned her before, so wouldn't he feel guilty and embarrassed when they met again? "Oh, I almost forgot, this is not the real body." Actually, if you think about it carefully, Scorpion has been trying to win over Menlan to be his teammate, and he has been grudges with Orochimaru for a long time. He has long wanted to kill Orochimaru. There is no reason not to do it when he encounters a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So either he is guilty, or he has other intentions. Guilt is obviously impossible, Scorpion's strength is no joke, so there is only one other reason. He is testing Menlan's strength. After thinking about it, Menlan didn't say much, just said, "I encountered a stink bug blocking the road on the way. It took some effort, so I came late, sorry." "Why, didn't you step on it to death?" Scorpion said in a sinister voice. Menlan smiled and said, "Who would have thought that this stink bug would shed its skin? The skin is left behind, and this is also left behind." As he said, Menlan stretched out his hand, and in his palm there was a ring engraved with empty. The ring of the void. That dead snake would never have thought that he would be defeated by a little devil. A tall, masked man laughed unscrupulously. "Little devil." Menlan laughed it off. He naturally knew who this man was. Pain finally spoke, "Okay, now that the ring of the void has been taken back, I'll give it to you for safekeeping." Uchiha Menlan, from today on, officially joins the Akatsuki organization. Uchiha. Everyone was shocked. The scorpion monster smiled and said, "Look, come and watch the show." A man of medium build walked out of the shadows. He had a delicate face and 2 deep tear grooves under his eyes. He looked at Menlin quietly but did not speak. Menlin had known that there would be such a day. He was stunned for a moment, and then his face was full of ferocity. "Uchiha Itaki." Almost one word after another came out of his mouth. Menlin gritted his teeth, and his eyes were full of hatred. He was so hysterical. Uchiha Itaki saw this and said calmly, "I didn't expect there was still a fish that slipped through the net." When he opened his eyes again, his pupils were already blood red, and opposite him, Menlin's 3 megatama in the blood pupils were slowly rotating. "Uchiha Itaki." Menlin still said this, and his whole body was shaking, as if he was a volcano before erupting. Uchiha Itaki was still very calm as a pool of stagnant water. "Can your pair of Sharingan see through the darkness?" Sharingan versus Sharingan, there's really something interesting to watch. Everyone gloated, no one came out to stop it. But Menlin was hesitating at this time. Should he go? He knew his own strength very well, and he could only say that he was lucky to survive the first 2 times, but what about this time? No matter how powerful the system is, can it copy the eye technique of the same Sharingan? This Amaterasu, won't he be finished? But seeing that no one stood up to mediate, Menlin had no choice. If he didn't take action again, his character would probably collapse. Forget it, Menlin stomped his feet and rushed towards Uchiha Itaki. Uchiha Itaki also raised a kunao. But at this moment, a cold shout suddenly rang out. "Stop!" Menlin felt that he couldn't stop yet. If he stopped too early, it would be a bit too fake, otherwise he should show his skills first. Mist hidden technique. Menlin made a seal with one hand, and the fog filled the air in an instant. Menlin's figure disappeared, but the fog could not block Pain's sight. So he had to act well, and he naturally couldn't stop. Spicy stuffing. With a deep shout, the fog was blown away, and Menlin's figure was directly blown away and hit the rock pillar hard. "This is too cruel." Menlin spit out a mouthful of blood and was depressed. Look at Uchiha Itaki again, because he was the passive defensive party, he was not affected by Pain's Shinra Tensei, and he still stood quietly in the same place, very elegant. "I don't care what grudges you originally had, but internal fighting is prohibited in the organization, and those who violate the rules will die," Pain said domineeringly, and Menlin wilted, stood up and took advantage of the situation, and didn't say anything, just stared at Uchiha Itaki fiercely. Acting should be played out. You can't see the good show. What a bummer. The remaining 2 were still there to add insult to injury, but Menlin turned a deaf ear to them. "Wow wow wow, why is it so lively right after arriving? I'm scared." Suddenly a funny and sharp voice sounded, and Menlin looked back and saw that he was wearing a black tights and an orange spiral mask. It was the funny guy Afei. Pain seemed to ignore Afei, and did not mention what happened before, but directly said, "The organization is short of manpower now, and needs to recruit new members. I have 2 candidates here. Lack of people? Can I join?" Afei suddenly popped up and said. "Get lost." Kakuzu and Scorpion said at the same time, and Afei immediately retracted his head. "The one from the Sand Village was recruited by Itaki, and your new partner is waiting for you on the way. The other one is hovering near the land of grass, and there is no definite trace. Konan has gone to look for it. Menlin, you and Kakuzu will meet Konan." Kakuzu said sarcastically, "Didn't you ask me to be in a group with Uchiha Itaki before? Itaki already has a new partner, you are temporarily in a group with Menlin." Pain replied. Kakuzu spread his hands, "Forget it, anyone is the same, as long as they don't make me upset." Menlin sneered and said nothing. Kakuzu looked at Menlin gloomily, lowered his head, and didn't know what he was thinking. Pain continued, "As for Scorpion, you go to find the trace of Orochimaru, the fate of the betrayer is only death. Scorpion smiled, don't worry, he has an eyeliner next to him, just like my puppet. Very good, the meeting ends here, adjourned. After saying that, Pain turned and left, and A-Fei also jumped and left. The cave suddenly became dead quiet. The atmosphere was very stiff, and the two outsiders, Scorpion and Kakuzu, were also watching the changes, as if they were sitting on the mountain watching a tiger fight. Uchiha Itachi left first, without even looking at the other three. When Uchiha Itachi disappeared from the cave entrance, Scorpion laughed sinisterly and left. Hey kid, aren't you leaving yet? Kakuzu glanced at Menlin and said in a very unfriendly tone. Menlin glanced at him and left immediately. Kakuzu snorted and laughed, and followed. However, when he came out of the cave, he found Menlin walking in the direction that Uchiha Itachi left, and he immediately became interested. Interesting. Chapter 9 Sharingan that sees through everything. In the forest, Uchiha Itachi strolled leisurely, but suddenly stopped. Are you so anxious to die? A calm voice floated out of his mouth. Suddenly, several shurikens attacked Uchiha Itachi's back. Uchiha Itachi turned around and threw several shurikens at the same time. There were only a few sounds of metal collision, and all the shurikens were scattered. Your shuriken technique is really a disgrace to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi's sarcastic voice was still very calm. A rather short figure walked out of the forest. It was Menlan. His face was grim, and he growled hysterically, "What qualifications do you have to mention Uchiha?" As he spoke, Menlan rushed towards Uchiha Itachi with a kunai. Uchiha Itachi shook his head and sighed, and a barely audible voice came out, "Too young." Then he raised his hands, and there was no movement at all. The next moment, he had already spit out a huge fireball and rushed towards Menlan. Fire escape, great fireball technique. Seeing this, Menlan's eyes flashed with joy, and the next moment, his hands flew, and a mouthful of fire followed. Fire escape, great fireball. When the two flames collided, the flames shot out. And the strong wind rose with it, with a great momentum. Uchiha Itachi narrowed his blood-red eyes and uttered a light "Hui." When the two scorching fireballs cancelled each other out, Menlan's face turned pale. He accidentally overexerted himself, and his already pitifully small amount of chakra was a bit overwhelmed. Suddenly, Menlan felt a chill on his spine. The reaction nerves developed from the long journey made him leap forward. Looking back, he saw that Uchiha Itachi had already stood behind him. Looking at Uchiha Itachi's calm eyes, Menlan felt like Alexander. Under his gaze, Menlan thought of Pain. They both had eyes that seemed to be able to see through him completely. He and this guy were indeed not on the same level. Although they were about the same age, they were far apart in other aspects. "You are not my opponent." Uchiha Itachi put away the kunai in his hand and said lightly, "I don't want to kill you now. You have a pair of good eyes, don't waste them." Cold sweat oozed from Menlan's forehead. He did dodge at that moment, but he didn't think he dodged Uchiha Itachi's attack. If he wanted, he would have died several times. For this point, even if Menlan didn't want to believe it, it was beyond doubt. However, it was not his style to leave in such a humiliated way, not to mention that there were more than one person watching secretly. Since he had acted, he had to finish it, not to mention that he hadn't got what he wanted yet. Just take a gamble. Menlan made up his mind, the jade in his blood-colored pupils slowly turned, and the whole eyeball began to be filled with bloodshot, staring at Uchiha Itachi fiercely. Uchiha's eyes can really kill people. Activate all the remaining chakra and pupil power, and go all out. Whether the bicycle can be transformed into a motorcycle depends on this moment. Uchiha Itachi's face changed slightly, but it was only for that moment. The two pairs of Sharingan were staring at each other, and the collision with the air produced invisible sparks. "How far can your Sharingan see?" Uchiha sighed, and the 3 megatama in his blood-red pupils slowly changed shape as they turned, looking like a 3-edged shuriken. Is this the Manjakaya? Sharingan. A sturdy figure in the dark said with surprise in his tone. It looks like it's almost over. Another tall figure emerged. Are you Uchiha Ataka's new partner? I didn't expect it to be the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist Village. The Blood Mist Village is really full of talented people. I don't deserve it. I know you, Mr. Kakuzu. Oh. The winner is decided. The two focused their attention on the battlefield again. Menlan had already fallen down powerlessly, and Uchiha Ataka's situation was not much better either. He covered his eyes and half knelt on the ground. It seems that the brat is not that bad, and he can actually force Uchiha Ataka to this point. The process is not important, the result is important. Kakuzu was not interested in watching any further, and jumped out of the woods directly. Uchiha Ataka looked up at him. Kakuzu said, "Don't get me wrong, I don't want to disturb your fight, but this kid can't just die like this, otherwise the leader will think it was me." As he said that, Kakuzu picked up Menlan and disappeared into the woods. At this time, Menlan had fallen into a semi-comatose state, but in his confused mind, he was still constantly showing the illusion moon reading of the Manjakaya Sharingan that Uchiha Ataka had just performed. In that illusion completely dominated by Uchiha Ataka, Menlan was nailed to the cross, and this strange and familiar scene did not continue as Menlan imagined. I didn't see any murderous intent in your eyes full of hatred. It turns out that you are just acting. You don't really hate me or want to kill me. I don't understand why you followed me here. Don't act too much. I don't care what your purpose is or what you want to do. Just try to disturb me as little as possible. This is the moon reading space, my world. No one can hear what I say here, so you don't have to worry. In addition, you should cherish your eyes and don't take shortcuts. The Sharingan, which can see through everything, why didn't it see the chakra that doesn't belong to you? These are Ataka's original words. When Menlan heard these words, he was completely stunned. He thought he had performed perfectly, but he didn't expect that Ataka would see through him at a glance. If Ataka could see through it, does it mean that others can see through it too? Menlan was a little terrified when he thought about it. But in fact, he still had some luck. After all, Uchiha Ataka could think with the mind of a Hokage when he was 5 years old. No one could compare with such a monster, not to mention Menlan. If Menlan had underestimated Uchiha Ataka before because he didn't pay much attention to him, now he was completely impressed by him. This man was so scary. Was he really only 13 or 14 years old? As for the unknown chakra on his body mentioned by Uchiha Ataka, Menlan didn't know who and when used it on him. He had no impression at all. Menlan was too lazy to think about it. He had a terrible headache. He just had to be more careful in the future. At the end of the moon reading, Uchiha Ataka still launched a strong mental attack on Menlan, causing Menlan to have a splitting headache now. He didn't resist for long before he fainted. In the forest, Kakuzu was carrying Menlan's body on his way to the land of grass. Although carrying Menlan did not cause any burden to his body, this posture made him quite angry. This made Kakuzu more and more angry and annoyed. Why should he carry this dead kid? From the beginning to the end, he only carried corpses, and they were very valuable corpses. When did he fall to the point of carrying little ghosts, and living little ghosts? And they were not valuable. Kakuzu finally couldn't stand it anymore. Looking at the unconscious Menlan on his shoulder, he suddenly had murderous intent. But in fact, murderous intent was just murderous intent. He didn't want to kill worthless people. It was a waste of time and energy. However, facts have proved that if you don't have murderous intent and get angry for no reason, the consequences will be very serious. Chapter 10: The injuries Menlan suffered over the years. As the only perceptual ninja in the Akatsuki organization, Konan came to the land of grass very early to inquire about the whereabouts of the mysterious killer favored by the Akatsuki organization. In the past few days, Konan has almost mastered the root of that person. However, just when she finally realized from the still warm blood at the crime scene that she was very close to the target, she suddenly noticed that two very powerful chakras had erupted in the south. And they were very similar, and one of them was very familiar to her. Xionin did not hesitate and flapped her wings directly to rush over. Xionin flew in the sky, and there were constant rumblings in the distance, and from time to time there were thunder, rain, and fire, as if the battle was still going on. After getting closer, Xionin found a figure with disheveled hair and strange lines crawling all over his body in a messy place, and there were several huge black monsters with white masks around him. Kakuzu! Xionin shouted coldly and landed. Kakuzu turned around when he heard the words. His eyes were cold and imposing, but he looked quite embarrassed on the outside. "What's wrong? What happened?" Xionin asked. Kakuzu's voice was gloomy, as if he was suppressing endless anger, and, resentful, "Go ask that crazy guy." "Mad guy?" Xionin was stunned, and then turned around. At the end of the dead branches and leaves, a ragged short figure was hunched over, looking quite weird. The most important thing was that there were several black monsters wearing white masks around him. Menlan! Xionin was surprised, and suddenly remembered something. "Isn't it that kid?" Kakuzu gritted his teeth and said, "He went to Uchiha Itachi to make trouble, but was defeated by Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan and fainted. I brought him here, but who knew that he would attack me like crazy after waking up? I didn't want to kill him, but just wanted to teach him a lesson, but who knew?" Kakuzu was a little embarrassed to speak. "I didn't expect that the little kid would also know the secret technique that I had practiced for many years and was proud of. This was really too cheap." Kakuzu's current mood is indescribably complicated. His earth grudge heart was smashed twice, and he was definitely heartbroken and angry. His heart was smashed by the same technique as his own, and he was definitely angry and unwilling, and he was beaten by a little kid who was almost a century younger than him, which was really depressing. After all, a little kid is a little kid. Even if he has the same technique as himself, his combat experience is still far behind his own, but Kakuzu knowing the secret of his secret technique, it is useless to kill the main body, and all the hearts must be shattered. But unlike his own heart, this kid's heart can be reborn after being shattered. What the hell is this? Is this the same technique? Who is this kid? It is rumored that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan can copy ninjutsu. Can secret techniques also be copied? He would not believe it even if he was beaten to death by Kakuzu. Shat! Shat! The hunched short figure began to walk towards this side step by step. His face was so pale that it was a little creepy, his blood-red eyes were also empty like a dead person, and his whole walking posture was like a walking corpse. The mouths of the strange masks of several monsters following behind him have begun to gather a lot of chakra, and suddenly fire and lightning appeared, and the momentum was quite terrifying. "This damn kid!" Kakuzu shouted angrily, and then several monsters around him turned into black lines and began to merge with it. "Wait!" Xionin waved to Kakuzu to stop. Kakuzu was stunned, then shouted, "This kid is so bloodthirsty that he doesn't care who is standing in front of him. His technique is the same as mine. I'm afraid you can't withstand the power of this attack." Xionin glared at Kakuzu coldly and said coldly, "You go first, I can stop him." "They are all crazy." Kakuzu was stunned, said hatefully, then glared at Menlan and left quickly. As Kakuzu left, Menlan naturally targeted Xionin. Looking at the boy in front of him who was the same as before, Xionin sighed softly, with a trace of pity in his eyes. The first time the two met formally, Menlan asked Xionin why he was covered in injuries. Xionin did not answer directly. In fact, all those injuries were caused by Xionin. That day, Menlan fainted on the iron bridge. Since Xionan didn't know Menlan's specific identity and didn't dare to bring Menlan back to the village at will, he had the idea of a killing Menlan. And it was that moment of murderous intent that instantly turned this young man into a machine that only knew how to kill. He used extremely strange means to copy all the attack methods he saw in his sight and use them himself. If it was just a low-level ninjutsu of the rain-hidden village ninja, that pair of blood-red eyes would be the best explanation, but how to explain that the paper escape style paper dance that he could only use through a medium could be used unconditionally by him? It's simply unbelievable. Menlan's current situation is the same as it was then. His own chakra is almost gone, which can be seen from the defeated look, but where does such a huge amount of chakra come from? Is it a secret technique? Or is it an ability similar to Uchiha Itachi's main Jakaya Sharingan? Xionan couldn't figure it out, and simply didn't think about it. At that time, she was able to defeat Menlan and restore his sanity, and she can do the same now. Kakuzu fled far away, and as soon as he left, he felt the earth shaking. Looking back, it was like a meteor in the daytime, and the entire island was occupied by the huge and vast shock wave. Kakuzu's mouth twitched, secretly comparing the power of this move if he performed it, but later he found that it was impossible to compare. It was not that he could not beat the kid, but he could not imagine what it would be like to fight against himself. Who is that kid? Kakuzu's mind was full of this thought, so that the kid was defeated by Uchiha Itachi before, which also made him have an unprecedented fear of Uchiha Itachi. Thinking of the previous virtual meeting when he had provoked Uchiha Itachi, Kakuzu was a little terrified. When the noise disappeared, Kakuzu saw Konan carrying Menlan in his sight soon after. Kakuzu's strange green pupils were full of astonishment. What's wrong with this woman? She ended the battle so quickly? Kakuzu had seen Xionan's methods, but he had only seen them. Now it seems that the people around the leader are not that simple. Is this kid okay? Kakuzu asked. Xionan looked a little ugly, but she was in good condition. After she put Menlan down, she said to Kakuzu, "You go back to the nearby base to recuperate first. I will continue to track the target. Come back to me after Menlan recovers a little." Kakuzu nodded. Putting aside the problem of injuries, he and Menlan looked a little embarrassed now. Carrying Menlan again, Kakuzu's mouth twitched. It was okay to be scared away by the kid. A real man can bend and stretch. I just didn't expect that I would have to carry him now. Forget it, just bear it and it will pass. Don't think of anything that is unfavorable to Menlan, don't have the intention to kill him. If you don't want to be like today. Before leaving, Xionan suddenly said coldly to Kakuzu. Kakuzu looked back at Konan, but suddenly he seemed to understand something. He didn't say anything, just nodded and left. Chapter 11, The Undead Killer, Hiden. After Menlan woke up, he was shocked to find that he was covered in wounds again. When he asked Kakuzu, he was silent and had a dark face. Menlan was also puzzled by Kakuzu's attitude. Although it was not very good, it was not as sarcastic and deliberately provocative as before. This was not a good thing, but made Menlan a little nervous. Everyone knew that Kakuzu, like Black Zetsu, liked to say some heartfelt words. During the period of recuperation, Menlan had nothing to do, and finally opened the long-forgotten system interface. Speaking of which, he had not opened the system interface for a long time. The last time he opened it was in the prison of Konoha. The system is passive, mainly to assist his Sharingan. The main function of the system interface is just to see which ninjutsu he has copied, which ones are worth saving, which ones have been copied but not used, which ones have been copied but cannot be used, etc. In fact, these are irrelevant. The most important thing is that Menlan accidentally discovered that in the column of ninjutsu that he had copied but not used, he found the time difference pupil technique. Menlan had never heard of the name of this technique, but he didn't need to think about who set it up. Menlan carefully watched the effect of the spell. As long as he said to others what Uchiha Itachi said to him during the reading, it would be activated. The flames of Amaterasu spread from Menlan's eyes and burned him to ashes. Really cruel, Uchiha Itachi. Menlan was a little creepy. The key was that he had no way to remove the spell. He could only pray that he would not let it slip when he was talking in his sleep. Then Menlan exited the system, and finally the interface popped up an emergency contact as usual. Menlan still hasn't figured out what this emergency contact means. Why do I have to leave an emergency contact like applying for a credit card when using an auxiliary system? Menlan didn't care, so he naturally didn't notice that the emergency contact had changed from 3 to 1. The time of recuperation is always boring. The Akatsuki base in the land of grass is also a cave. It is pitch black and makes people unhappy. When I was recuperating in the Hidden Rain village, I had that little girl to chat with me. Now, I have to face Kakuzu's stinky face all day long. Menlan wanted to find a topic to chat with him, but he ignored him. Finally, Menlan couldn't help it. He felt that he hadn't been beaten for a long time. So he said, "Kakuzu, I heard that you assassinated the first generation of Hokage of Konoha many years ago." Kakuzu was excited when he heard it. After all, this was his glorious deed. Although the assassination was not successful, fortunately he didn't die. Assassinating the first generation of Hokage, known as the god of ninja, and not dying, this is a great thing in itself. But then Menlan's words made Kakuzu almost lift his clothes and set fire together. He only heard him say, "How did you assassinate the first generation of Hokage? Did you throw a shuriken from 800 miles away and then turn around and run away?" A few days later, Menlan's chakra recovered a little. And he walked out of the cave in high spirits, while Kakuzu had a dark face and was listless. During these days, Menlan found that Kakuzu was easy to get along with. He was completely different from the immortal destroyer who killed his teammates at every turn. This is a magical thing. Except for a few, the characters Menlan met were different from his impressions. For example, the polite Zabuza, the timid Orochimaru, and the easy-to-talk Kakuzu. If Keiku knew that Menlan thought so, I wonder if he would get angry on the spot, really angry. If Keiku knew that Konan's warning to him was only effective when Menlan was unconscious, would he pierce his heart on the spot and then drag Menlan to death together? Not long after, Menlan and Konan met up. Menlan didn't like to wear a hat, nor did he like the standard windbreaker of the Akatsuki organization, so he still wore the Akatsuki clothes when he was a reserve member. He likes to wear a hat and cover his eyes, which gives people a mysterious feeling and others can't see through him. Since Menlan came to this world, he has been cautious and timid every day. It is better to have some psychological effect than nothing. "Hey, Sister Zionin." After greeting Zionin in the distance, Menlan ran forward like a wild horse. After all, he and Zionin have not seen each other for a while. Zionin glanced at Menlan and nodded, saying softly, "Don't be like a child. After all, you are now an official member of Akatsuki. Don't let others laugh at you." Kakuzu looked at Zionin looking at him, and immediately said helplessly, "Why are you looking at me?" Menlan held his head with both hands and said, "Sister Zionin is still the best. I am almost depressed by Kakuzu's stinky face every day these days." Kakuzu's face became darker. Zionin shook her head helplessly. Children are children after all. She looked at the tree in front of her in silence for a moment and changed the subject. "We are very close to the target." It was at this time that Menlan noticed a strange pattern on the ground that looked like a blood painting. Looking up along the scarlet dots, the tree was covered with blood. A corpse that looked like an ordinary person was cruelly nailed to the tree. The whole scene was horrible. Simply torture, kill for pleasure. Kakuzu looked at the corpse on the tree and said softly. Menlan's whole face was covered by the black robe and he said nothing. Zionin glanced at Menlan, stretched out his hand and took it back, then turned around and left. "Let's go." On the forest path, Zionin was strolling leisurely alone, with an elegant posture and dignified temperament. He looked harmless and defenseless. Suddenly, a figure walked out of the forest and blocked Zionin's way. He was wearing a black jacket and his white hair was combed back. He looked quite fashionable and handsome, and said in a chatty tone, "Beautiful lady, do you want to join the evil god cult?" Zionin looked calm. "What cult?" "The evil god cult. You will not be punished for killing people. Not only that, the evil god will be very happy." "How about it? Great doctrine, right?" The young man's tone was very proud, and his face was full of excitement. "Really?" Zionin was still calm. "Then do you want to join? So you are the serial killer? Murderer?" "That's not the case. I just offered a pious prayer to the evil god." The young man looked innocent, but suddenly took out a three-bladed sickle from his back and pointed at Zionin. "It seems that I can only give you to the evil god first. How about it?" Zionin said in a flat tone. Menlin and Kakuzu jumped out from the dark. Menlin still said nothing, and Kakuzu was eager to try. "Then let me try if he is really immortal." Kakuzu has been holding back a lot of resentment these days, and it's just right to find someone to vent. "Who are you?" The young man looked at the three people curiously, frowned, and said, "Uniform dress, is it a band? Rap band? The one with the gloomy face is the bassist? The girl is the keyboard player and lead singer? The boy is the guitarist, or is he also the lead singer?" The young man talked about everything, and it seemed that he didn't take the three people in front of him seriously at all. Menlin naturally knew who this person was. Phaeton, the immortal evil god, has strong limbs and a simple mind. His handsome appearance and low IQ made him have many fans in Menlin's previous life, but Menlin still hated him. This person regards human life as worthless. He is a typical executioner. Killing is like a kind of fun for him, just like the mentally ill in Menlin's previous world. He is no longer a normal person. Of course, it can be said that he was brainwashed by the cult, but this cannot excuse him. It is not innocent for a mentally ill person to kill people. Chapter 12, the copycat version of Tsukuyomi versus the immortal evil technique. So much nonsense. Kakuzu naturally couldn't stand Feijuan's crazy talk and went straight forward. At this moment, he might not know that he would get used to such noise in the future, because he couldn't do anything to Feijuan. Feijuan took a step back, looking excited. The evil god will definitely like this sacrifice. At the beginning, Feijuan and Kakuzu fought back and forth. Kakuzu probably wanted to have some fun and didn't want it to end so quickly, so he was playing with Feijuan the whole time. Poor Feijuan couldn't see it, but just thought he was strong. In fact, apart from Feijuan's evil magic, he himself didn't have much strength to speak of. He didn't know ninjutsu and had no brains. He just rushed around and acted as a human sandbag, but he was helpless. "What do you think?" Zionin, who was watching the battle, asked Menlin. Menlin whispered, "Let's take a look first." Zionin nodded and said, "Kakuzu, stop playing." Kakuzu quickly followed the order and sent a flying punch that chilled Haydn to the bone. "Is it over?" Kakuzu was very bored. But who knew that Haydn would slowly get up? The pain made his face hideous, no longer as handsome as before. "It hurts, bastard!" Haydn cursed, and began to step on his own blood to draw a strange array on the ground. Kakuzu was quite surprised, and another flying punch pierced Haydn's chest again. Haydn howled and pulled out Kakuzu's fist, and took out a long thorn and stabbed Kakuzu's fist. "What? Are you tickling me?" Kakuzu retracted his fist and laughed. Haydn also laughed, and then picked up the blood donated by the thorns. His smile became more and more twisted, and his skin turned black at that moment, and strange white lines began to appear on his body. "The ceremony is completed, die." As soon as the words fell, Feijuan stabbed the long thorn into his heart fiercely, shocking everyone present except Menlin. piercing the heart. Feijuan's face was distorted to a little distorted, and then a hysterical laugh came out of his mouth. It's so cool. And Kakuzu fell to the ground after hearing the sound, accompanied by low and angry curses. His body twitched, and a huge black monster rushed out from his back, and then dissipated like smoke. Damn it! Kakuzu stood up again, looking intact. Now Feijuan was stunned. You guy, why are you not dead yet? Kakuzu is now so angry he was so excited that his veins popped up. The next moment, he wanted to lift his clothes and fight Feijuan to the death. Kill you? You wish? Feijuan was also aroused to fight. Konan asked softly, did you find anything? Menlin shook his head, it should be some kind of evil magic. The system didn't respond. If it wasn't evil magic, what could it be? Just like Kakuzu's flying fist, the system didn't respond at all. Maybe it was copied but couldn't be used. You can't really cut off your hand and throw it away. Then, Menlin blocked between Kakuzu and Feijuan. What are you doing? Kakuzu was angry now, so he was naturally in a bad mood. Menlin looked back at Kakuzu, and saw that the Sharingan in one of his eyes had changed into the form of a three-edged shuriken. Kakuzu was stunned and stopped talking. Tsukuyomi. Menlin launched a super powerful illusion that he copied from Uchiha Itachi but had never used against Feijuan. In the Tsukuyomi space, everything is dominated by Menlin. He will naturally not give the target pain like Uchiha Itachi. This method is ineffective for Feijuan, and he will only feel pleasure. So there is only one way to deal with this dead pervert, that is mental attack. Put crazy pressure on his weakest and most sensitive nerves to make him collapse. What is Feijuan most afraid of? What he most worships is the so-called evil god, so give him an illusion of the evil god and let him experience the feeling of being abandoned by the evil god. In addition, you are not afraid of being killed by a sharp blade, right? Dismemberment, drowning, starvation, burning, etc., enjoy it, I hope you can experience the fun from it. Although Feijuan is a little simple-minded, his willpower is very strong. Even in the cruel torture under Tsukuyomi, he still persisted for a long time without collapsing, but don't worry, Menlin has plenty of time. Not long after, when fear and despair finally began to climb on the sluggish Feijuan's face, this was what Menlin was happy to see. Those who humiliate others will always be humiliated. Feijuan has killed so many innocent people. Now experience the pain and despair that those people you killed have experienced. Time in the Tsukuyomi space passed very slowly. In the screams of Feijuan, Menlin gradually became calm from the initial excitement, and finally even had some self-doubt. Am I also starting to become AT? When Feijuan's will reached the limit, Menlin untied the Tsukuyomi. He didn't want Feijuan, who was already stupid, to become a complete idiot. To control others through illusions, usually in the illusion, when the will of a person is tortured to the limit, take advantage of the opportunity and completely grasp his thoughts, and finally make him become his puppet. But Menlin has a better way. When did this kid learn Uchiha Itachi's illusion? Kakuzu looked at Menlin and Feijuan in a stalemate and asked Konan. Konan said, it's just the Sharingan, how can it be Itachi's technique? Kakuzu shook his head. Wanting to say that Uchiha Itachi's illusion technique was too different from ordinary ninjutsu, but he didn't say it after all. When Menlin covered his eyes and lowered his body, and Haiden fell directly on his back, Konan and the others knew that the battle was over. Konan helped Menlin up and whispered, don't show off just because you are injured. Menlin, who looked pale, smiled and said, no, I'm not showing off. How is this guy? Kakuzu kicked Haiden forward, but there was no response. Menlin said, it will probably take a while, you should carry him to our base first. Kakuzu was stunned and pointed at himself, it's me again. Konan whispered, if it's not you, who is it? Kakuzu looked at this woman and a weak boy who needed help to walk, and was speechless. You said you need help to walk, and you fight so hard? Looking at Feijuan, who was high-spirited just now but now unconscious and terrified, Kakuzu sighed and kicked Feijuan hard. When did your pupil power increase? On the way, Zionin asked Menlin. Menlin smiled bitterly and said, after the duel with Uchiha Itachi, it has increased a little. Zionin was silent for a moment and said, I know there is a blood feud between you, but you are not Itachi's opponent now. Don't be blinded by anger. Protecting yourself is the most important thing. Menlin looked at Zionin blankly, then lowered his head and smiled, of course I know that protecting yourself is the most important thing. Staying alive is the most important thing. I heard that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan can control the enemy's mind and make the opponent work for themselves, is that right? Menlan was shocked when he heard this, and forced a smile, yes, but only the Sharingan that has been developed to a certain extent can perform this eye technique, just like Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo. Mangekyo? Then to what extent has your Sharingan been developed? Zionin seemed to be asking casually, but Menlan was already sweating. My Sharingan is not enough. Look, he is far inferior to Uchiha Itachi. Really? Zionin looked at Menlan, smiling. Menlan's face was stiff, and he forced a smile and said, yes. Okay. Zionin stopped asking and turned around and said, Kakuzu, hurry up. Got it. Kakuzu agreed in a bad mood, and finally carried the dragged Feijuan on his shoulders. Chapter 13 Akatsuki Organization Meeting, Menlan's Torment. Menlan suffered a lot in the next few days. He felt that Zionin must have seen something, but he was obviously unaware of it. How did she see it? I don't know whether her last few words were intentional or unintentional. Now thinking back, Menlan is a little annoyed. His appearance at that time can be said to be full of flaws. Even if he was fine, he would be in trouble. After returning to the base, Zionin went back to the Hidden Rain village without stopping. She had been away for too long, and nothing unusual happened after she left. A few days later, it was still calm. But this did not stop Menlan from worrying. Who knows if she went to summon Pain? A few days later, Menlan did not wait for Pain, but waited for Pain's meeting. Every official member of Akatsuki wears a ring. The ring represents their identity and their organization. In addition to the decorative function, it also has many practical functions, so it is also a very important thing and members are not allowed to lose it at will. Before Orochimaru defected, he took the Ring of the Void, which aroused Pain's murderous intention, but after the ring was taken back by Menlan, although Pain still said so, he actually didn't care much about Orochimaru's pursuit. Members of Akatsuki can get in touch in a special way anytime and anywhere, and it is the kind of virtual group chat that is like building a group. All this is thanks to this mysterious ring. When Menlan injected chakra into the ring, he suddenly shuddered all over. When he opened his eyes again, he had come to a dark environment. He could only vaguely see a huge monster head statue opposite, and he was standing on the monster's finger. There were also several black but unstable shadows standing on the other fingers. It seems that these people are all members of Akatsuki. Menlan feels a little weird. It feels far from the scene in his memory. Why should there be BGM? There is no BGM for the appearance. Where does the momentum come from? So Menlan is not very concerned about the meeting effect that is far from the expected. In comparison, this ring is more rare. This feeling is very strange. Menlan can clearly feel that he is sitting on the bed, but his sight and hearing are in another space. How did this thing come about? I didn't expect that the ninja world, whose technological civilization is much backward than that of Blue Star, has high-tech products that do not exist on Blue Star in addition to chakra and ninjutsu. Compared with this, video chat is too low level. Are all the people here? A low and indifferent voice came from Pain. Menlan turned his head and saw Pain's iconic hedgehog head and the strange reincarnation eyes. As of today, our Akatsuki organization is officially complete. Recently, 2 new members have joined. I will also introduce other members to the new members. Pain said to himself. No one interrupted. My name is Pain, God. I am the leader of Akatsuki. Akatsuki is an organization that brings pain to the world and wants to build peace on pain. As for the means of giving pain, there is no limit. Menlan took a breath of cold air. This is really unscrupulous. Konan, my deputy. She usually works with me. She is currently handling government affairs in the Hidden Rain village. If you encounter any problems within the organization, you can find her. If you encounter problems outside, please solve them yourself. Menlan complained helplessly. This is a hands-off shopkeeper. Ze, responsible for the organization's intelligence reconnaissance, nothing can escape Ze's eyes, so if you secretly make some small calculations, we Akatsuki will not stop it, but it is best not to let Ze find out. The following is the task force. Uchiha Itaki and Hoshigaki Kisame are a group. They are usually responsible for accepting the task of monopolizing the effect war, and Konan is responsible for issuing it. A Earth Trouble Group, Kakuzu and Haiden. Kakuzu, you can do your bounty missions as much as you want, muddy the waters of various small countries or even big countries, and if you meet a bounty rebel, try to recruit him if you can, and if you can't, give the bounty to Konan. Earl Hawk, I am very happy that I can continue to do bounty missions. Why do you want to give the bounty to Konan? Kakuzu spoke, and his voice sounded very unhappy. Hey, can an old man like you use the money? Ida trademark S more practical to give it to the young lady of the organization, am I right? Leader, this funny tone is the voice of Haiden. After Haiden woke up a few days ago, although he was still a little reluctant, he finally joined the Akatsuki organization and went south with Kakuzu to receive his ring. Kakuzu got angry when he heard it. Boy, do you believe I will kill you if you make noise again? I told you, come and try it. Okay. Pain said, and suddenly all the surroundings were quiet. He continued, you can keep part of the bounty, and the rest should be handed over to Konan. This matter ends here, no need to say more. Menlan has been silent. It feels that Kakuzu has completed so many bounty tasks, but in the end, they all benefited Konan. Strategy team, Scorpion and Deidara, you two don't need to accept the task. The main job is to wander between the big countries and annihilate all the small countries and small ninja villages. Note that it is to occupy, not to destroy the country. But before that, you need to find Orochimaru first and get rid of him. Okay, leader. A voice full of youthful sunshine, this is Deidara. Deidara should be younger than himself. Menlan remained silent. What kind of monsters are these? Finally, Uchiha Menlan. Hearing Pain calling his name, Menlan suddenly became energetic. It seems that these people have been divided into groups, and it seems that only he, who is crossing his leg, has not been assigned. Because Zetsu needs to gather intelligence, he can't work with you for the time being. The Akatsuki organization works in pairs. You wait here and I will send someone to help you. As for the subsequent tasks, they will be issued by Zetsu or Konan. Menlan thought that Pain was going to buy him some oranges, and he immediately said, Leader, please do it. Well, since everyone has no objection, this matter is settled, and the meeting is over. Pain said, and his figure slowly disappeared, like a black and white TV turned off. Others also disappeared one after another, and finally the short black shadow suddenly said, I originally wanted you to work with me, but newcomers always have to be taken care of by the old people. Sorry, Menlan. This was Scorpion's voice, and Menlan didn't bother to pay attention to him. Scorpion made himself look bad, just laughed twice and didn't say much. But Deidara said, let's go, brother. As soon as the voice fell, the two figures disappeared, leaving only Menlan and Konan. Actually, I wanted Sisters Ionin to be with me. Menlan muttered. Zionin whispered, I have to deal with many trivial matters in Yuyan village. If you don't mind the trouble, you can come back to help me. Forget it, those copywritings give me a headache. I'm leaving first. Wait. Anything else? Be careful when you are alone outside in the future. Zionin disappeared after saying that, leaving Menlan in a cold sweat. What does this mean? Warn me? Threaten me? After exiting the mysterious space of the ring, Menlan was still thinking about the meaning of Zionin's words, but suddenly a sharp and funny voice sounded, which scared Menlan. Where are you, Senior? Senior. Menlan was very upset. This is my helper? He felt that he was finished. Chapter 14 Menlan and Afiai's temporary team. Senior. Senior, wait for me. Senior, why don't you wear the clothes of our official members of Akatsuki? Senior, are you also a reserve member? Then why do you have a ring and I don't? Can you shut up? Menlan, with a black line on his head, finally couldn't stand it anymore. He turned back and shouted, and his face became the most disgusting thing he once hated. At this time, Menlan may understand Kakuzu a little. Afiai was frightened and silent, and immediately stood straight. Looking at this person wearing a funny mask with orange spirals, Menlan sighed and walked on his own. He remembered this funny Afiai, who had always played the role of a clown in the original work, but when he watched the anime before, Menlan felt that this Afiai was not simple, and later it seemed that his identity was really reversed. But Menlan forgot the details, and he didn't care much. What does it have to do with him if he reverses again? Anyway, as long as there is no dead person around him, who cares about the others? After taking 2 steps, Menlan's heart skipped a beat and he stopped immediately. Their mission target was leading the troops forward at the front. Speaking of which, the reserve members of the Akatsuki organization were assigned to wherever there was a shortage of manpower. Although Menlan was already a formal member, he could not officially perform the mission without teammates, so he could only help the task group, that is, the group of Uchiha Itaki, to take on the tasks that they could not take care of. So Menlan and Afiai were sent to the border mission point between the neighboring Grass Country and Taki Country. The mission was issued by Taki Country. Taki Country has always been a warm country that advocates peaceful diplomacy. Takigakure Village, the ninja village of Taki Country, is also hidden deep in the waterfall in the country, far away from chaos and not often in contact with the outside world. But recently, Takigakure Village wanted to transport something important, but was targeted by the neighboring Kyuzagakure Village in the Grass Country. For some reason, they did not seek the protection of Konoha Village, which has always been a friendly relationship with them, but chose to hire Akatsuki, which was still a mercenary at that time. So Menlan, who had been staying in the Grass Country base, came. Menlan he was observing. It was obviously not practical to confront a ninja army head-on. He was looking for an opportunity to capture the leader with one blow. However, at this moment, Menlan felt a bump on his back, and his figure involuntarily emerged from behind the tree. Who? The Kyuzagakure ninjas shouted and the situation became tense in an instant. Menlan looked back at Afe, who was scratching his head and couldn't see if he was innocent. He was very tactful and bowed immediately, then turned around and slipped away. I'm sorry, Senior. I really scare you, a gorilla. Menlan was in a mess in the wind, looking at the ninja army of 20 to 30 people in front of him, and his heart was so bitter. A man walked out of the Kyuzagakure army. He was tall and strong, and it was easy to identify. At least Menlan saw at a glance that he was his target. Irrelevant people, please retreat quickly. A ninja shouted. Menlan wanted to run away first, but it seemed a bit embarrassing to run away like this. No matter who Afe was, even if he was a fool, if he said that he had deserted from the battlefield, how could he survive in Akatsuki? Besides, it would be fine if he ran away if he met a strong one, but why should he run away when he met a group of miscellaneous soldiers? Even if he couldn't win in the end, it wouldn't be too late to run away. Besides, how could he know that he couldn't win without fighting? Men Lan was brave and didn't move. Perhaps Men Lan's image was too scary, wearing a black robe, half of his face was hidden in the hood, and he didn't look like someone who was easy to deal with, so the people of Kusagakuer village didn't dare to move when they saw Men Lan didn't move. The scene seemed to be deadlocked. The big guy finally spoke, and he shouted, "I am Matsushita from Kusagakuer village. No matter who you are, please retreat quickly." Matsushita? That's the guy. When Menlan heard this, he said nothing and immediately blew out a mouthful of fire. Fire escape, great fireball technique. Water escape, water array wall. 3 people from the Kusagakuer ninja corps saw this and immediately walked out, forming seals and shouting coldly. The 3 streams of water merged into a huge water curtain, and Menlan's fireball, which was not very large in scale, directly offset both of them when it hit the water curtain, turning into a huge ball of water vapor. Menlan reached out and took out several kunao and threw them directly at Matsushita under the cover of steam. Matsushita was not a fool either, and dodged them one by one even when he couldn't see them, and shouted coldly, "Attack!" However, before he finished speaking, a loud bang covered his voice, followed by screams. Because Menlan threw a kunao with a detonating talisman. The strong wind generated by the explosion dispersed the water vapor, but also caused considerable damage to the Kusagakuer ninja corps. Menlan did not dare to say that Matsushita would be killed by the explosion, but it was definitely enough. Then Menlan took out all the kunao shuriken in his ninja waist bag, and then began to perform the shuriken throwing technique. With the smoke generated by the explosion, Menlan only needed to throw the shuriken into the smoke, regardless of whether he could see the target or not, regardless of whether he could hit people, as long as the coverage was wide, there would always be gains. As expected, another scream and groan sounded. When Menlan's shuriken were about to run out, a roar came from the gradually dissipating explosion smoke, "Don't panic, use the earth flow wall to defend, and the assault troops attack." This was Matsushita's voice. This guy is really tough. Seeing that he had a good time, Menlan was ready to run away directly. After all, he had used up all his means. But at this moment, Menlan found that Ah-Fei rushed out from the smoke of the explosion, intact, as if he had not touched anything. "You!" Menlan was about to speak, but was dragged by Ah-Fei and ran, shouting, "Senior, run away!" Menlan was dragged and flew far away, and before he could figure out what was going on, he heard a deafening explosion behind him. The momentum and power were definitely not comparable to the detonating talisman. "What did you do?" Menlan was a little confused. Ah-Fei scratched his head and smiled shyly, "How can I let the senior charge into battle alone?" Dang 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 dang. Ah-Fei took out a huge landmine from somewhere, and proudly asked Menlan for credit. "How is it, senior? I haven't named this technique yet. What should I call it?" "Senior, do you want to give me a suggestion?" Menlan looked at Ah-Fei speechlessly, and only when she saw Ah-Fei being shy and acting like a little woman, she couldn't help but get up and leave. "Senior." After a wave of explosions, the ninja troops of the hidden grass village were completely finished. The entire road was devastated and charred, and there were broken limbs and arms everywhere, howling everywhere, and the scene was simply tragic. Menlan resisted the urge to vomit and turned around to leave, but at this moment he suddenly heard a child crying. "Hey!" Following the sound, I saw a half-unknown object that could no longer be called a human being crawling towards the bushes nearby, which made Menlan's scalp numb. Not only that, there were several other unidentified objects like this, just like a starving wolf seeing meat, a thirsty person seeing water, and they were frantically gathering there. Chapter 15 Indecisiveness, Useless. What's going on? Ah-Fei also came over and asked in confusion. Menlan ignored Ah-Fei and walked forward to check. Behind a huge rock in the bushes, Menlan found the source, which was also the source of the child's sobbing. It was a child. A little girl with long, messy dark red hair. The little girl curled up with her head in her arms, and was still deliberately suppressing herself from crying, but she still couldn't help sobbing from time to time. Menlan noticed that the little girl was also wearing a forehead protector from the hidden grass village. For some reason, this suddenly reminded Menlan of a famous child soldier from a country on Blue Star. He was wearing a fat military uniform, a helmet that almost covered his entire head, and a spear that was probably taller than himself. His young face was full of disguised strength. "It's a little ninja." Ah Fei timidly kicked away the charred corpse that was trying to crawl over here. The funny voice at this time matched the scene at this time, which was indescribably terrifying. Looking at the ninjas on the ground who were obviously dead, they were still desperately crawling over here. Those pairs of eyes that seemed to see the light of life but were already empty, like mechanical subconscious behavior, were also their last thoughts when they were still conscious. Who is this girl? Could she be the child of a powerful person? The children of a powerful person could not wear such tattered clothes. Menlan found rows of clearly visible scars under the girl's ragged clothes. The scars were very strange, as if they were bitten, and they were human teeth marks. Menlan seemed to have some impression of this setting. "Mr. Ju often warns me that we should root out the grass. Should we kill her?" Ah Fei suddenly said. The girl might have been so frightened that she didn't hear Ah Fei's words. As soon as Ah Fei spoke, the girl immediately reacted and subconsciously began to retreat. She closed her eyes tightly, kicked her feet frantically, but bit her lips tightly, and dared not make a sound compared to before. This came from her survival instinct. When life and death are at stake, any element may cause the enemy to make a difference in a moment, including sound and sight. Looking at the blood oozing from the corner of the girl's mouth, Menlan felt a little distressed. What's wrong with the child? Seeing that Menlan was silent for a long time, Ah Fei thought that he acquiesced, and immediately picked up a long knife from the side and prepared to step forward. "No. Don't." For some reason, the girl seemed to see Ah Fei's actions without opening her eyes. And she couldn't help shouting. This shout hurt Menlan's eardrums. Ah Fei turned a deaf ear to him. Just as he was about to raise his long sword, a bone-chilling voice came from behind him. "Did I ask you to do it?" Ah Fei's arm froze, and he looked back at Menlan. Her eyes were now as red as blood. Ah Fei seemed to be confused, and immediately said, "Senior, even if you don't kill her, she will still be killed if she goes back. If she doesn't go back, she will be caught by Takigakure village and will die. In addition, if she goes back and exposes our identity, the leader." Menlan remained silent. Ah Fei then struck while the iron was hot and said, "Senior, although she is just a child, staying here is a hidden danger after all, and this world is so chaotic, we are also liberating her by doing this, don't you think?" Menlan turned around slowly after hearing this, put on her hood and left. Ah Fei thought he had persuaded Menlan, and immediately raised the long sword in his hand again. The girl said nothing and opened her eyes, looking completely desperate. But at this moment, a plain voice came out. "Let's go." Ah Fei was stunned, his long sword froze in mid-air, and he sighed for a long time, looked at the little girl, and then threw away the long sword and ran towards Menlan. "Senior, wait for me." The girl sat there for a long time, until Menlan and the others were about to reach the end of their sight, and then she touched a pair of glasses from the ground. When she put them on, the two figures had completely disappeared. In fact, there is a very good saying. You think that you have changed the trajectory of history and changed your destiny, but in fact, history is flying. The trajectory has changed, but it is still moving along the original route, slowly and unstoppably. The girl left soon after, and the battlefield full of corpses became extremely silent. Suddenly a huge pitcher plant drilled out from the ground, and the black and white-faced weirdo looked at the direction where Menlan and the others left for a long time without saying a word. "What do you think?" A soft voice. Another low and hoarse voice followed, indecisive, unworthy of great use. "Far inferior to Weasel, that's the tone of Ah Fei. He learned it from me. Haha, what should we do with that kid? It seems to be a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, let's catch him first. It seems he's been caught. Forget it then." With a series of feminine and strange laughs, the pitcher plant gradually sank into the ground until it disappeared completely. It's over for both of us now, we'll definitely be punished by the leader when we go back." On the way, Ah Fei kept complaining crazily, making the already upset Menlan even more irritable, but fortunately he was still rational. "Even if it's a punishment, it's me, and you can just put the blame on me when the time comes," Menlan said coldly. Ah Fei was stunned when he heard this. "What's the matter?" Menlan was too lazy to explain, and then said, "It's just a child, don't think too much." "Senior, you don't know, children in this world can't be trusted." Ah Fei said seriously, "Look at Senior Itaki, he just turned 15 this year, and look at you, you are only 13 or 14 years old this year." Menlan almost laughed out of anger. "I'm 13 or 14 years old and you call me senior so affectionately, don't you feel ashamed? Don't mention Uchiha Itaki in front of me." Menlan stopped and stared at Ah Fei and said word by word, "Also, from now on, don't talk any more." Ah Fei swallowed and nodded. Not long after. "Senior, this is the first time I find that wearing this reserve team member's clothes is so handsome. I decided that I won't change clothes even if I am promoted to a regular team member in the future. Get lost." "Okay." Not long after, the two met a ninja team again, but it was the Takigakure village. Menlan looked down at the army from above. They were escorting a carriage that was dragging an object that looked like a water tank. Everyone looked very alert. Not long after, their perception ninja found Menlan and the others. However, with the order of their leader, the entire army continued to move forward, as if they didn't see Menlan and the others. "Do you know what they are escorting?" Menlan asked. "Ah Fei. Speak." "Senior, didn't you tell me not to speak just now?" Menlan. After a scream, Ah Fei covered his head and said aggrievedly, "I don't know this very well, but I heard that the hero waterfall in Taki country will produce hero water every 100 years. Ordinary people will increase their chakras several times after drinking it. I think they are escorting that. I don't know if it's true or not." Hero water. Menlan held his chin and fell into deep thought. At this stage, Menlan is very short of chakra, not just a little short of it, just like Kakashi in the past. If the copied and used moves are saved and used again, it will consume several times more chakra than the original amount. Just now, Menlan's fireball consumed more than half of his chakra. If it continues like this, it will be terrible. If you need to use Tsukuyomi for the second time when you encounter something, won't you just die of chakra exhaustion? Senior, you won't take advantage of the fire, right? Ah Fei suddenly came over and said carefully. Menlan glanced at Ah Fei, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Senior. Senior, don't look at me like that, it's creepy. Ah Fei shuddered. Chapter 16. Is it still called Akatsuki if you don't make trouble? Ah Fei, how do you think I treat you? Menlan hugged Ah Fei and asked with a smile. Ah Fei swallowed his saliva and muttered, Senior, don't you know how you treat me? What? Oh, I mean, you are naturally very good to me. It can't be better. Ah Fei touched his chest, not because he wanted to touch his conscience, but because his chest hurt. Do you want to taste the hero water of Taki country? No. Ah Fei said decisively. Menlan smiled even more, are you sure you don't want to? Senior. Senior, do you really want to rob? No, if the leader knows that I will definitely blame us, we will definitely be in trouble. Ah Fei began to shake his head frantically. Men Lan said very seriously, think about it, we do tasks for them, they need to pay commissions, we just ask him for some water, he has so much in that jar, give us a little and don't have to pay commissions, what a good deal, don't you think? But didn't Senior Zionan already collect the commission? Ah! Men Lan was stunned, does our organization always collect money first and then do the work? Yes. The terrorist organization has a good reputation. Men Lan complained in his heart, frowned and was a little embarrassed. That Senior, let's go. I heard that Senior Xia has some problems and needs our help. Don't worry. Men Lan's eyes turned, do you have any money? The Taki Kingdom troops were moving forward slowly, but suddenly saw two figures blocking the middle of the road ahead. After careful observation, the leader of the troops found that they were the mercenaries they had contacted. Mercenaries would not come here for no reason. The man frowned and thought for a moment, then shouted loudly, what do you two need? Although he said it, he secretly ordered the troops behind him to stay alert. These two people were naturally Men Lan and A Fei. Men Lan walked straight over and was stopped by several ninjas. Looking at the mysterious man wrapped in a black robe in front of him, the leader swallowed his saliva and let his men go. What can I do for you? The leader asked cautiously. Men Lan glanced at him and said slowly, the mission has been completed. Has the commission been paid? The leader was stunned and said with a wry smile, the commission should have been prepaid. If we can return safely, the other half will definitely be traded to you immediately. Men Lan nodded and looked at the carriage intentionally or unintentionally. He saw that the water tank on the carriage was full of curse marks. The leader slowly blocked Men Lan's sight and still maintained a friendly smile, do you have anything else to do? Pay the other half now, just use that. Men Lan pointed to the carriage. The leader's smile froze on his face, and he immediately took a step back. The ninjas beside him had already drawn their swords and surrounded him, and the whole atmosphere was instantly full of gunpowder. Sir, we have already agreed on the conditions in advance. It may be a bit against the rules to regret at the last minute, right? The leader twitched his face, obviously very unconfident. Men Lan looked at the nervous people beside him, but smiled. Don't be nervous, I'm just discussing it with you. Sir, don't joke like that. The leader was somewhat relieved. But Men Lan suddenly said again, and immediately raised the leader's heart, how about we buy it with money? I don't know what you are talking about. The leader smiled very reluctantly. Men Lan said to himself, it is said that there is a kind of hero water in your country of Taki, which is quite magical. I have been fascinated for a long time, so this time I also came to see it specially. Only one spoonful is enough, and the price is negotiable. The leader was stunned and laughed, Sir, legends are just legends after all, don't take it too seriously. Men Lan looked at the leader for a long time without saying anything. He felt that it seemed a little strange, but he couldn't tell where it was strange. Then you are not going to do this business. Men Lan spoke again. The leader's face turned gloomy. The first impression given by the mysterious man in front of him was that he was not a good person. Fortunately, the troops he led this time were also elites among elites. If they really fought, the worst that could happen was that both sides would be destroyed. The leader was already making such plans, but who knew that Men Lan turned around and left, still muttering, if you don't want to do it, then don't do it, stingy guy. Ah Fei is gone. After the two left, the leader was still messy in the wind, and he didn't say anything for a long time. Senior. It's great that you can think it through. Let's set off quickly. Ah Fei was very happy that Men Lan could turn back. Of course, the reason for his happiness might also be that Men Lan returned the money he robbed from him. Set off? Where to? Men Lan asked in confusion. Ah Fei said, Kingdom of Wind, we are going to help Senior Scorpion. Aren't you tired of running back and forth? Menlan sighed deeply, and suddenly felt that it was better when he was doing logistics in the Hidden Rain village. He was also working for logistics, but who knew that he would become a formal member without knowing it, and now he is exposed to the wind and sun every day, suffering from it. Senior, if you are tired, let's go and take a rest. There seems to be a meatball shop nearby. Ah Fei suggested, but when he turned around, Menlan stood still. Senior. Ah Fei, go and plant some mines on the road in front of them. Ah. Senior, can we stop making trouble? It's really weird to hear this sentence from your mouth. Menlan frowned, but thought in his heart, if there is no trouble, is it still called Akatsuki organization? In the end, Menlan still dragged Ah Fei, who was holding his head and looking aggrieved, away. If he doesn't give it to me after a good talk, then don't blame me for playing some tricks. First courtesy, then force, is Menlan's usual style of doing things. For the reputation of the Akatsuki organization, Menlan made full preparations and arranged all the scenes perfectly. He even asked Ah Fei to go back and carry a few corpses of Kyuzagakuer ninjas to divert the trouble and replace the pillars. The Takigakuer troops were slowly advancing on the road. At this time, they were almost approaching their destination. They were safe and sound all the way. Except for two weirdos who made trouble once, everything else was smooth sailing. But just when they left one mountain forest and entered another, fog suddenly appeared, and it became thicker and thicker until it completely blocked their sight. The leader ordered the march to slow down, and the whole army was on alert, praying that they had already made great progress, and nothing would go wrong at this time. There are many waterfalls in Takigakuer, so it is normal for fog to appear in the mountains, and they are not too worried. But at this moment, there was a rustling in the forest ahead, and the birds flew away in fright. The leader immediately ordered to be alert. The next moment, a deafening roar was heard, and the ground shook continuously. The distance should not be far. The leader became more nervous and immediately sent a large force to surround the carriage, and set up a three-layer formation to defend the direction where the sound came from. The sound ended, and soon the fog gradually dissipated. The carriage was intact, and everything seemed to have never happened. The leader breathed a sigh of relief. After sending people to investigate ahead, they found several Kyuzagakuer ninjas who died in the explosion in a very miserable state. It seemed that they were ambushed there, but were solved by others. The leader nodded, and was very pleased with the mercenaries' ability to do things before. After the convoy left, Ah Fei slowly emerged from the forest, and a gloomy voice sounded from his side. What about that kid? He is indecisive, childish, and willful. He puts personal interests above public interests. He doesn't distinguish between the important and the urgent. He can only use some small tricks. Naturally he can't do anything big. A voice with a completely different tone from Ah Fei came out of his mouth. What will happen if he gets rid of this entire army for his own selfish desires? He is decisive in killing, and he is worth using. Just as you said. A feminine voice sounded. But, Ah Fei continued, it can be seen from the fact that he didn't kill the child that he couldn't do that. Yes. So the only thing that can be used is his hatred and his eyes. He is still a child, don't expect too much. Chapter 17 The Disaster of Scorpion and Deodara. In a dark environment, two black shadows stood opposite each other. They were Menlan and Konan. You attacked the troops of Taki country? Konan asked. Menlan hesitated for a moment. Yes. Do you know what the consequences of doing this will be? No one can find out, don't worry. Your words can't reassure me. You represent Akatsuki, not just yourself, you should understand this. Xionan's tone was still calm, but there was already some sternness in her voice. Menlan was silent for a long time and said, I understand, I won't do it next time. Menlan, you know very well what kind of organization we are. There are all kinds of people in Akatsuki, but when there are orders, they must obey the orders. The country has its own laws, and the organization also has its own rules. You must not be the most special one. I know. It is a decision-making mistake to let you and Afei go on a mission. You and Afei go to the Wind Country first. Scorpion has encountered some troubles. The newly joined Deidara is also very worrying. Let Scorpion take you. Okay. Be careful. Xionan disappeared after saying that. Menlan also withdrew from the ring space, and when he opened his eyes, he found Afei standing in front of him. When did you come back? Menlan asked, surprised that Afei stood in front of him without any movement. Afei scratched his head and smiled, just came back. Did you tell Xiaonan about this? Menlan's voice turned cold. Afei waved his hands quickly, I didn't, Senior, don't misunderstand me, I don't even have a ring, how could I contact Senior Xiaonan? Menlan just looked at Afei. Afei put his fingers on the mask and said in a thoughtful manner, Senior, could it be Mr. Zhu? After all, our every move can't be hidden from his eyes. Maybe. Menlan stood up, let's go. Oh, where are we going? The Kingdom of Wind. Senior, did you succeed just now? What did you succeed? It's the hero's water? You see, I have played a role in interference, that, can you give me some? Afei rubbed his hands, very embarrassed. Without even turning his head, Menlan just said, I'm sorry, that water tank doesn't contain the water of heroes. Ah? It's not the water of heroes? Then it's all in vain. Afei screamed, I'll be punished if I go back, and I haven't gotten any benefits yet. I'm really losing more than I gain. Senior, is it really not the water of heroes? Afei complained for a long time, and still asked Menlan in disbelief. Menlan turned his head, do I have to lie to you? Afei smiled bitterly, Senior, of course, there's no way you can lie to me. If it's not the water of heroes, then what is it? It's a child. Child. Afei was stunned, what child? Menlan shook his head and said nothing. The scene just now was still lingering in his mind, causing him to feel inexplicably depressed now. When I watched anime before, I was just watching the growth of the protagonist. Everything was a story surrounding the protagonist. Everything was full of sunshine and warmth. Even if there were occasional unhappiness, it was all moving in a good direction. But when I really came here in the world, he found that the protagonist was standing in the sunny place. This only represents the personal thoughts of the protagonist of the anime who has not understood the anime too deeply, and his own place was the dark side of this world. In the anime, you can only see light, and every scene is emitting positive energy. But where there is light, there is darkness. Menlan just didn't expect it to be so dark. This is just a corner of the world. Now think about it, if it weren't for the protagonist's halo to develop everything into a wonderful situation, what would this world look like? After a few days of rushing, Menlan and Afei came to the desert area of the Wind Country. On the way, Zhu simply explained to them what Scorpion and Deidara had encountered before and their current situation. Scorpion and Deidara had chased Orochimaru here some time ago, and launched a battle between the 3rd Kazekage and the 3rd Kazekage. Although Orochimaru was defeated in the end because of the self-liberation of the 3rd Kazekage who was reincarnated by the impure world reincarnation, he finally escaped under the joint attack of Scorpion and Deidara. Afterwards, Sasori and Deidara continued to track Orochimaru's whereabouts and came to a small ninja village. Sasori and Deidara belonged to the strategy group. They conquered various small countries and villages for the purpose of ruling, and then cultivated their combat power, so they would naturally not miss this great opportunity. Sasori proposed to chase Orochimaru first and then conquer. But Deidara was young and frivolous, and was eager to show himself in front of his seniors, so he didn't listen to the advice to show his strength, and Sasori had no choice but to let him do it. Because it was a conquest rather than a massacre, they could not do a range attack. However, just as they landed in the center of the village and were about to commit a lot of killing, they suddenly discovered something terrifying. All the ninjas in this village were actually the products of the impure world reincarnation, and there was no civilian. The fact is simple. Orochimaru killed all the ninjas in this village, and then used civilians to sacrifice these ninjas to be reincarnated. Listening to Jumaran's story, Menlan felt his scalp tingling. Massacre. Naked massacre. It has nothing to do with grudges or interests. It may be just a whim, or your body may be useful. For these powerful ninjas who are high above, the lives of weak and mediocre people are as cheap as ants. When they don't want to step on you to death, you can live for 2 days. If they are interested one day, they will step on you to death, and there may be no reason. Bloody, all reality. This was done by Orochimaru, and in Menlan's memory, Orochimaru has done too many things that angered the heavens and the people. At this moment, Menlan was at a loss for words. He could no longer think of any words, any word to describe a person like Orochimaru. He is simply a devil, and even the devil may not be so cruel. Orochimaru also has many fans on Blue Star, just like Feijuan. It is undeniable that Menlan also liked the shaping of these characters before, but that was all. This is completely different from facing them in real life. Isn't there a saying? The reason why you don't have any feelings, or even admire the abuser, is because the suffering is not imposed on you, or you think it is not your turn. Zetsu continued to talk, without any emotion in his voice, as if he was telling a story. Although the strength of those reincarnated ninjas is weak, there are a lot of them, and they can't be killed at all, and they have infinite chakra. If you can't beat them, can't you run? Orochimaru lured them into a trap, so how could he let them leave easily? So he set up 4 purple flame formations at the 4 corners when they entered the village. The 4 purple flame formation cannot be broken from the outside by conventional means. If you want to break the formation, you must break it from inside the formation. However, because Scorpion and Deidara were entangled by the reincarnated ninjas and Orochimaru was secretly watching them, they were in a stalemate for a long time before Scorpion managed to escape by breaking one of their corners with his true body. However, they did escape, but Deidara and Scorpion were also at the end of their strength and were now being hunted by Orochimaru. The order of hunter and prey was completely reversed. Chapter 18 Orochimaru's Perfect Hunting. So, where are they now? Menlan said. Ju said, we have lost contact. In this desert, my mayfly technique is useless. I only know that the 2 of them escaped in different directions. So, how about you 2 act separately? What the hell, if Senior Menlan and I separate, what if Senior Orochimaru breaks us one by one? Ah Fei immediately became timid. You are mainly responsible for finding people. If you encounter Orochimaru, you can escape directly. Orochimaru will never catch up with you. As for Menlan, you don't have to worry about him. He has repelled Orochimaru before and is very experienced. White Zetsu's joking voice sounded. Menlan looked at Zetsu deeply, turned around and left. Senior! A Fei shouted. Menlan waved his hand and just said, A Fei, be careful. He is a good and obedient child. Where is the child? Bai Zetsu said with a smile. The dazzling yellow sand was endless, as if it was connected to the sky. This was also the first time for Menlan to come to the desert. Menlan lowered his hood and walked forward aimlessly. He was not afraid of getting lost because he had a compass. After walking for about half a day, Menlan actually found the broken limbs and arms of the puppet, and then found the wreckage not far away. Scorpion should be close. Scorpion and Orochimaru have long disliked each other. According to Zetsu, if Scorpion and Deidara escaped separately, Orochimaru would be more likely to chase Scorpion. Scorpion has 100 machine drill. Even if he consumed a lot of chakra in the small ninja village, he should not be forced to flee in a panic by Orochimaru. But it can't be said absolutely. Scorpion's 100 machine drill should be perfected after 5 or 6 years, and it may not be so BT now. After walking for a while, feeling the slight vibration of the gravel, Menlan felt that he might be infinitely close to the battlefield. But looking around, there was nothing but yellow sand around. And there was no trace of fighting. Could it be? Menlan's hair stood on end instantly, and the sudden cold gaze reminded him of a scene a few months ago. However, Menlan's reaction was still a little slow. A pair of hands suddenly emerged from the yellow sand under Menlan's feet, directly grasped Menlan's legs, and then dragged Menlan into the yellow sand. Menlan exclaimed, and when he came to his senses, he was already buried in the yellow sand, with only his head exposed. Not only that, his hands and feet buried in the gravel felt obviously restrained, and it was obvious that it was not only the gravel that trapped Menlan. Hee hee. A series of cold and strange laughs sounded from behind him. Orochimaru, you are so calculating. Menlan calmed down and snorted coldly. That's right, the one standing behind Menlan at this time was Orochimaru. Orochimaru restored his classic yellow robe and stood in the desert like a rattlesnake in the desert. I didn't expect Akatsuki to be so considerate. He knew I needed experimental questions and sent you here specially. If I didn't accept it, wouldn't it be a waste of your leader's efforts? Orochimaru laughed grimly, and one could even hear his excitement from his laughter. Where's Scorpion? Menlan shouted coldly. That rotten wood? I have chopped it into several pieces for burning. Wood should have the awareness of wood, and you should also be prepared. Menlan's hood was pulled down by Orochimaru, and then he gently stroked Menlan's hair, as if touching some treasure. Menlan felt nauseous, shook his head and shook off Orochimaru's palm, and said in a deep voice, Don't be happy too early, Orochimaru. Oh? Do you think you can still escape from my grasp? Orochimaru's voice was so soft that it was creepy. I knew your whereabouts from the moment you set foot in this desert. I threw the rotten wood debris all the way to lead you here. Now that your Sharingan can't see me, what's the use? Aren't you still at my mercy? I'll say it again, where's Scorpion? Menlan suddenly asked again. Why, you don't believe that I have already dismantled the rotten wood? Orochimaru teased. Menlan sneered, I know your weight, Orochimaru. Apart from sneak attacks and some dirty tricks, what else can you do? Where is Scorpion? You should worry about yourself. Orochimaru's voice was cold, and his hand knife fell. However, an amazing scene happened afterwards. Orochimaru looked at his hands in horror, and waved his hand knife again in disbelief, but both the previous and the current ones seemed to penetrate Menlan's head, and did not touch his hair at all. How is this possible? Orochimaru still couldn't believe it, and suddenly several pythons emerged from his sleeves and bit Menlan directly, but these pythons finally just stuck their heads into the yellow sand. This time, Orochimaru finally saw clearly that the body of the python stayed in Menlan's head, as if Menlan's head was made of water curtain. Orochimaru took 2 steps back, and his pale and weird face was full of shock. Is it an illusion? When? Looking at Menlan again, he has slowly begun to rise from the yellow sand, as if something underneath is holding him up. The yellow sand seems to be flowing into Menlan's body. When Menlan finally rises completely from the sand, the hole where Menlan is buried has been covered with gravel again. Menlan stands in the same place, without a speck of sand on his body, as if nothing has ever happened. Orochimaru. You lose. Menlan slowly turns around, his eyes are already bloodshot. Orochimaru's face is as gloomy as water. How could I lose to you again? I don't believe it. Unfortunately, this is reality. Menlan's voice is flat, and he raises his foot and takes a step forward. Bang! Orochimaru rushes out instantly, and his figure seems to have turned into a snake at that moment, twisting and flexible. In the blink of an eye, he was behind Menlan again, holding a long sword in his hand, and stabbed Menlan's back fiercely. However, his figure still passed through Menlan's body directly. Ah! Orochimaru was angry and shouted, and his figure began to move around Menlan like a snake. But suddenly, a cold blade pierced out from the gravel under Menlan's feet, and a tongue was wrapped around the hilt. Useless Orochimaru, your attack has been seen through by my eyes. Menlan just calmly looked at Orochimaru, who was still swimming at this time, and Orochimaru's tongue used for the surprise attack still only passed through Menlan's body from bottom to top. Menlan held his hands in front of his chest, and it seemed that he was preparing to make a seal. At this moment, Orochimaru's body exploded instantly, and small white snakes flowed out of his body, scattered in panic, and then drilled into the yellow sand, leaving only a piece of Orochimaru's clothes on the spot. After standing for a long time, Menlan was still calm. Tisk! Menlan snorted coldly, looked around, picked up Orochimaru's clothes from the ground, put on his hood, and slowly left. At this time, Menlan's heart was not affected by Orochimaru at all. Now he had only one question, but it was not where Scorpion was. Instead, Fei, who are you? Chapter 19 Scorpion sleeping on straw and tasting gall. Menlan didn't believe that Orochimaru said that Scorpion had been killed by him. How could a little butterfly like him make such a big noise? Since there was still a part in the original work, he must not be dead. Orochimaru had been scared away, and Menlan had no interest in looking for Scorpion, so he immediately prepared to leave the desert. However, reality is sometimes so ridiculous. The more you look, the less you can find it, and the less you find it, you will meet it everywhere. When he was about to leave the desert, Menlan soon found a figure wrapped in a red robe moving slowly forward. Menlan wanted to go forward and greet him, but with his Sharingan, he soon discovered that the figure was not Scorpion, but Scorpion's puppet. He was using the puppet to explore the way. It seems that Scorpion was also forced to a certain extent, otherwise he would not be so careful. After searching around, Menlan soon found Scorpion, who was carefully hiding his chakra and crawling in the gravel at a very far distance from the puppet. If you don't look carefully, you really can't find it. It is worth mentioning that Scorpion is now in the state of his real body. According to Ju's description, his puppet Fei Liuhu, which he used for transportation, was scrapped when he broke through the siege of the ninja village. This is the first time that Menlan has seen Scorpion in such an embarrassed state, and he has never seen it even when watching anime in his previous life. Yo euro a euro! Menlan shouted immediately. Scorpion's body shook, and he was obviously startled. But he did not turn around, but was still crawling. Mr. Scorpion, don't worry, it's me. Menlan jumped down from the high slope. Hearing this, Scorpion slowly turned around, with grains of sand flowing out of his pink hair. When he saw Menlan, he first breathed a sigh of relief, then his face changed drastically and said, "Don't be so blatant, that stinky snake must still be around." Scorpion's real voice is much better than before. Although it is a bit sinister, it does not affect his handsome face at all. There is no doubt that Scorpion is really handsome. Fei Liuhu may not be used to make up for Scorpion's shortcoming as a puppeteer in close combat, but to cover up his face that does not look like a villain at first glance. Where are the characteristics of a villain? Although in fact, Scorpion is not a villain. Menlan spread his hands and said, "I have scared away that stinky snake, and it is estimated that it will not show up for a year or two." Scared away by you again? Scorpion looked very surprised. With such a rich facial expression, Menlan wondered if Scorpion had not made himself a puppet at this time. "What do you mean again?" Menlan was speechless. Scorpion crawled out of the sand and tried to stand up, but he couldn't get up after squirming for a long time. Finally, he couldn't stand Menlan's strange look anymore and said, "Help me." "Oh." Menlan agreed and helped Scorpion up. After helping him up, Menlan saw that there was a faint purple gas rising from the yellow shirt that Scorpion was wearing, which was the same color as the yellow sand. "What is this?" Menlan was puzzled. Scorpion said calmly, poison. Poison. Highly poisonous. Menlan subconsciously stepped back half a step, and Scorpion's body softened and fell to the ground. What are you doing? Scorpion was a little furious. Menlan frowned and said, is this poison contagious? Not contagious. Scorpion roared in anger. Menlan scratched his head and laughed, then helped Scorpion up again. What kind of poison is so strong? In order to ease the awkward atmosphere, Menlan asked. Scorpion glared at Menlan fiercely and explained, it should be a special restraint developed by Orochimaru. My poison, fortunately I have been immersed in this for many years, but I can only suppress this poison temporarily, and it cannot be removed in a short time. It seems that Orochimaru has paid a lot of attention to you in these years of partnering with you. Menlan said intentionally or unintentionally. Scorpion's face turned red and white. Yes, he has partnered with Orochimaru for many years and wanted to kill him, but Orochimaru developed a poison that specifically restrains himself, but he did not find a way to restrain him. He escaped several times and was almost killed by him. It was a great shame. Compared with today's shame, the spies he planted around Orochimaru can be ignored. Scorpion seemed not to hear Menlan's ridicule, and then said, how did you know what happened here? Ze asked me to come. He knew what happened to you in the little ninja village and immediately notified the organization, but after you and Deidara separated in the desert, Scorpion had no news of you. It happened that Afei and I completed our mission, and then we were sent to find you. Menlan answered truthfully. You and Afei? Scorpion asked curiously, how did you scare off Orochimaru? Last time, you were just lucky. How did you do it this time? It's just luck. Menlan said without saying much, changing the subject, is your poison fatal? Maybe for others. Scorpion said lightly. Menlan pouted, pretending to be very good. Scorpion then said, Orochimaru also knows that I am proficient in this, so this poison is only used to seal my limbs, making my feet and hands unable to move, unable to walk, and unable to flexibly control the puppet. Orochimaru is really good at calculating, so he tried every means to break my Feiluhu and forced my true body to appear. Speaking of which, this is the first time I have seen your true body, Mr. Scorpion. I always thought that the weird old man was you. Menlan suddenly said. Scorpion remained silent for a long time before he said sinisterly, people who see my true face usually don't have a good ending. Brother, don't scare me. Menlan called in a pretentious manner. Scorpion glared at Menlan and said, don't talk nonsense, we must leave the desert before tonight. The dry climate makes the toxins become extremely tough. I need to detoxify in the green land. Menlan looked at the sun that was about to set, and said with a bitter face, brother, you are not kidding, are you? It's almost night. Why don't you leave quickly? A euro. A euro. Menlan was speechless, but suddenly he had the idea of a euro killing Scorpion right here, without anyone noticing, and he could also put the blame on Orochimaru. But why should I kill him? Although Scorpion has killed countless people in his life and is not a good person, he is much better than Orochimaru and Haiden. He is a bad guy with a bottom line, and he died at his own hands in the end. His life is full of tragedy and pity. It would be better if there were more people like Scorpion in the Akatsuki organization. Menlan shook his head and helped Scorpion to move forward. But suddenly, Menlan heard a call faintly. A euro, did you hear anything? A euro, Menlan asked Scorpion. Scorpion said unhappily, A euro, are you hallucinating so soon? Hurry up. Menlan scratched his head, feeling a little aggrieved. Why was he so irritable? Senior. Damn, I must have heard it. Menlan was shocked. Don't get excited. Scorpion said with disgust, I heard it too. Menlan looked up and saw a big white bird circling in the sky. With the sharp voice of Senior, he knew who it was without having to guess. After the bird landed, Men Lan helped Scorpion get on the plane, but was stopped by a blonde boy with a cold shout of disgust. He pointed at Men Lan and said, "You can get on, but he can't?" Why? Men Lan was very confused. Did the two break up? Why does Scorpion always have a quarrel with anyone he teams up with? The blonde boy said with a sense of superiority, "Although you are a reserve member, you are also a member of the Akatsuki organization. Who is this person and is he worthy of getting on my plane?" Men Lan wanted to laugh, but he didn't dare. He looked at the black-lined Scorpion and could only say, "How about you two talk in detail?" That. Ah Fei suddenly came up and whispered in the boy's ear. Men Lan clearly saw the smile on the boy's mouth began to stiffen, and then collapsed completely. With an extremely exaggerated and distorted expression, he shouted, What did you say? Brother." Chapter 20. The plot begins 3 years later. In the sky, a large white bird sat 4 figures. "You defeated Orochimaru." The boy with braids and golden hair covering half of his face was extremely surprised. He saw that his face was handsome and his temperament was like a gentleman. He just kept rubbing his head with his feet, which looked quite weird, but it was much better than his previous facial expressions. "Is there a problem?" Men Lan was both amused and angry. Why did he look so weak? "Aren't you a reserve member?" "A Euro. Are you who told you I was a reserve player? A Euro, so what?" The blonde boy paused, perhaps seeing the ring on Menlan's hand, and then said, "You are the Uchiha Menlan that Brother Scorpion often talks about?" "Hey!" Menlan nodded without saying anything. "No wonder." The blonde boy nodded, and then began to be inexplicably hostile to Menlan, which made Menlan a little puzzled. A Fei came over with a shameless face. "I knew that the senior would definitely defeat Orochimaru, long live the senior, oops." Before A Fei finished speaking, he was clamped to the ground by a fatal scissor kick from the blonde boy and cried for help. "Senior Deidara, I'm dying. After A Fei struggled and begged for mercy and was finally released, he covered his neck and muttered, "You are so irritable without hands." Then he was clamped again. Deidara's 2 arms were broken, which was very similar to the Deidara in Menlan's impression. According to Deidara, his attack method was quickly seen through by Orochimaru, and then Orochimaru chopped off his 2 hands with a sword, but fortunately he ran fast, and Scorpion escaped without hesitation. A Fi found Deidara who was stopping bleeding in a dilapidated temple. This guy seemed to have a good relationship with the dilapidated temple, and he and a Fi also had a good relationship. They were a pair of happy enemies together, and they had a sense of copyright JAVU in the original work, a typical couple. In the end, Deidara and a Fi were stopped by Scorpion. Deidara was only a little obedient in front of Scorpion. It was estimated that he felt a little guilty about running away alone before, and of course it might be because of the previous embarrassing things. "Brother Scorpion, are you okay?" Deidara asked Scorpion softly, who was using chakra to detoxify. "It's okay if you don't speak," Scorpion replied lightly. Deidara was suffocated enough, sat down, and stopped talking, just staring at a Fi fiercely. Ah Fei didn't dare to move, and was as obedient as a child. Men Lan looked at Ah Fei with a complicated look in his eyes. This guy was more complicated than he thought, but what was the purpose of his disguise? After a while, Scorpion began to move his hands and feet, but the poison was not completely eliminated, and he needed to go back and recuperate slowly. Scorpion was a decent man, so he naturally couldn't go back in a yellow shirt. He slowly took out a scroll from his back, opened it, and took out a Akatsuki cloak from it. Men Lan watched from the side and suddenly felt something, and wanted to say something but stopped. Scorpion took off the yellow shirt, revealing his naked upper body, with 2 scrolls hanging on his back, and he also put the scroll that took the clothes just now on his back, a total of 3. "The number is wrong." Men Lan frowned and muttered. What's wrong? Scorpion asked after putting on the cloak. Menlin waved his hands and said, "Nothing, I'm just curious about what these scrolls are." "Curiosity kills the cat," Scorpion said again sinisterly. Menlin was speechless. If Scorpion was still in the appearance of Fei Liuhu, this tone would be more appropriate, but he is now a beautiful boy, always so sinister, always feels very weird, as if a child put on his father's suit. When it was dawn, Deidara's big bird finally flew to the nest of the Akatsuki organization in the Kingdom of Rivers. Deidara and Scorpion had to stay here for some time. One of them had his hands broken and the other was poisoned, which was a bad start. Before leaving, Fei kept shouting that he wanted to go back to find Deidara's broken hand. Deidara was very touched, and then he realized that Fei wanted the ring on his hand to become a formal member of the Akatsuki organization. To express his gratitude, Deidara gave Fei a flying kick, and then took out the ring that was not lost and waved it in front of Fei. Fei wanted to cry but had no tears, and followed Menlin obediently. What puzzled Menlin was that this time Scorpion no longer asked Menlin to be his teammate. Maybe he had found a suitable one, although their personalities were not very compatible. In fact, Deidara was more suitable for Fei, and Menlin wanted to partner with Scorpion. The reason was simple. There was a person around you who you knew was pretending, but you just couldn't see through him, and Menlin was under a lot of pressure. This will undoubtedly make Menlin more careful when he gets along with Fei in the future. In the future, it will be a long time. After Menlin and the others left, they were told by Zetsu that the mission on Uchiha Itachi's side was not going very smoothly. Just when Menlin was depressed and thought that he had to help Uchiha Itachi again, the fact was not so. The order issued by Pain intentionally separated Menlin from Uchiha Itachi. The reason is naturally unnecessary. In the end, Menlin was still asked to perform other tasks. In the blink of an eye, more than 3 years have passed. Mercenaries, monopolizing small wars, taking advantage of troubled waters, adding insult to injury, and occasionally gathering intelligence, these are the things that Menlin has done most in these 3 years. It can be said that he has done his best to play his role as a terrorist organization. During this period, Menlin still fulfilled his duties as a brick and moved wherever he was needed. Deidara and Sasori's strategy team, Kakuzu and Fei the Chaos Group of Duan, these have occasionally joined forces. As for Uchiha Itachi and Kisame's task force, Menlin has not seen it once in 3 years. In these 3 years, in addition to the changes in size and strength, Menlin's heart has gradually become darker. It's like being stuck in the mud, and finally not blooming an unstained lotus, but becoming a lotus root buried deep in the darkness. Even if you wash it clean, your heart is empty. Looking back, Menlin found that he seemed to have become accustomed to the life of licking blood on the tip of a knife, and the whole person gradually became numb. He felt that he couldn't go on like this. He was afraid of being assimilated. He was afraid that one day he would completely adapt to his identity. He was afraid that the role he played would eventually replace himself. In this regard, he was not as good as Fei. The Akatsuki organization is a group of 2 people, saying that they help each other, but in fact they supervise each other. But in the past year or so, the time that Fei and Menlin spent together has gradually become less and less. Whenever Menlin went to help members of other groups, Fei would disappear for a while, and no one knew where he went. It was also during the days when Fei was away that Menlin gradually planted this seed. When he heard that Konoha was going to hold the Chunin exam, he made up his mind. Counting on his fingers, the plot has been going on for a year and a half. In a meeting, Menlin proposed that he would go to Konoha to participate in the Chunin exam. To Menlin's surprise, no one objected except Konan. When asked the reason, Menlin just replied that although the time for revenge has not come, it is necessary for him to spy on the information. When Pain did not speak, the resolution of the Akatsuki organization seemed to be that the minority obeys the majority. Konan's opposition ultimately failed, and Menlan's idea was finally put into action. At the same time, he also understood that things might not be as smooth as he imagined. Chapter 21 Preparations before going to Konoha. Senior, why do you want to take part in the Chunin exam for no reason? To be honest, Senior's strength has long surpassed that of a Jonin, so why do you still care about the formalities? I am still a genin, although my strength is almost the same as a genin. Senior, can you hear me? Senior, I heard that you have a grudge against Konoha and a feud with Senior Itaki, right? Senior Itaki is a colleague after all, and colleagues should live in peace. If it is a minor feud, Senior, you should be magnanimous and let it go. He and Mr. Itaki are not minor feuds. Suddenly, a voice with a strong and strange accent interrupted A Fei's nagging. Logically, Menlan should thank this person at this time, but after seeing the two figures in front of him, Menlan had no interest at all. As the saying goes, if you lie too much, you will slowly believe your own lies. Menlan and Uchiha Itaka had a feud, but it was definitely not too serious. Menlan even admired him. However, this one lie had to be made up with more lies and disguises. So when Menlan saw Uchiha Itaki, he could not help but start to frown. That's right, the two people, one tall and one short, both wearing bamboo hats, who were walking towards him were Uchiha Itaki and Hoshigaki Kisame. Kisame then laughed strangely. In fact, strictly speaking, Mr. Itaka has a great favor to Uchiha Menlan. Menlan has never been afraid of provocations from others. I only heard Menlan sneer, oh? Do I have to thank him? Indeed, the fact that you can live to this day is Mr. Itaka's greatest gift to you, why don't you thank him? Kisame is worthy of being a professional Itaka fan. He hit the nail on the head and directly made the whole scene completely stiff. Suddenly, the smell of gunpowder began to spread. Senior Kisame. A Fei wanted to persuade him, but he didn't dare to, so he could only jump around anxiously. Menlan looked up, his eyes emerged from the shadow of the hood, and the bloody light flashed. Interesting, the same eyes as Mr. Itaki. Kisame stared at Menlan without any fear, but he still insisted, it's just on your face, but it's a bit of a waste. The road was only this wide, and it couldn't accommodate 4 people passing side by side. Kisame and Uchiha Itaka stopped opposite Menlan and A Fei, and the two sides confronted each other. And neither of them was willing to give in. A Fei looked left and right, with his head drooping. Obviously, neither side wanted to offend, but he didn't dare to speak. Menlan didn't say anything, just looked at Kisame quietly, and the 3 megatama in his scarlet eyes slowly turned. Uchiha Itaka's face was completely covered by his hat, and no expression could be seen, but Kisame had a provocative sneer on his face. The scene became quiet for a while, probably waiting for the other party to give way. Senior. A Fei finally couldn't help it, he jumped between the two and started dancing, but he couldn't say anything for a long time. After a long time, Kisame couldn't help but said, A Fei, in such a serious occasion, can you behave yourself? As soon as Kisame said this, Menlan laughed and said, serious? Your dead fish face makes me a little uncomfortable. Kisame is tall, with a strange green face and several fish-like gills, which is quite scary. To put it nicely, it is ferocious, and to put it bluntly, it is ugly, ugly to the point of being scary. Dead fish. Kisame laughed strangely, and his round and narrow eyes began to fill with bloodshot. Do you want me to let you feel what a dead person is? Menlan waved his hand, looking a bit cowardly. Kisame was not happy yet, and then he saw Menlan with a look of disgust. Why don't you cover your face first and talk to me? This hat has finally found its real owner. Kisame was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and his strange face became more ferocious after he reacted. The next moment, he reached out and held the big knife behind him. Kisame. Uchiha Itaka finally spoke. Kisame sneered when he heard it, and his killing intent gradually disappeared, but his dead fish eyes still stared at Menlin fiercely. "Let's go!" Uchiha Itachi said again, without lifting his hat the whole time. Ah-Fei hurriedly made way when he heard it, and Menlin stood there, without moving. Uchiha Itachi passed by Menlin, but it was a flash of scarlet. Menlin was stunned and looked back at Uchiha Itachi, but he did not look back. Watching the two figures, one tall and one short, gradually go away, Menlin also left. "Let's go. Senior, wait for me. I was scared to death just now." Ah-Fei patted his chest, as if he was still in shock. Menlin glanced at him, and he immediately shrank his neck and walked 2 steps slower. Menlin frowned when he saw this. This guy is really too much of a pretentious person, but everyone really believes him. Regarding this aspect, it seems that I still need to learn a lot. Menlin and Afei returned to the Hidden Rain village. Zionin has prepared 7 groups of genin to participate in the Chunin selection exam of Konoha village. After all, the Chunin exam is a competition for the entire ninja world, so all ninja villages are eligible to participate. Careful Zionin forged the identities of Menlin and Afei and asked them to insert into the 7 groups of genin, because the genin participating in the competition are uneven in terms of strength and age, so there is no need to worry that Menlin and Afei are special. There is no need to say more about the dress. Menlin was afraid that his Sharingan would be exposed, so he put on diving goggles, because it was difficult to get sunglasses in the Hidden Rain village, so he could only make do with it. As for clothing, he definitely couldn't go there in a swaggering manner wearing the Akatsuki organization's clothing. The Hidden Rain village has 2 sets of genin costumes. One is the standard water ghost costume, which is the style worn by the water ghost under the iron bridge in the first chapter. Menlin thinks it is too weird to wear a diving suit and an oxygen mask for no reason. Although it matches the diving goggles, he is still quite resistant to it. So Menlin chose another land style with a blue-gray costume and a cloak. As for Ah-Fei, he must not take off his mask, so he has been hesitating whether to accompany Menlin. Menlin usually wants to kick him away, and at this time he even wants him not to go. In the end, Ah-Fei compromised, and then he put on an oxygen mask, his eyes were wrapped tightly with bandages, and his whole face was tightly covered. Menlin looked uncomfortable. In order to monitor me, this guy has suffered a lot. After that, Zionin took Menlin and the others to the starting point to meet up with the main force, and he didn't say a word the whole time. Menlin felt guilty for Zionin's silence. Zionin had been against returning to Konoha in the meeting before. Even though he promised not to act rashly, Zionin's rebuttal that anger will make people lose their reason made him speechless. Although Zionin's persuasion was fruitless in the end, she privately arranged a series of preparations for Menlin to go to Konoha. Menlin did not think that there was any special feeling between Zionin and him, which was too unrealistic. But Zionin was really good to him. From the first mission, to the first time leading the team out, to the first time leaving the organization's activities, Zionin had always been caring and silently worried. Sometimes she would get angry, but after scolding, she would still comfort and teach him. Like a gentle big sister next door. Although it is difficult for her to do anything good for Menlin. Maybe Zionin's job is like this. In this way, everything can be explained. Chapter 22 Arriving at Konoha, the 3 Rain Hidden Clan. Be careful, if anything happens, just protect yourself. Before leaving, Zionin whispered to Menlin. Menlin, who was hesitating whether to say something, was stunned when he heard it, and nodded slightly at Zionin. Zionin nodded slightly, glanced at the teacher leading the team under the steps, and turned away. Menlin looked at Zionin's back, with complex colors in his eyes. It was still a familiar tone, plain but full of tenderness, but the last sentence contained a lot of information. He glanced at the same gaze. Menlin's face was a little stiff among the genin gathered here. What's wrong, senior? Asked Afei, who had changed his look. Nothing. Menlin shook his head, looked at Afei, and almost couldn't help laughing again. Afei scratched his head. It's okay, senior, laugh if you want to. Is it so obvious? Menlin asked. Afei was helpless. Senior. The leader of the hidden cloud village had been waiting here for a long time. There was no greeting. Menlin and Afei mixed into the team and started to set off. On the way, the leader began to briefly introduce the identities of Menlin and Afei to the genin. If Menlin and Afei want to sneak into Konoha without anyone noticing, the first thing they need to do is to deceive their own people, and be careful. The teacher in charge obviously didn't know the true identities of Menlin and Afei. He only knew that they were introduced by the angel. But the identity of the person who could be introduced by the angel must be not that simple. So while he was respectful, he was also very smart not to ask too much to Menlin and the others. It is worth mentioning that all the genin of the Hidden Rain village did not pay much attention to Menlin and the others who suddenly cut in. Some were just indifferent, just like the rain in the Hidden Rain village that never changes. And Menlin was not surprised by this. Living under the terror rule of the Hidden Rain village for a long time, these genin are actually the most oppressed party. Those above them obey the strong, and those below them are ordinary people who will be brainwashed by their beliefs. And genin, from graduating from the ninja school to carrying out missions later, almost all of them have been implementing the concept of absolute obedience. After a long time, they will naturally not be swayed by some things. In this genin team, Menlin is called Lan and Afei is called Fei. These are their disguised names, and their teammate is a boy named Lin. Then there was no conversation along the way, and everything went smoothly. There is no discrimination, prejudice, or quarrel, nor any discussion, laughter, or play. This team of genin is as cold as a group of walking corpses. These are all chess pieces. And they can be discarded at will. Like tools, keep them if they are useful, and throw them away if they are useless. This is probably what Zionin meant. When will I be useless? Menlin felt something in his heart, but he was used to it. Arrived at Konoha village peacefully. Banners had been hung at the entrance of Konoha, welcoming the arrival of major ninja villages, and Konoha ninjas were responsible for registration and management. Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar Konoha gate, Menlin's mood was rippled for the first time in a few days. Finally back. After a series of simple registrations, Menlin entered Konoha village with the team. There were no problems during the period. After that, they were taken to the hotel exclusively for participating in the Chunin exam by the relevant Konoha ninjas. As soon as Afei entered the room, he collapsed on the bed, took a deep breath, and sighed, "It's so nice to lie down." Menlan stood at the window overlooking the streets and alleys of Konoha village, looking at the iconic Hokage rock of Konoha in the distance, and remained silent. Looking back at Afei who seemed to have fallen asleep on the bed, and then looking at Lin who was sitting quietly on a chair beside him with a broken pupil, Menlan suddenly said, "Let's go out for a walk." Lin looked up and said nothing. Afei did not move. Menlan was always rude to Afei, and kicked him directly, "Don't pretend." "Oh, you found me." Afei stood up and scratched his head and smiled. "Go out for a walk. Senior, aren't you tired? How about taking a rest before going out?" Afei said aggrievedly. Menlan ignored him and walked straight out the door, saying, "Are you sure you don't want to go? Go, go, go. Junior, you come too." Afei stood up with his head shaking, then pulled Lin up and followed Menlan's steps. As soon as he went out, Menlan ran into the three brothers Shiyu, who were known as the three Hidden Rain villagers. It seemed that they were coming for him. Menlan rarely communicated with these three people along the way, so naturally he would not give them a good face. "Make way, thank you," Menlan said softly. A young man with a scar covering one eye said in a deep voice, "I don't care who you are, please do well in this Chunin exam, don't let those big countries look down on our Hidden Rain village. Don't you end up being a bit player after doing well?" Menlan didn't want to discuss this, just nodded lightly and said, "Excuse me. My big brother is talking to you." The fat white man on the side shouted coldly, and the fat on his face trembled. His voice was loud, but no other Yugakure genin came out to stop him or watch the fun. Everyone seemed to have gotten used to it. Menlan frowned. This was the first time he encountered a conflict among Yugakure genin. He didn't expect it to happen to him. The team leader seemed to be busy with some matters related to the Chunin exam with the Konoha ninja, so he was not there. Otherwise, Menlan could still ask him for help. Of course, if he was there, this wouldn't have happened. Menlan really didn't want to waste energy on such a group of little ghosts, even though they might be about the same age. Menlan, who had been catching crawling in the sea of a blood and corpses for many years, showed a hint of murderous intent. Just a hint, and the three little ghosts in front of him turned pale. But suddenly, Menlan was shocked, and listening to the noisy voices of the people passing by downstairs, he immediately restrained his murderous intent. The three little ghosts were quite stubborn. Even with fear on their faces, they still blocked the intersection. "A Fei." Menlan had no choice but to whisper. "Here." A Fei jumped out directly, as if he had lifted the seal, and scolded Shiyu and the other two people, "Do you know who we are? Do you know the identity of the senior? I'm afraid you will be scared to death if I tell you. You dare to block our way." Menlan felt something was wrong the more he listened, and he pulled A Fei back and interrupted him. "You, what's wrong with you, senior?" Menlan covered his head. It was indeed a mistake to let A Fei speak out. On the way, in order to prevent A Fei from saying the wrong thing, Menlan strictly prohibited A Fei from talking too much in front of outsiders. If he didn't say a word, he would be scolded by Menlan. Over time, he naturally dared not speak without Menlan's instructions. However, Menlan still underestimated this guy just now. "Let's go." Ignoring Shiyu and the other two, Menlan jumped directly from the balcony, clapped his hands and left after landing very coolly. "Senior," A Fei may feel that he didn't say enough, and he was a little unwilling, but he jumped directly after watching Menlan leave, and then fell flat on his face. As soon as A Fei saw Menlan looking back, he immediately waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, senior, I'm just afraid that Lin can't jump down, so I want to catch him. How could I fall at such a height?" Menlan shook his head speechlessly and turned to leave. Upstairs, a trembling whisper came out. "Brother, they're gone." "I saw it." "Then why are we still standing here? Why don't you go first? You're the eldest brother, you go first." Chapter 23 The First Meeting with the Protagonists. "Senior, this is your home." A Fei held his head and walked up leisurely. Just as he was about to talk to Menlan, he was stared at and retreated with his head shrunk. After asking for trouble, A Fei began to hug Lin and continue to talk nonsense. Looking at A Fei who kept chattering and Lin who was silent, Menlan sighed. These two people can really go together. By chance, Menlan and Lin looked at each other, and Lin quickly shifted his gaze. Although he was still expressionless, Menlan still noticed a hint of panic. Menlan's mouth curled slightly. Now he looks like a human being. Konoha village is extremely prosperous, at least it appears so. The streets and alleys present a completely different liveliness full of hope and sunshine from the hidden rain village. Menlan and Afei didn't feel anything. After all, they had traveled a lot and had seen almost everything. And Lin was the one who felt the most about everything in front of him. This might be a scene he had never seen before. So even if he had forgotten how to put a curious expression on his face, the brilliance in his eyes was quite distressing. After a round of shopping, Menlan bought Lin a lot of food and toys that he might have never seen before, and his arms were almost full, while Afei followed behind listlessly with an empty wallet, and he was not in the mood to continue nagging. This trip out, Menlan can be said to have gained a lot. He almost met the 12 little strong men of Konoha and some minor characters in the original work on the street or looked at them from a distance. Of course, unlike the original novel, these little cockroaches that he thought were ridiculously strong in his previous life, now they were just brats, and he could no longer arouse any interest in them. Perhaps only the protagonists could make Menlan stop. Speak of the devil. Menlan turned a corner and saw several people arguing from a distance. Oh, I thought the people in Konoha village were quite kind. Fei said with some gloating. Menlan whispered, Konoha is kind, but it doesn't mean other villages are kind. In front of him, a boy in a jumpsuit carrying a bandaged object was confronting a young child wrapped in a long blue scarf. Next to the child stood a blonde boy in an orange sportswear. Menlan recognized who these three people were at a glance. His heart was full of ups and downs. As expected, he is the protagonist. Even from such a distance, one can see the majestic aura of the protagonist. That's right, the blonde boy is Uzumaki Naruto, the child is Konohamaru, and the girl with long pink hair is Sakura. Opposite them are Kankuro and Temari from the Sand Village. The reason for the conflict between the two sides is unknown, but it seems that the conflict should be quite serious, and the scene is full of gunpowder. It was only a matter of time before they could fight. Menlan watched silently. Fei, who was standing by, watched Menlan so focused, and was about to say something, but he stopped himself. In the end, he just watched out of boredom. Finally, the tense situation was stopped by the appearance of a black-haired boy in a blue shirt. Menlan looked at the boy and felt quite emotional. And with the appearance of the black-haired boy, another red-haired boy appeared. The strange appearance of the red-haired boy, who silently hung upside down behind the black-haired boy, shocked everyone present. However, the authorities were confused, but Menlan, a bystander, was clear about everything. He had discovered the red-haired boy hiding in the tree nearby a long time ago, but no one else had discovered it. After the red-haired boy appeared, he took Kanjuro and Temari and was about to leave. The black-haired boy shouted, "My name is Uchiha Suzuki, the one carrying the gourd." "What's your name?" "Uchiha." Fei was stunned when he heard this, and then he looked at Menlan timidly. Menlan had no expression on his face, and his eyes hidden under the black diving goggles could not be seen. The red-haired boy turned back calmly and said indifferently, "Gara of Sand Falls." Gara left his words and turned away. This turn naturally bumped into Menlan, and Menlan did not have the slightest intention of dodging, so the two sides met head-on. There was no eye contact, let alone any words, and the two sides passed by. Fei looked back at Gara and the other two, scratched his head and said nothing, and continued to move forward with Menlan. After passing Gara, Menlan had to pass by the protagonist group. This was the first time that Menlan had officially met the protagonist group since he came to this world, and he did not expect it to be in this way. Naruto and Sakura stared at Menlan and the other two curiously, but they might have seen too many ninjas from other villages in the past few days, so they did not talk to them casually. Suzuki was still staring at Gara's back, with a fighting spirit in his eyes, and he was obviously aroused by the desire to fight. It was really unkind not to say hello to the protagonists, so Menlan thought about it and stopped beside Naruto without caring about the Konoha Anbu who had been following them and monitoring them. "Is there something wrong?" Naruto pouted when he saw this. It must be said that Naruto is a somewhat impolite person, especially when he is angry. Sakura is a good girl. She naturally knows that when facing people from other villages, she must show the courtesy and enthusiasm of a local host, so she immediately pulled Naruto over and smiled, "What can I do for you three? Can't find the way back to the hotel." Menlan shook his head slowly and smiled faintly, "Uzumaki Naruto. How do you know my name?" Naruto was stunned, and then squinted his eyes with a weird look on his face. Looking at the yellow-haired dwarf who looked like he was asking for a beating, Menlan was quite amused and ignored him. His eyes were on Uchiha Suzuki. Menlan met Uchiha Itachi once before going to Konoha. They just passed by each other. Menlin didn't take it seriously until he checked the system once and suddenly found that his eyes had copied the time difference eye technique again. To put it simply, Uchiha Itachi had released the technique in Menlin's eyes again with the time difference without anyone noticing. As long as Menlin had the intention to kill Sasuke, he would kill himself. Menlin was speechless. Itachi was indeed Itachi. Maybe he was not the fastest to kill himself in seconds, but he was definitely the most nonsensical one. You died without knowing it, and you didn't know how you died or what trick you were killed by. If you are not careful, he will plant a eye technique that will kill you if you say a word or take a step. This is more powerful than the legendary smiling half-step madness. But Uchiha Itachi didn't want to kill innocent people. So the technique planted for Menlin would only cause trouble if he had the intention to kill Sasuke, and the conditions were still very harsh. Menlin wouldn't want to kill Sasuke if there was nothing wrong. There was no reason at all. Uchiha Sasuke? Menlin asked immediately. Sasuke slowly turned his head to look at Menlin. Mainly after looking at Menlin's forehead protector, he just nodded and turned his head away, not wanting to pay attention to Menlin at all, and was extremely cold throughout the whole process. Menlin just smiled and was not angry. Naruto on the side was still wondering, could it be that we have become famous and have gone to other ninja villages? Sakura was very upset, but still smiled. It is estimated that if Menlin and the others were not there, she would have punched Naruto long ago. Menlin was very considerate, so he turned around and left after saying excuse me. After Menlin walked a long way, he turned back quietly, but his eyes met with Sasuke's. He frowned, with a complicated look in his eyes, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Did he feel the restless Uchiha blood? Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 24, the first stage of the Konoha exam, the written test. Is this kid also from the Uchiha clan? On the way, Afei approached Menlan and asked softly. Be careful with your words. Menlan simply uttered 2 words. Afei muttering, this kid is so arrogant. Menlan glared at Afei, making him dare not say much, but in his heart he agreed with Afei's point of view. Pretending to be the most ruthless, and being beaten the most viciously, this is Uchiha Sasuke. The Chunin exam was held as scheduled the next afternoon. The first stage was a written test. Each ninja village went to the Konoha ninja school under the leadership of the team teacher, and told them which classroom they were in. After a simple registration, Menlin entered the Konoha ninja school. Last night, Menlin was carefully recalling the details of the Konoha exam content. He just remembered that the first stage of the written test did not need to answer questions at all. As long as he did not cheat, he could pass the level. Whether Afei and Lin could pass the first level was actually not a big deal for Menlin, and he himself didn't care, so he didn't tell them the requirements for passing the exam. After arriving at the classroom, a large number of genin had gathered. These genin stayed in the classroom in different camps, including Konoha village and Sand village from the 5 major countries, as well as some small village ninjas such as Takigakure village, Kyuzagakure village, Otagakure village, and Yugakure village where Menlin was. After a brief observation, Menlin lost interest and then stayed quietly in the corner. Afei looked around and was quite excited. The 3 people from Yugakure stared at Menlin from the side. When Menlin turned around, they immediately retracted their gazes, and Menlin didn't care. The genin in this room were all ferocious, but in Menlin's eyes, they were all little ghosts. After waiting for a while, 3 more people walked into the classroom. Menlin opened his eyes and saw familiar faces. The official protagonist trio. After the 3 came in, they were startled by the anxious genin waiting in front of them. Before they could recover, the other 3 walked towards the protagonist group. They were the Hinata trio. Meeting acquaintances will relax the nervous nerves a little. And talking will also ease the awkwardness, so they soon started chatting until another group of Shikamaru's trio approached. The 12 little warriors of Konoha, plus the Lee trio who were still in the crowd, were all together. The Lee trio was 1 year older than the other 3 groups, so they didn't know each other at this time. The newborn calf was not afraid of the tiger, and they were also talkative at an age, so their voices became a little loud while talking, which seemed unusually noisy in the classroom that was still relatively quiet despite the crowd. People hate noise the most when they are anxious, so for a while, the classroom was gradually filled with a smell of gunpowder. At this time, a white-haired ninja wearing purple clothes and a Konoha forehead protector came out, stopped Naruto and the other 9, and asked them to respect others more. When the 9 saw that the others were glaring at them, the atmosphere in the whole classroom was also relatively stiff, and they immediately kept silent. The white-haired ninja was still talking, and suddenly pointed at the 3 people from Yugakure next to Menlin. The 3 of them were staring at Naruto and the others with a sour face. These people are Yugakure ninjas. They are naturally irritable, and now they are very anxious before the exam, so it's best not to provoke them. As the white-haired ninja said, he suddenly saw Menlin standing aside, and his brows slightly frowned. A smile appeared on Menlin's lips. Of course, he knew who this person was. He was Orochimaru's subordinate, Kabuto Yakushi. As for why Kabuto Yakushi was in Konoha village and was wearing Konoha's forehead protector, this involved spoilers. But as long as Kabuto Yakushi didn't cause trouble for him, Menlin didn't bother to care about him. Ah, isn't this the person I met yesterday? It's really strange to think about it. Why do they know my name and Sasuke's name? Naruto looked at Menlin and scratched his head. He was still a little confused now. Upon hearing this, Kabuto Yakushi's face turned pale as paper. He looked at Menlin in fear, and left without talking to the protagonists. What are you doing? It's inexplicable. Naruto was even more confused when he saw Kabuto Yakushi leave halfway through his words. Menlin kept staring at Kabuto Yakushi, and he probably noticed Menlin's gaze behind him, so he disappeared into the crowd and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Menlin laughed, and didn't think that Kabuto Yakushi would reveal his identity to the Konoha high-level officials, so he let him leave. After waiting for a while, a large amount of smoke suddenly filled the podium with a bang. When the disgust dissipated, the written test examiner Marino Ibiki and other deputy examiners appeared out of thin air. There is no need to say anything else. Marino Ibiki began to explain the rules of the written test, which was similar to the ordinary test, but the whole process was hinting that the candidates, who were ninjas, should take the test in a ninja way. In other words, as long as you cheat and are not caught during the written test, you can pass. Menlin looked at the test questions with interest the whole time, but he did not write anything. He did not know how to do it. Originally, Menlin thought that the written test of the Chunin exam was almost all about the basic knowledge of ninjas, but after seeing the questions, he found that he was wrong. He did not understand it. The ninja world is a world that violates the laws of physics. If Newton were in this world, he would probably be pissed off to death, but the Chunin exam questions actually included physics questions. Not only physics, but also mathematics, geography, chemistry, etc. This is really too much. This is obviously not to let people take the exam properly. After a brief silence of 5 or 6 minutes, almost everyone in the classroom began to cheat in every possible way, and very few people relied on writing answers by themselves. Menlan was thinking, if no one knows how to do it, then what's the use of cheating? During the exam, many genin were caught by the examiner in the process of cheating, and they were driven out of the examination room without explanation, which made the genin who stayed behind even more stressed. Menlan accidentally saw Afe. This guy was actually dozing off, and his saliva was leaking out of the oxygen mask and flowing onto the test paper. However, no examiner disturbed him. Not long after, the written test was in the last 15 minutes. Marino Ibiki coughed falsely and began to speak the last question of the written test, which was the question of whether to stay or leave. The question is very simple. The next question is very difficult. If you answer it correctly, you can pass the exam directly. If you answer it wrong, you will be banned from taking the exam for life and will be a genin for life. Of course, you can choose not to answer the question, and the consequence is goodbye next year. Under the coercion of Marino Ibiki, many genin were shaken and chose to fight again next year. The anxious atmosphere continued, and everyone was struggling in their hearts. Menlan looked back at Afei. Well, he is still sleeping. Finally, Uzumaki Naruto, the protagonist, spoke. As a representative of willpower, he would never give up easily no matter what the consequences. His bold words also inspired many genin who were already angry in their hearts, and Hinata, the little sister beside him, was full of admiration. Even Menlan felt a little excited when he heard it. He frowned. Is this a mouth-to-mouth attack? Well said. Hearing an excited shout, Menlan turned around and heard that Afei was awake. He loudly echoed Naruto's words, making Naruto's face turn red and giggle. Seeing this, Marino Ibiki also announced that everyone present had passed the first round of the exam. Naruto was even happier when he heard this. He didn't expect that he could pass even if he handed in a blank paper. After the exam, everyone left. Menlan passed by Hinata Hyaga's seat and accidentally found that the name on the test paper on her desk was Uzumaki Naruto. She is worthy of being the crown princess. With such a wife, what else can a husband ask for? Chapter 25 The Second Round, The Battle for the Scroll. After returning to the hotel, the Hidden Rain Village counted and found that only 3 groups passed the written test, the Shijir Trio, another group of water ghosts, and the last group was the Menlan group. Afei slept the whole time and was only woken up by Naruto at the end. When he walked out of the examination room, he was still puzzled as to how he passed the exam. And because Lin answered the questions seriously throughout the whole process, he neither cheated nor backed down, so he successfully advanced. This guy usually looks silent, but he is surprisingly smart. The second stage of the Chunin exam was held as scheduled at noon the next day. The 9 people from the Hidden Rain Village came to the checkpoint together very early, which was the entrance to the Death Forest in Konoha. While waiting, Menlan saw Kabuto Yakushi on the side, who was avoiding Menlan's gaze. Menlan looked around and soon found another man. Oh no, a woman? The woman was tall, wearing a bamboo hat, with no visible eyes, and a stiff face. In short, she looked quite weird. Menlan smiled at the woman, but the woman seemed not to see it, but just turned her head slowly. Senior, why are you always looking at that woman? Is it? Afei came over and laughed. Menlan stretched out his hand, and Afei immediately retracted his head, muttering, I can't say this or that, I wouldn't have come if I had known. Not long after, everyone was present, and the second stage examiner, Mitarashi Anko, began to explain the rules of the exam. Of course, before explaining the rules, Mitarashi Anko naturally had to establish her authority first. This is a generous girl with a generous personality and a generous figure. Menlan admires her very much. As the protagonist, Naruto is honored to be the object of Mitarashi Anko's authority, but the tall woman in the bamboo hat was also affected. Menlan thought for a while, did Mitarashi Anko also discover something? Forget it, who cares? Then Mitarashi Anko began to explain the rules. Wild survival battle for the scroll of heaven and earth. In short, it is a battle royale mode, but not as bloody as the battle royale. 26 teams randomly select the entrance to enter this forest with a radius of about 10 kilometers. Each team has any scroll of heaven and earth in their hands. All teams that have collected the scroll of heaven and earth can pass the exam as long as they reach the iron tower in the middle of the forest within 5 days. Once you participate, you cannot quit during the period, and life and death during the exam will not matter. Intelligence competition, simulated battlefield, this is the real ninja exam. Cruel reality. Menlan remembered the famous saying in his previous life, saying that society is a big melting pot, and university is a small one. If you can't survive in university, it will be extremely difficult to survive in society. A glimpse of the whole picture shows that what university is like, society will only be worse, not better. This intelligence competition station is a battlefield simulation, and the real battlefield will only be more cruel than this. But for Menlan, who has already experienced many battles, this so-called simulated battlefield is like playing house. To participate in this level, you need to sign, which is similar to the meaning of life and death. After signing, it means your death, and Konoha will not be responsible. Not long after, all the life and death letters of the genin have been signed, and the entrance will be randomly selected. It is worth mentioning that although the remaining 6 Yuyan genin did not enter the death forest with Menlan, they agreed to meet at a certain place, which is different from what Menlan expected. I don't Euro trademark T know why, since yesterday, both the 3 Shiger brothers and the other 3 have been very respectful to Menlan. If they found something, it was impossible. Could it be that the teacher who led the team revealed my identity to them? Menlan didn't care and just nodded. After entering the forest, Menlan breathed in the damp and strange air in the forest and sighed faintly. "Fei, does this smell like a battlefield?" Fei was stunned when he heard it, and took a few deep breaths of cold air, then coughed and said, "There is no smell, just a bad smell." Menlan shook his head. "Lin, follow us closely later, don't fall behind." Lin nodded without saying anything. "Senior, can we talk here?" Fei approached Menlan and said mysteriously. Menlan nodded. "What do you want to say?" "Oh, I've been holding it back for the past few days." Fei first breathed a sigh of relief and then complained, "I say, Senior, aren't we here to spy on intelligence? Is it necessary to play house with a bunch of little ghosts?" Menlan glanced at Lin, who was still expressionless, and then smiled. "Do you feel bored?" "Of course." Fei nodded repeatedly. "I fell asleep during the exam yesterday. It was too boring, Senior." Fei sat on the ground with the buttocks, feeling like rolling around. "In that case, let's do something interesting." Menlan looked at Fei. Fei immediately became interested. "What interesting thing?" "Just follow me." Menlan turned around and wanted to leave. Fei hurriedly caught up. "Senior, don't you want to wait for those juniors?" "Juniors, hurry up. In this forest of death, all players are playing the role of hunter or prey, but Menlan is different. He is just a hunter. Of course, there is another person, who also stands high at the top of the food chain. But even so, he is also prey." Menlan would never have thought that the first team he met in this forest was Hinata's group. And this team, whether Hinata, Kaiba or Chino, are almost all experts in intelligence reconnaissance, so Menlan knew that once he approached, they must have noticed it. They were still wandering there leisurely after noticing it. They were really bold. "Senior? Do you want to play with these little guys?" Fei was very excited, although he couldn't see his face. Menlan shook his head. "Forget it, these guys are too weak." However, just as Menlan turned around and was about to leave, a huge monster suddenly fell on his body, and he also heard Lin's scream. Hee, Konoha's blood-sucking leeches can sense sweat and body temperature, and then collectively jump onto the prey. As long as the blood is sucked for 5 minutes, it will go to another world. Using this habit, Inyazuka Kaiba was explaining confidently and waiting for the prey to fall into the trap he had designed under the tree, but after staring for a long time, no one fell, only some huge leeches with green smoke fell. The 3 looked up and their faces were immediately solemn. The 3 people on the tree were still standing on the tree, but the slightly thin figure was quite weak, and the other 2 were unharmed. You, how is this possible?" Inyazuka Kaiba was full of doubts. "You say you are a little devil, but your mind is quite vicious," Fei said jokingly with a sharp voice. Menlan just looked at the 3 people without saying much. "Senior?" Fei asked Menlan, "Do you want to Menlan shook his head, took a deep look at the three people under the tree, and turned to leave. Seeing this, Ah Fei shook his head slightly, sighed inaudibly, and then helped Lin up and shouted loudly, "Senior, wait for me." Hinata and the other two under the tree were as if they had been pardoned, and began to breathe heavily. This person. Inyazuka Kaiba's voice was trembling, he really smelled the murderous intent from that funny voice. Hinata was very confused, why do they want to leave? Maybe they think we are stronger. Maybe. Inyazuka Kaiba smiled reluctantly. Aberame Shino said solemnly, the person who said that, maybe all three of us combined are not his opponent, and there is also a person he calls a senior. Inyazuka Kaiba's face was green and he didn't speak. Hinata sighed and said, sure enough, let's not set traps like this, let's go. Chapter 26 The match between Ah Fei and Xiao Li. If Menlan heard what Hinata said, he would definitely shout on the spot, what? I said it must not be the crown princess's idea. They were still on their way, and naturally met other teams on the way. Generally, these people would hide when they noticed someone coming, and Menlan and his team did not stop, because their target had already been determined. Ah Fei was very helpless. Senior, who are we looking for? Find an acquaintance. Menlan answered, but in his heart he was thinking that if he could copy Hinata's Byakugan just now, it would be much easier to find someone. Byakugan is also one of the three major pupil techniques, and its insight is far superior to Sharingan, but I don't know if his system can copy Byakugan. At the beginning, Pain had used the power of the Samsara Eye in front of Menlan, but unfortunately, because Menlan's level was not high enough, he could not copy it. Senior. Ah Fei's call made Menlan come back to his senses. He looked carefully and saw three figures rushing in front of him. It seemed that if both sides did not change their routes, they would collide with each other. Menlan never had the habit of giving way, and his figure did not hesitate at all. The three people on the opposite side were also very courageous and did not slow down. Ah Fei, don't be impulsive. After Menlan gave an order, the two sides finally collided with each other. Menlan also saw the identities of the three people, they were the Xiao Li trio. Xiao Li and his three people were very strong in the early stage, so they were also very energetic. Not to mention, in this entire death forest, except for Menlan and the two and the dead BT who came to abuse the trumpet, no one could stop them. However, at this time, the three people did not have any hostility, they were watching the changes. So that's it, will they attack us as soon as we become hostile? In addition, Ah Fei has been holding back for too long, so why not let him play around? Menlan knew that Ah Fei dared to show his strength in public. Apart from some destructive ninjutsu with big explosions, he was not proficient in other taijutsu and genjutsu at all, so it was a question whether he could beat Xiao Li. The main reason was that Ah Fei's space-time ninjutsu had not been replenished, so now he had a chance. Let them play around, and the other side was not in a hurry. After thinking about it, Menlan's Sharingan hidden under the ink-colored diving goggles quietly activated. Genjutsu. Don't get me wrong, this is not a genjutsu of Menlan's Sharingan, but other genjutsu he copied through means. Xiao Li and the other two immediately stopped, but these three were not ordinary people. Only Tian Tian, a euro the girl, was a little slow in solving the genjutsu, and the other two solved Menlan's genjutsu almost instantly. Hyaganiji. A Konoha genius, immediately sneered, how dare a child show his ugliness. The two sides were on the verge of a fight, but Menlan stopped and smiled. 3. Do you want the scrolls on us? What do you want to say? Niji snorted. Menlan said, although it is a battle for the scroll, there is no need to fight. So, you and my teammates will compete. As long as we lose, we will give the scroll to you, and if you lose, you will give the scroll to us. How about it? What competition? Xiao Li, a senior fitness fanatic with thick eyebrows, round eyes and watermelon head, was immediately interested when he heard it. Men Lan said, as long as you can catch my teammates within the specified time, you will win. How about it? Senior? What's going on? A Fei looked at Men Lan. Men Lan whispered, aren't you bored? Here's a chance for you. Have fun, but don't overdo it. Then what's not too much? Just don't hurt the child. While they were discussing, they were also discussing on the other side. Ningkai and Tenten didn't want to waste time, but Xiao Li found it very interesting. Finally, Ningkai spoke up, how do you count as catching, and how big is the range? It seems that Xiao Li won their discussion. Men Lan looked around and said, let's use these 4 trees as the boundary, and the trunks as the boundary on the ground. You can't step over other trees on the trees. In 10 minutes, if you can catch my teammates, I'll give you the scroll. Such a small place, I can do it alone. Xiao Li gave a thumbs up, showing a confident smile, which was quite dazzling. Whatever you want. Men Lan spread his hands. Ah Fei jumped to the ground and started to do gymnastics. I haven't exercised for a long time, my old bones are almost rusty. Xiao Li also jumped to the ground and did warm-up exercises in a serious manner. Very good. Men Lan stretched out his hand and said, for the sake of fairness, you guys start. Ningkai looked, he nodded strangely and said, begin. In an instant, Xiao Li's figure suddenly jumped up and rushed towards A Fei like a green lightning. Ah, hey! A Fei was startled and fell backwards as if subconsciously. And what a coincidence that Xiao Li passed over A Fei's figure directly during this fall. Xiao Li was not in a hurry. He stepped on the tree trunk to stop his figure, and used the force to turn around and rush towards A Fei again. A Fei jumped up and dodged again, and Xiao Li chased him closely. The two chased each other on the tree branches, but every time Xiao Li was about to touch A Fei could always disappear at the critical moment, and then appear on the other side, just like teleporting, faster than the instant body technique. Not long after, Xiao Li was already out of breath, but A Fei was still provoking Xiao Li with 100 times more energy. Half of the time had passed, and Xiao Li looked back at Niji and Tenten with a serious expression. Niji immediately asked, can you use offensive means? Menlan shrugged, it's up to you. Björn. Niji shouted softly, and the optic nerves around his eyes burst. Tenten also took out the scroll that was defeated behind him and prepared to use the blade to restrict A Fei's actions. Ningji, help me see his movement trajectory. Tenten said attentively. Niji stared for a long time with his big eyes, and Menlan felt a little sore in his eyes. After a long while, Niji's face became ugly, disappeared. What disappeared? There is no movement trajectory, it disappeared out of thin air, and there was no chakra fluctuation at that moment. How is this possible? Menlan continued to watch Xiao Li and A Fei chasing each other in boredom, and after a little thought, he said, there is only 1 minute left, hurry up. Xiao Li! Niji shouted loudly. After hearing this, Xiao Li stopped on the tree trunk, exchanged glances with Niji, adjusted his breathing and began to untie the leggings on his calves. A bag of weights was taken out, and it fell to the ground with a loud bang. After the dust cleared, a deep pit appeared. Awesome! Fei hid behind the tree and sighed with his fingers habitually placed on the oxygen mask. Swish! With the sound of breaking through the air, Xiao Li rushed towards Fei again, and his figure was obviously several levels faster than before. Fei screamed and continued to run away, but Xiao Li's speed at this time was up and down, leaving no room for Fei to escape. The last 10 seconds left. Menlan suddenly said again. Xiao Li heard the words and rushed towards Fei again at a faster speed. Fei twisted his body to dodge, but in an instant Xiao Li had rushed behind him again. It's over! Fei screamed. It's done! Niji and Tenten were quite happy. Xiao Li's hand was already very close to A Fei's clothes, and his face was filled with the joy of victory. However, at this moment, A Fei suddenly turned his head and smiled, what a pity. Time is up, the game is over. Chapter 27 Prey, Predator and Hunter. As soon as Men Lan finished speaking, Xiao Li's figure and A Fei crossed each other in the field. Whether from the perspective of Ningkai or Men Lan, the two of them obviously bumped into each other. Tian Tian jumped up excitedly, and Ningkai also smiled with relief. Bring me your scroll. Tian Tian smiled sweetly to Men Lan. Men Lan admired this girl who was full of Chinese style in both her dress and appearance, but he said, "Don't worry, the results are not out yet." What results are not out yet? Isn't it obvious? Tian Tian puffed up his cheeks. You don't want to shirk your responsibility, do you? Men Lan smiled and said, why don't we ask the two people on the field? Ah Fei, were you touched by that guy? Ah Fei scratched his head and smiled, I don't know, senior. Looking at Xiao Li who kept his head down and didn't say anything, Ningkai frowned and asked, Xiao Li, did you touch him? Xiao Li looked up at Ningkai, and disappointment was written on his face. Ningkai's face became ugly, could it be? Xiao Li shook his head, looked at his palm, and then looked at Ah Fei who was holding his head with an innocent look, and said in a deep voice, no. How is it possible? Ningkai's face became gloomy. Men Lan looked at Niji and the other two and smiled, it's a pity, you lost. Niji's face became even darker when he heard this. Tenten's smile froze on her face. She was also a straightforward girl and was ready to take out the scroll. However, Niji held her hand, and danger was written in his strange pale pupils. Men Lan looked at the two of them, smiling without saying a word. The whole scene became quiet, and the smell of gunpowder gradually filled the air. Hey, there are a group of kids playing games here. Do you want to join us, brothers? Two laughters interrupted the rather stiff atmosphere in the field. Several people looked up and saw three figures standing not far away. They were all tall and the guard was from the sand village. What fun games can we play together? The three people's teasing voices sounded, and their figures began to gradually approach. Ningkai and Tian Tian immediately prepared for the battle. However, at this moment, Men Lan's chuckle sounded. Are you sure you want to play? Boom! It was just a very ordinary word, but it seemed to explode in the ears of everyone present, and their minds were pale in an instant. What followed was a bloody storm, and the whole scene reflected in everyone's eyes seemed to turn into a bloody red in an instant, red as if it was about to ooze blood. The three people from the sand village stopped immediately, looked at each other, and turned around and retreated without hesitation. Okay. Men Lan sighed and looked at Ningkai again, what scrolls do you have? Ningkai and Tian Tian looked at Men Lan with a harmless smile in horror. Tianatian's face was pale. In the end, Ningkai said with some difficulty, Tian. Oh. Men Lan nodded, we are also Tian, a euro since we are the same, then there is no need. As soon as Men Lan finished speaking, there was a loud bang not far away, countless screams flew up, and followed by a cold chill. This familiar feeling. Men Lan's eyes lit up, and his figure disappeared directly, but he said from a distance, A Fei, follow me. Lin, who was invisible at the side, quickly followed after hearing the words. Ah Fei looked at the three people in front of him, shook his head inexplicably, and then left, leaving only the three people with extremely ugly faces. That guy. After a long time, Ningkai recovered, and his voice was still trembling, was that an illusion just now? Probably. Tian Tian was speechless. Xiao Li was very energetic, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. I didn't expect there were so many powerful people in the Chunin exam. It seems that I have to work harder. Watch me get stronger, Teacher Kai. Ningkai lowered his head, no wonder the masked guy called him a senior. It seems that we are indeed arrogant. Tian Tian on the side was quite fortunate, fortunately, you didn't force your move. Ningkai looked embarrassed when he heard this. Look at our protagonists at this time. Menlan didn't know that because of his little butterfly, the ninjas of the Hidden Rain village were still busy gathering outside the forest waiting for his order, so naturally he didn't go around to make trouble. Because there was no rain ninja to cause trouble, Naruto and the other two did not raise their vigilance from the beginning. Because they did not raise their vigilance, the so-called protagonist group was almost wiped out after the tall woman who was highly concerned by Menlan outside the Death Forest came to the door. They are not at the same level at all, so it is normal to be crushed. Sasuke took Sakura away, and Naruto disappeared. However, just when Sasuke was about to hide and rest, he was suddenly attacked by a giant python. At this time, Sasuke had been frightened by the unparalleled huge killing intent before, and even the psychological shadow was frightened, so when facing the giant python, he also threw shuriken randomly and was already confused. In fact, this is normal. Even if Sasuke had experienced life and death before and had seen mountains of corpses and seas of blood, he had never experienced a real battlefield after all. It was not a big deal to be frightened and mentally collapsed in front of the strong killing intent. The giant python was stabbed to death by Sasuke's shuriken as if it was made of paper. However, at this moment, a crack appeared on the head of the giant python, and a strange face poked out from the gap. The whole scene was extremely terrifying, as if watching a horror movie again. Sasuke was frightened and screamed, not to mention Sakura. The tall woman's figure slowly stretched out from the gap, covered with a mysterious sticky liquid, which seemed to be the stomach juice of the giant python, but don't think that this woman had swallowed the giant python on her back before. As the woman slowly appeared, she said in a playful voice, "The so-called prey is to stay highly nervous and run away everywhere, especially in front of predators." "Oh? Really?" A teasing voice followed. The woman was stunned when she heard the words, and all the eyes of everyone present also looked in the direction of the sound. 3 people were standing on the tree trunk, one of them was stepping on a sturdy figure wearing clothes very similar to the woman. The woman's face suddenly darkened. "You'd better stop meddling in other people's business. You just said that prey must maintain a high level of tension. You are a predator. Coincidentally, I am a hunter, and you are also my prey. Things." The people on the tree trunk were none other than Menlan and the other two. Menlan squatted down and said provocatively, "What? Are you going to run away now?" Orochimaru. Chapter 28. Another clash with Orochimaru. As soon as Menlan's voice fell, the woman's face changed drastically. "How do you know?" Menlan shrugged helplessly and said, "There is probably no one else in the world who can use such a disgusting technique with such a long tongue except you, a stink bug." Orochimaru sucked the drooping tongue into his mouth. He looked at Uchiha Sasuke, who looked confused, unwillingly, stared at Menlan with a sinister look and said in a deep voice, "Since 3 years ago, we have kept our distance from each other. I don't want to know the purpose of your coming to Konoha, but please don't disturb me." Sasuke was completely confused at this time. This monster-like woman in front of him was so humble in front of that Yugakure genin, and there was even a hint of fear in her tone. Who is this Yugakure genin? Is there so many hidden talents in this Chunin exam? Is every one of them as powerful as a mountain? Sasuke's confidence was hit hard. Menlan joked, "According to what you said, the reason why we have been able to keep our distance from each other in these 3 years is that we don't know your whereabouts. Don't misunderstand that we forgive you, Orochimaru." "Yes, Orochimaru-senpai, Scorpion-senpai and Deidara-senpai have been thinking about you for the past 3 years," Afei said in a shrill voice. Orochimaru's face became even gloomier when he heard this. Scorpion and Deidara almost died in the desert because of him. The hatred between them cannot be wiped out with just a few words. So Orochimaru made up his mind in an instant. As soon as Afei finished speaking, his neck suddenly stretched out and attacked Sasuke with lightning speed. The scene was terrifying. "Senior!" Afei screamed when he saw this. Menlan sneered. How could he let Orochimaru achieve his goals so easily? However, just as Menlan was about to make a move, a sound of breaking through the air sounded, and several shurikens pierced towards Orochimaru's neck. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru's neck was as flexible as a snake. He twisted slightly to avoid the attack of the shuriken, but his speed was inevitably slowed down. Sasuke! A scream sounded, and then an orange figure appeared in everyone's sight. But at this time, Sasuke seemed to be frightened, as if he didn't hear the reminder at all, and just stared blankly at the extremely weird head that was coming at him quickly. It's done! Orochimaru opened his mouth wide, and his eyes flashed with joy. However, just when he thought he had succeeded, he suddenly saw a blur in front of him, and a figure blocked Sasuke's way. Uchiha Menlan! Orochimaru let out a hysterical roar, his face turned from horror to ferocious, his eyes revealed an extremely vicious look, and then he continued to bite Menlan with his scarlet mouth. Menlan smiled at Orochimaru's head, and kicked Orochimaru's head far away with a roundhouse kick like a ball. Orochimaru kept roaring with messy hair, looking crazy, and was ready to bite Menlan relentlessly. What kind of tricks are these? Menlan couldn't bear to watch it, but reached out to take off the diving goggles. Seeing this, Orochimaru's neck quickly retracted, which made Menlan amazed. Suddenly, in his mind, there appeared a scene of himself stretching his neck to scare children, and he felt a little sick. When Orochimaru's head returned to where he should be with his neck, Orochimaru was about to seal, but suddenly heard a laugh behind him. Orochimaru subconsciously flashed far away, and it was Afe in a new look. Don't be afraid, senior, we just want to reminisce with you. Afe scratched his head and smiled harmlessly. Orochimaru's mouth twitched, looking at Afe and Menlan in the distance, with complex emotions in his eyes. Suddenly, he lowered his body, as if he had changed from a human form to a snake form, and swam quickly among the trees, aiming at the direction where Menlan was. Senior, be careful! Afe reminded. Menlan smiled lightly, thinking that Orochimaru had not seen him for 3 years, and he was much more courageous. However, when Orochimaru was about to approach Menlan, he suddenly twisted his body strangely, and his path changed. After wandering around Menlan, he disappeared into the depths of the jungle in a blink of an eye. Menlan was stunned, and Afe was also confused when he saw this. Escape now! Orochimaru didn't just run away. He whispered something when he was closest to Menlan. As for why he did that, he was afraid that Afe would hear it. Menlan admired Orochimaru's intelligence. He had not been in Akatsuki for a long time and had not met Afe many times, but Afe could see that something was wrong with him. He was really capable. That's right, Orochimaru chose to give in, but he also proposed a plan to Menlan. Orochimaru's original words were, Menlan, I was the one who got into trouble with you the last few times. I don't have any personal grudge against you, so you don't have to hold me so tightly. The Afe beside you is not simple. He came to Konoha with you to supervise you. I believe you have already noticed it. Akatsuki is just using us, so you don't have to work for them so wholeheartedly. Let's make a deal. No matter what you come to Konoha for, I hope we won't interfere with each other. I will definitely reward you in the future. These words are very well said. He first hinted that the past personal grudges were written off, and Menlan and he only had a public grudge in the organization, so there was no need to fight too much. Then he told Afei's identity and gave Menlan a taste of sweetness, indicating that he was more sincere. Finally, he was trying to sow discord, but in fact, he was telling the truth, and proposed a deal. As for Orochimaru's soft words, Menlan naturally knew the reason. The appearance of Menlan can be said to be an element of uncertainty that suddenly appeared in Orochimaru's overall plan. He has been planning for such a long time. If he loses everything because of Menlan, it would be too much of a loss. Orochimaru is suspicious by nature, so he naturally doesn't think that Menlan will easily leave when he knows he is in Konoha, so he has to offer a bargaining chip. He probably knows that if he just proposes a deal, Menlin may not believe it, so he doesn't hesitate to say more and give Menlin a capital that is worthy of trust. In fact, the reason why Menlin chose to come to Konoha at this critical moment is that he saw that Orochimaru was going to make trouble in Konoha, so how could he disturb him? It's too late to thank him. Do you want to chase him, senior? Afei came over. Menlin's heart moved, and he looked back at Sasuke. Sasuke heard all of Orochimaru's words just now. Although he seemed to be shocked, who knows whether he was real or fake. Menlin waved to Afei after thinking about it, and glanced at Uzumaki Naruto who was holding Sakura. Afei immediately understood. Big brother I met on the street the day before yesterday, thank you for helping me. Naruto still remembered Menlin and the others, and this guy was also a straightforward person, so he immediately began to thank them. Afei slowly approached them, and greeted Lin who was also stunned on the tree trunk for a long time, and smiled, "Don't be in a hurry to thank me." Naruto and Sakura were stunned when they heard it, and then their faces changed again. Chapter 29 Time Difference I Technique Activated. Uchiha Sasuke. Menlin looked at Sasuke with some empty eyes and called softly. Sasuke seemed to have recovered. He looked at Menlin, his two Megatama Sharingan eyes full of disbelief, and said, "I just heard that woman call you Uchiha." Menlin's expression did not change, and he said softly, "What else did you hear? Answer my question first, are you from the Uchiha clan?" At this time, Sasuke could no longer maintain his previous cold look, but his stubborn temperament could not be changed. Menlin looked at Sasuke's Sharingan eyes staring straight at him, and could clearly feel the blood boiling. This was the Uchiha bloodline encountering the same clan and being restless. I believe Sasuke also has the same feeling. And under this restlessness, Sasuke's blood-red eyes seemed to turn into blood-red gems at this moment, crystal clear and beautiful. Menlin stretched out his hand for a moment. Sasuke was shocked when he saw this. Did he just get out of the tiger's mouth and fall into the wolf's den? Seeing Sasuke taking a few steps back and looking at him with a vigilant face, Menlin looked at his hands with a strange look on his face. No wonder they say that the Uchiha bloodline is inherently evil and can even bewitch people's minds. But although he also had this kind of restlessness when facing Uchiha Itachi, it was not so serious, right? What is the situation now? Menlin glanced at Sasuke's eyes again, and that feeling came to his mind again. Just at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Ah! Menlin suddenly screamed through the forest. The sudden severe pain in his left eye made him half kneel on the ground, and his body was even hunched over and twisted. Everyone was shocked at this time. "What's wrong, senior?" Afei asked hurriedly. Menlin covered his eyes with diving goggles tightly, and a trace of blood flowed out of them, as if his left eye was burning, madly stimulating the pain nerves. It was simply a pain that he could not bear, beyond the scope of what humans can bear. Under the severe pain, Menlin felt dizzy, his brain was defending itself, and when the human body could not bear the severe pain, he chose to go into temporary shock to prevent being killed by the pain. But Menlin knew that he could not faint. If he fainted here, Afei would definitely kill Naruto without hesitation. He would know Naruto's identity to some extent. Sasuke might escape because he was a member of the Uchiha clan, but such a modified history was not something Menlin could accept. With Menlin's heart-wrenching howls, everyone was stunned, especially Sasuke. He had no idea what was happening in front of him. What happened to this guy in front of him? Did I do something? Senior, don't scare me. What did you do to him? Afei was also a little anxious. If something happened to Menlin in front of him, it would not only be a loss for the Akatsuki organization, but also a heavy blow to his dignity. Afei immediately rushed towards Sasuke, with murderous intent, and obviously wanted to attack Sasuke. "You guy, what do you want to do to Sasuke?" Naruto was naturally unhappy when he saw this, and he shouted immediately. "Lin, stop them!" Afei ordered, and the originally sharp voice finally changed at this time. Lin reacted and blocked Naruto. Although Lin's strength is not very good, he is still more powerful than Naruto. If Naruto does not play the protagonist's aura, he will definitely not be able to break through Lin's obstruction. Menlin's screams continued, and it sounded even more cruel in everyone's ears. Ah-Fei was very fast and approached Sasuke in an instant. He didn't know when a black long stick appeared in his hand and stabbed directly at Sasuke. Sasuke was so scared at this time that he didn't know how to dodge. He just stared at Menlan, who was wailing crazily, as if he didn't notice Ah-Fei's attack at all. "Little ghost, stop!" Ah-Fei shouted, and stabbed the black stick in his hand without hesitation. "Ah-Fei, stop!" Menlan suddenly spoke up to stop Ah-Fei's action. "Senior!" Ah-Fei stopped his action after hearing the words, and stepped forward to help Menlan up, his voice full of worry. At this time, Menlan had been drained of all his strength by the pain, and said in a weak and hoarse voice, "Take my glasses away." Ah-Fei did as he was told, but took a breath of cold air after taking off Menlan's glasses. "Senior!" Menlan didn't know the condition of his eyes at all, but Sasuke and Ah-Fei saw it clearly. Menlan's left eye was bloodshot, and the eye socket was red, as if soaked in blood. The blood-red pupil was in the shape of a strange three-edged shuriken, with black light flashing above it, as if burning with a dark flame. "This is..." Sasuke recognized it at a glance. It was his brother's eye. "Let's go." Menlan seemed to have exhausted all his strength to finally spit out a word. Ah-Fei nodded, carried Menlan on his back and disappeared into the woods. Seeing this, Lin hurriedly chased after him. After a moment of stunned silence, Sasuke quietly chased after him. Naruto and Sakura looked at each other and followed Sasuke. Ah-Fei's speed was not comparable to these little ghosts, so he soon left everyone, including Lin, far behind. Maybe because he was far away from Sasuke, Menlan gradually regained some consciousness. "Put me down," Menlan whispered on Ah-Fei's back. Ah-Fei stopped and leaned Menlan against the tree. "Are you feeling better now, senior?" Menlan nodded and wiped the blood off his face. "What's going on, senior?" "It's that kid's Sharingan, but how can he be your opponent?" Ah-Fei was puzzled. Menlan shook his head and said nothing. Ah-Fei then said, "Also, senior, the eyes you just showed were the eyes of Senior Itaki. What's going on?" Menlan remained silent. "The reason is simple. Uchiha Itachi's time difference pupil technique is set to activate as long as Menlan has the intention to kill Sasuke, but the one that is activated now is obviously not the Amaterasu set by Uchiha Itachi, but more like a sign before the Amaterasu is activated. In the end, Menlan did not have the intention to kill Sasuke, but this technique was activated. Could it be the restless Uchiha bloodline before? Let this pupil technique mistakenly think that I have the intention to kill Sasuke? Menlan feels too innocent. In order to suppress the launch of Amaterasu, Menlan almost exhausted his own chakra in an instant, which was terrible. Menlan almost thought he was finished. Menlan's current strength is far from being able to ignore Amaterasu, and he will definitely be burned to ashes if he touches it. It seems that I have to stay away from Sasuke in the future. Seeing that Menlan has been silent, Ah-Fei also tactfully did not ask more questions. Time passed by minute, and when Menlan felt that he had recovered almost, he stood up and said, "Let's leave." "Where to go?" Ah-Fei supported Menlan and asked. Menlan said, "Let's leave this forest first, and notify all the genin of the Hidden Rain village to evacuate Konoha." "Ah? Why? Are you not taking the Chunin exam? The weather here is about to change." Chapter 30 The Brutal Assassination of Gaara. Just as Menlan and Ah-Fei were about to leave, suddenly there were several figures in the distance rushing towards this side. Ah-Fei immediately became alert when he saw this. When those people got closer, they turned out to be people from the Hidden Rain village. It turned out that these people had not waited for Menlan to arrive when they gathered, so they started to move forward, and then met Lin, and then were brought to this place by Linear Fang. Master Lan, Master Fei, what's going on? Shi Yu, one of the 3 members of the Rain Hidden clan, spoke. It's okay. Men Lan looked at Lin and asked, did Uchiha Sasuke and the others catch up? Lin shook his head and said, they started to chase us, but then they were stopped by that weird woman, so I took advantage of the chaos and left. Men Lan laughed, Orochimaru is really stubborn. Senior, why is Orochimaru so obsessed with that brat Uchiha Sasuke? Men Lan said softly, don't you know that Orochimaru attacked Uchiha Itachi and me in the organization before? Ah Fei was stunned when he heard this. What do you mean? Men Lan shook his head, don't care about him. Listen, from now on, give up the Chunin exam, and go back to Konoha village after leaving the forest and find the team leader to leave Konoha village. Do you hear me? After a moment of silence, Shi Yu and the others said, Master Lan, why? No reason, just do as I say if you don't want to die. The others were fine and had no objections, but the Shijir trio showed reluctance on their faces. Combined with what they said before the Chunin exam, it was obviously very difficult for them to give up this Chunin exam. Seeing this, Men Lan said softly, I won't force you. Those who want to stay and continue to take the exam can continue to stay, but don't blame us for not reminding you when the time comes. I'm very sorry, Lord Lan, we decided to stay. The 3 Shijir brothers looked at each other and made up their minds. Men Lan nodded, give them the scroll, you go to the central tower first. Thank you, Lord Lan. The 3 Shijir brothers were polite and bowed deeply to Men Lan. Take the scroll and leave quickly, don't waste time. Men Lan waved his hand. Watching the 3 Shijir disappear from his sight, Men Lan carefully thought about the fate of the 3 people. Unfortunately, he had forgotten it long ago, but he knew that the result of the 3 people would definitely not be very good. If you pursue something, you have to pay a price. This is the law of nature, and there is nothing to say. However, just when Men Lan was about to take the others away, a Yuyan Genin suddenly said, Master Lan, Shijir and the others seem to be in trouble. What's wrong? A Fei asked. The Genin said, they met a very strong opponent. How did you know? A Fei was very curious. The Genin said, I just sent a shadow clone to leave with them, to help them. Men Lan said calmly, this is the path they chose themselves. What does their life and death have to do with us? The Genin was silent. But A Fei suddenly asked again, do you know who he met? The Genin said, it was the red-haired boy with a gourd on his back from the sand village. Gaara. Men Lan frowned. Senior, do you know him? Interesting. Men Lan's mouth curled up with a meaningful smile. Looking at the other side, after Shijir and the other 2 met Gaara and the other 2, they did not intend to take action, after all, they already had all the scrolls of heaven and earth on their bodies. But Gaara and his men had not gathered together, and they saw that Shijir and the other 2 were heading for the central tower, so they blocked their way and prepared to rob them. Shijir was also fearless, thinking that the 3 people in front of him were just little ghosts. However, when he used a killing move and was ready to pierce the little ghost in front of him with the rain of pear flowers, he clearly realized the gap between him and the man in front of him. In fact, Shijir's ninjutsu was really powerful, just like 1,000 rains from the sky, leaving people with no space to hide. If this was placed on the battlefield, it would definitely be a great killer. However, he encountered the so-called absolute defense of the sand waterfall. The killing move was easily cracked, and Shijir was stunned. After seeing the terrible eyes full of murderous intent revealed after the sand shield used by Gaara for defense was broken, Shijir was even more unable to move. Is this all you can do? As Gaara uttered a word, the yellow sand under his feet rushed towards Shijir at lightning speed, and instantly wrapped Shijir's figure completely. Die, sand waterfall to bury. Just as Gaara was about to crush Shijir to death with sand, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed up, accompanied by a sharp and piercing sound, and instantly the sand wrapped around Shijir was completely torn apart, but Shijir was not hurt at all. After Shijir was rescued, he gasped heavily, looked up at the figure in front of him, and said with guilt and gratitude on his face, "Lord Lan." Gaara looked at the person in front of him in astonishment, and said in a deep voice, "A genin can use high-level lightning escape ninjutsu to such perfection, who are you? We have met once, have you forgotten?" The person who came was Men Lan. "Gaara." Kankuro stepped forward and whispered a few words to Gaara. Gaara looked at Menlan in surprise, and raised a smile full of fighting spirit, not thinking that there are so many talented people in this Chunin exam. "You are more satisfying to me than Uchiha Sasuke." Menlan shrugged, and his eyes, which were already exposed to the air, were full of excitement for the new ninjutsu. That's right, he came for no other purpose, just for Gaara's sand ninjutsu. In the early stage of the plot, the sand ninjutsu was known as an absolute defense, and the sand armor was a continuous technique, which was definitely enough for Menlan to use for a while. The sand shield just now, then the sand binding coffin, and the last sand fall funeral, all of which have been copied and saved by Menlan. Although they are all small ninjutsu, they will definitely come in handy in the future. Let's vent the techniques accumulated in the past 3 years this time. Menlan dare not take Gaara, who is decisive at this time, lightly, and even fears him more than Orochimaru. Orochimaru is just a timid worm who can't stand being frightened and runs away when the grass is hit, but Gaara is different. He is a Jinchuriki, violent and murderous. If it weren't for Menlan, Shijir would have been crushed into powder. "You leave first," Menlan ordered. Shijir and his companions retreated after hearing this, and Afei hesitated and said, "Senior, what's your current condition?" Menlan whispered, "Then you stay and help me watch those 2 people." Afei glanced at Kanjuro and Temari and nodded. Kanjuro and Temari looked at each other, and their eyes revealed bitterness at the same time. Why are there so many monsters in this Chunin exam? Looking at Afei not far away, they also felt the same pressure as Gaara from this person wrapped like a dumpling, which made them feel very complicated. Chapter 31 Copying is completed, run away. Gaara, if you are only like that just now, I am so disappointed. Years of copying the opponent's ninjutsu made Menlan habitually use words to anger the opponent first, so that he would release more or the bottom of the box ninjutsu. Gaara sneered, "Then you wait and see. Let me make it clear first, I am different from those little ghosts you met." Before Menlan finished speaking, another figure suddenly appeared behind Gaara, and the kunai in his hand had already stabbed at Gaara. "Gaara, be careful!" Kanjuro on the side hurriedly reminded. "Shh!" Looking at the tightly wrapped face that suddenly appeared in front of him and made a gesture to silence him, Kanjuro was sweating and stopped talking. These people are too scary. Looking at the scene again, Menlan's straight stab was directly blocked by Gaara's sand, and then the sand turned into a spear and stabbed Menlan. Menlan's figure flew back, and the other figure of Menlan in front of Gaara also quietly turned into smoke and disappeared at this time. "Shadow clone! Are these the only means you have?" Gaara sneered, controlling the sand to chase Menlan behind him. "You think too much." With a teasing voice, Gaara's face changed slightly, and a black light broke out from the ground under his feet, and there was another figure of Menlan holding a kunai. Gaara manipulated the sand again to easily block it, and shouted coldly, "Don't underestimate me." As soon as the voice fell, the sand around him expanded, mixed with a lot of chakra, and it would bleed if it touched. Menlan stepped back, his arms danced rapidly, countless shurikens were thrown out, and Menlan's shadow clone behind Gaara also began to throw shurikens in the same way. "It's useless." Gaara raised his palm, and the yellow sand in the sky quickly returned, surrounding his figure to form a sand shield. However, the sand shield, which is known for its absolute defense, did not completely block all the shurikens when it was stabbed by countless shurikens, and several of them had already broken through the defense of the sand shield. How is it possible? Gaara's face changed greatly. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a shuriken mixed with lightning chakra. In the world of Naruto, with the same chakra strength, there is a relationship of mutual promotion and mutual restraint between various chakra attributes. The earth chakra controlled by lightning chakra, although Gaara's chakra is not earth attribute, the sand he controls is earth attribute. When Gaara's sand shield was already riddled with holes, the shadow clone of Menlan behind him disappeared instantly, and Menlan's real body jumped high, his palm full of lightning chakra, and a copycat version of Reikari cut down. That's right, Menlan's move is the copycat Hitaki 55-5 Reikari Suan. Gaara's expression was heavy, and the next moment he gathered all the sand on his head to prepare to block Menlan's attack. After all, Menlan is not the genuine Reikari, so his cutting ability is not very strong. His slight lightning chakra alone is not enough to break Gaara's defense. So when Gaara's sand shield was completely used to block the attacks of the Menlan in the sky, suddenly another Menlan broke out from under Gaara's feet, and his palms were flashing with lightning chakra. Gaara was shocked. He couldn't understand why Menlan's attacks were so many transformation. This is definitely not a person of the same level as these little ghosts who are participating in the Chunin exam. Puff! With a muffled sound, Menlan cut through, and Gaara retreated. So that's it, it's just a fist wrapped in chakra. Gaara sneered, and gravel fell from his tender but twisted cheeks, cracks appeared, making it look quite weird. It's the sand armor. A flash of red light flashed in Menlan's eyes. You succeeded in pleasing me. Gaara's cold voice began to become a little hoarse, and his whole face began to twist. Menlan saw that something was wrong. This is the rhythm of transformation. If Gaara transforms here, it will be more than the gain for Menlan, although he does not take Gaara's transformation seriously. Now that the goal has been achieved, there is no need to fight Gaara to the death. All right. Menlan clapped his hands. This is considered a warm-up. Do you want to escape? Gaara's expression became more and more crazy. Menlan frowned. This won't work. Then Menlan took out a scroll from his arms and threw it on the ground, saying, as compensation, this is your reward, stinky brother. What did you say? Gaara's voice became more and more shrill. Menlan looked at Temari and Kankuro who were terrified behind Gaara, and began to slowly seal with his palm. Calm down, goodbye. As soon as the voice fell, Menlan spit out a mouthful of water, water escape, water burst. A huge stream spread out like a dam bursting, and directly submerged Gaara's tiny figure in the water. Menlan took the opportunity to slip away with a fiai. As the water gradually narrowed, Gaara's figure wrapped in the sand shield was exposed. Although he was not soaked, he was still in a mess. However, after being poured with cold water, he became more sober. Temari and Kankuro, who had just climbed out of the water, breathed a sigh of relief. Gaara remained silent, and they did not dare to offend him. They had to start looking for the scroll Menlan had just thrown, with bitterness in their hearts. Although he had not reached Gaara's level, he was still a seed player in this Chunin exam. Now he had fallen to the point of picking up garbage. Temari was fine, but Kankuro was also a hot-tempered person. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. However, at this moment, he saw the three members of Hinata's group who had also climbed out of the water in a mess in the bushes. Crow. Kankuro was happy to see the prey, thinking that he could not beat you monsters, but he could at least bully these little ghosts. Kanjuro controlled the puppet and rushed towards Hinata and the other two. Hinata, Chino and Kaiba were shocked and hurriedly prepared to meet the enemy. However, a breeze suddenly blew past, and Kanjuro felt his fingers cold, and then he saw that Crow had drooped weakly on the ground. Why is my chakra line broken? Kanjuro looked up with a black question mark face, and saw a smiling face in front of him. Kanjuro screamed and collapsed on the ground. When he came to his senses, the smiling face had disappeared, and the three little ghosts were gone. "Kankuro, what's wrong?" Temari's voice came from a distance. Kanjuro blushed and said quickly, "It's okay." Slowly getting up and patting his clothes, Kanjuro was extremely frustrated. "What's going on?" On the other side, Menlan and Afei were jumping and galloping on the tree trunk. Afei hesitated to speak, looking very uncomfortable. "Just say whatever you want to say," Menlan said. Afei said with a sense of relief, "Senior, did you send a shadow clone to rescue those three little ghosts just now?" "So what if it is?" "So what if it is not?" Menlan's usual style. Afei smiled bitterly, "I'm just asking." Chapter 32 Meet the 12 Little Strong Men of Konoha again. "Just now, that red-haired little ghost, couldn't you just kill him directly? Why run away?" After a moment of silence, Afei asked again. "Is there a problem?" "Of course, not, I just think that running away like this will lose the face of our organization," Afei said with a wry smile. Menlan chuckled, "Organization face? We are not on a mission now, Afei, relax." "Okay. Where are those people?" Menlan asked. Afei naturally knew who Menlan was referring to, it should be right in front. After a few ups and downs, Menlan suddenly stopped. "What's wrong, Senior?" Afei asked. Menlan frowned and said, "These little brats are always causing trouble for me." Afei looked down and saw that the Yuyan village genin was fighting with someone, and there were so many people watching the fight. First, the three Otanin who were already half dead, then the rather embarrassed Zulacho trio, and then the ones who were watching the show on the side. The three members of Xiao Li were finally chased by 7 genin of the Hidden Rain village. The key is that they were still being chased by one person. The person chasing them was Uchiha Sasuke, whom Afei had met once before, while Naruto was fainted on the side and Sakura was looking after Naruto. At this time, Sasuke was covered with dark strange lines, accompanied by a cold and fierce murderous aura, which was a breath that Menlan had never seen before, and it was not murderous aura in essence. The power of the curse seal. Didn't expect that Sasuke would be planted with a curse seal by Orochimaru in the end? Menlan was not interested in Sasuke's curse seal, but was very interested in the aura released by the curse seal. The reason is that everything that cannot be copied by his Sharingan is good stuff. With the blessing of the curse seal, Sasuke's attack was fierce, extremely fast, and decisive. Every action and every attack was aimed at the opponent's life. So even if the Hidden Rain village has 7 people, Sasuke is not only at ease, but also it is only a matter of time before he counterattacks. In Menlan's impression, there is such a scene in the plot, but it seems to have been destroyed beyond recognition by his little butterfly. "Senior, don't we save them?" Afei asked with some concern. "Do you still care about the life and death of these people?" Menlan complained in his heart, but said, "Of course." After that, Menlan disappeared quietly. In the field, Sasuke has already dealt with most of the Hidden Rain genin, leaving only the Shijir trio still resisting. At this time, he has strange lines on his face, which looks hideous and terrifying, and his twisted smile makes him look like a ghost. The strength of the Shijir trio is very strong, but unfortunately, they have used up their umbrellas in the battle with Gaara just now, so they are naturally stretched to the limit when facing Sasuke. In terms of physical skills, they are definitely not the opponents of Sasuke who is cheating. It's over. Just as Sasuke, with a grim smile on his face, was about to take the 3 of them away in one go, a strong wind suddenly hit him. Sasuke subconsciously protected his face, perhaps because he relied on his face to make a living. Looking again, he saw that the Shijir trio had disappeared. Turning back, Sasuke's face became even more distorted. At this time, Menlan had already moved the Yuyan genin with their families to a safe place, and Afei was amazed. Except for the Shijir trio, everyone else, including Lin, had broken bones and tendons, and almost all of them would lose their combat effectiveness with one blow. The means were extremely cruel. Why are you here? Didn't I ask you to leave? Menlan asked. Shiyu lowered his head with a guilty look on his face. I'm very sorry, Lord Lan. Lin said in a low voice, I met these people on the way out. And then I told them that it was this kid who hurt Lord Lan, so. I'm sorry. So you're here to find trouble for the senior? Okay. Ah Fei nodded to show his relief. Men Lan glared at Ah Fei, and just as he was about to speak, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. So fast. Even Men Lan was startled. On the other side, after Niji activated his Byakugan, his face was heavy and he said, he's here. Is it those two people? Tian Tian asked. Who else could it be besides them? Xiao Li was silent on the side. Who are you talking about? Shikamaru asked curiously. Ninkai shook his head and said, he is definitely not on the same level as us. What nonsense are you talking about? Shikamaru scratched his ear with a look of disdain. In his opinion, the three sound ninjas who just defeated them were no longer on the same level as them. Sakura suddenly interrupted and said, do you know Orochimaru? Orochimaru. Ninkai and Shikamaru looked serious, one of the three legendary ninjas. I'm afraid so. You met Orochimaru? Ninkai said in disbelief. He claimed to be Orochimaru, and Naruto and Sasuke's current appearance is caused by him. Sakura recalled now, and her eyes still showed deep fear. Shikamaru forced a smile and said, don't joke, can you survive if you meet Orochimaru? The first time we met him, we survived because of the appearance of a person. That person was also from the Hidden Rain village. I heard from Sasuke that he seemed to be a member of the Uchiha clan. Sakura said with a serious face. Niji and Tenten looked at each other in bewilderment, but isn't there only one Uchiha left now? What happened next? Orochimaru seemed to know him, and then Orochimaru ran away. Orochimaru, one of the three ninjas, actually ran away. Are you sure you're not kidding me? Niji and Shikamaru felt that their worldview was a little broken. Suddenly, something seemed to fall heavily not far from where they were, and there was a loud bang, and then there was dust all over the sky. A figure rushed out from the dust, it was Uchiha Sasuke. However, his figure fell to the ground again at a high speed, creating a deep pit on the ground. This time Sasuke did not rush out immediately, but twitched for a while before slowly getting up and then rushing out. The final result was still the same. Sasuke was not discouraged. I don't trademark T know if it was the powerful defense brought to him by the curse seal, or he was so stubborn, getting up again and falling again and again. Several people watching the battle were dumbfounded, looking at Sasuke, who was just so arrogant and invincible, but was now being kicked around like a ball. The whole process showed a full sense of powerlessness. Uchiha. Finally, with Sasuke's hysterical roar, he finally lay in the pit and didn't move. Finally behaved. A light voice sounded, and everyone's eyes shifted. They saw a man dusting off his body and landing on the ground leisurely. The man glanced at them, and everyone immediately fell silent, not daring to breathe. Seeing this, Men Lan sighed with regret. These little ghosts are far from growing into the 12 little strong men of Konoha. Chapter 33 Curse Seal Sasuke, Beast Cloth Naruto. You tell me, why do you have Uchiha attack his eyes? Are you a member of the Uchiha clan? What happened to Uchiha Itaki? A rather hoarse cold shout sounded. Men Lan looked at this child who was almost more stubborn than Naruto, and sighed leisurely, little ghost, this is not something you can know. Sasuke got up, and the strange black lines were fading. Obviously, it was time to cheat. When the lines disappeared completely, Sasuke collapsed to the ground again. Sasuke! Sakura cried out, and wanted to go forward, but was stopped by Ino of the Inoshikajo trio. Uchiha Itaka destroyed the Uchiha clan, killed my father and mother, he is the sinner of our clan. If you are also from the Uchiha clan, you should kill him. Sasuke screamed, as if he had used up all his strength. Menlin shrugged, not commenting. But Sasuke continued, he is my enemy, no one can get ahead of me. Looking at Sasuke's scarlet eyes full of anger and hatred, Menlin smiled, don't make trouble, kid, he is living better than you now, and I don't have the time to compete with you. You can go to him for revenge, but it's better to become stronger before going, you are weak now, just like an ant. Sasuke was stunned, and his Sharingan returned to its original state and began to become empty, as if he was hit. Alas, young people nowadays. Menlin shook his head and sighed. Then, how much stronger are you than an ant? A cold, hoarse, murderous voice suddenly sounded. Menlin felt a chakra similar to the one he felt from Gaara before, full of resentment, anger, and evil, and many times stronger than the former. The spectators were even shocked by the chakra and turned pale. Turning back, Menlin saw a young man wearing a red chakra coat, crawling on the ground like a beast. Uzumaki Naruto. This guy actually woke up. After taking a look at the dazed Sasuke, Menlin suddenly realized that he seemed to have attracted hatred. This is a big deal. Ah, this is the tailed beast chakra, an unexpected harvest, senior. Fei came over and said curiously. Menlin said unhappily, do you still know the tailed beast? Senior, what you said? Fei scratched his head. Seeing these two people actually chatting, Naruto roared wildly, it seems that he has lost his mind. Menlin looked at Naruto's twisted chakra coat, and there was a faint sign that he was about to grow a tail. Menlin's eyelids twitched, and he said to Afei righteously, let's run away. Ah! Afei didn't react, and thought he had heard it wrong, senior, can't you beat him? Menlin said seriously, this is not a question of whether you can beat him or not. This kid is a Jinchuriki, and he will definitely receive special attention from Konoha. So if he stays for a long time, he is likely to be detained by Konoha ninjas. By then, I guess everything will be explained here. Afei seemed to understand, but just nodded and said, Senior, you have the final say. Menlin was about to continue talking, but a red figure had already attacked in front of him, swallowing all the words he wanted to say. Afei screamed and ran away, and Menlin began to deal with Naruto's chaotic but extremely swift attack with a black line. Why don't we kill him, senior? When the tailed beasts come out, let Konoha village have a headache. Fei shouted from the side. How can we kill him? This is the protagonist. How can we continue the show without the protagonist? After kicking Naruto away, Menlin shouted, you take them away first, I'll follow. Before Menlin finished speaking, Fei turned around and left without stopping. Should he be so decisive? Menlin cursed in his heart, but Naruto had already entangled him again. Lightning escape, lightning bullet. Menlin retreated while forming seals, and under the flashing light, the already crazy Naruto was instantly blinded. Menlin jumped up and prepared to escape, but suddenly felt his body suddenly sink. Boom! Menlin fell heavily to the ground, and when he looked up, he found that there was a red chakra arm wrapped around his leg. This guy can actually control the Nine Tails chakra? What's the point? Menlin felt that his worldview was a little broken. Before Menlin could recover, his body was lifted up by the chakra arm again, and then fell heavily to the ground again. After repeating this several times, Menlin was a little dazed, and he looked so embarrassed, completely different from the calm and relaxed before. He actually ended up like Sasuke. Is this the legendary treating someone in their own way? Ah! Naruto howled, and used his chakra arm to throw Menlin out. Menlin fell heavily on the tree, the leaves fell, and Menlin's face was so ugly. Naruto howled and rushed directly to Menlin. You're pestering me, right? Even a clay man can get angry, and Menlin is angry, and the consequences are serious. I don't want to kill you because I don't want to kill you. Do you really think I'm a vegetarian? Sand-binding coffin. Menlan was quite distressed that he had just copied the technique from Gaara and had to use it so soon. Naruto's body was directly entangled by the yellow sand, and he couldn't break through it no matter how hard he punched and kicked. Sand waterfall funeral. Menlan's eyes turned red, his face was ferocious, and he stretched out his hand, about to crush Naruto directly. I want to see how hard your chakra coat is. The yellow sand wrapped around Naruto and began to compress gradually. Naruto felt the pain and his roar became more shrill. Naruto. That's right, it was Sakura crying again. Menlan woke up instantly. Looking at the cockroaches shivering on the side, Menlan looked at Naruto who was gradually suffocating and thus removing the chakra coat, and he finally let go. The yellow sand dissipated, and Naruto fell to the ground, already fainted. Ah! Menlan sighed, almost squeezing the protagonist to death. What a thing! It's over, this time it's considered a complete grudge with the protagonist group. Menlan didn't stay for long, and then left directly. After meeting with Afei and his group, Menlan began to think about the retreat from the Death Forest. This is the Chunin exam after all, and I don't know if the examiners will let us go out before no one reaches the central tower of the Death Forest. These 5 days of survival in the wild have only been 1 day and it's so exciting, and the remaining 4 days are really going to be a struggle. Senior, didn't you kill that Jinchuriki kid? Afei asked everything as usual. Menlan was in a bad mood at this time and ignored him. Afei then said, I feel that the senior is very kind today. He saved these little ghosts and let them go. Menlan stopped. What's wrong, senior? Afei looked back in confusion, but saw a pair of blood-red eyes that were cold to the bone. Afei, you talked too much today. Menlan's cold voice made Afei shudder. Chapter 34 Menlan's show of power to Afei. Senior. Senior, I always talk a lot, don't I? Afei smiled bitterly. Menlan stared at Afei, making his smile stiff. He lowered his head and dared not look directly into Menlan's eyes. What should be said and what should not be said, you don't know in your heart, right? Senior, what are you talking about? Afei forced a smile. Menlan said coldly, everything has a limit, don't challenge my bottom line again and again. Senior, did I say something wrong? I'm just asking. Seeing that Menlan was angry, Afei waved his hand to explain. Menlan interrupted Afei and said, it's been almost 4 years, you should know me. Afei's body trembled, and he felt the real killing intent from Menlan. I will kill whoever I want to kill, and I won't let you say anything if I don't want to kill. As soon as Menlan finished speaking, he raised one hand. This is the hand gesture of the seal. Afei was startled, and the Sharingan was activated directly. After all, according to Menlan's current attitude, it is very likely that he will attack himself. A few shrill screams followed, and Afei was already sweating profusely. Looking back, he saw blood splattering in the bushes not far away. Upon closer inspection, several the Sand Village genin had been pierced alive by the spikes extending from the ground, and the blood was dripping, which was shocking. They did not die directly, but were still struggling. The extremely piercing screams and screams tortured everyone's ear nerves like a nightmare at this time, until they gradually lost their strength and completely lost their voices. Senior. Senior. Afei swallowed his saliva and wanted to say something, but Menlan had already left. The remaining few Rain Village genin stared straight at the Sand Village ninja who died miserably, trembling all over, and their lips were trembling. Haha. Afei laughed dryly, it's okay, Senior is like this, moody, don't take it to heart. Turning around, the scarlet eyes under the diving goggles revealed a strong gloom. What a good way to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Interesting. Menlan and Afei have known each other for almost 4 years, and have been together for more than 2 years. During this period, Afei obeyed his orders and never complained. However, he still cannot see through this funny and cowardly Afei. From what Menlan does to Afei, it can be seen that he does not have a sense of mutual appreciation between friends, just like the relationship between Kisame and Itaki. Instead, he orders him around and has no respect at all. Why? Habit. It must be said that habits can really change a person. From the beginning, Menlan carefully tested Afei, and then he was bossy. This process is the habit that Afei brought to Menlan. Of course, the habits that Afei gave to Menlan are far more than these. Although Menlan and Afei are together, anyone can see that Menlan is the leader, but in the dark, Afei has been intentionally or unintentionally influencing Menlan with words. He has been using a humorous tone to hint at some of Menlan's sinister and vicious ideas and practices. Because Menlan has always created a personality in the Akatsuki organization that is moody and casual, and this kind of personality is easily influenced by words and some small details. In short, Afei has been trying to cultivate and manipulate Menlan. Generally speaking, changing a person's habits can change his character, and this is what Afei thinks. After discovering Afei's thoughts, Menlan became less and less interested in him. Today, this is not the first time Menlan has had an attack, but it is definitely the most ruthless one. This is the so-called impotent rage. Menlan did not dare to do anything to Afei, so he could only vent his anger. He also knew that this was definitely what Afei would like to see. As for the three sand ninjas, in fact, Menlan was not a person who killed innocent people indiscriminately. When he was on the road, Menlan had met these three people many times. Every time they were either bullying the weak or running away madly because they kicked the iron plate. The fate of such people in this world should stop here. In short, Menlan's venting to Afei this time was the result of long-term backlog. At least in the short term, Afei will not nag anymore. And Menlan's next plan will not allow him to talk too much. Menlan led a group of genin from Yugakure village to leave the Death Forest and come to the village area, and then asked the leader of Yugakure village to lead the team to leave Konoha. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time, otherwise they may be caught in the crossfire. Interestingly, except for Menlan and Afei, as many people from Yugakure village left as many people as came, with 0 casualties, which surprised the Konoha ninja who was guarding the gate. After all, it is rare to see a ninja village with 0 casualties in the Chunin exam. A few days later, the genin who survived in the Death Forest began to compete one-on-one until the last person was eliminated, and then the judges judged whether this person was qualified to become a Chunin based on each person's performance rather than the ranking. The first game was between Sasuke and a medical ninja from Konoha. There was not much to watch, so a member of the Anbu hiding in the shadows on the viewing platform fell asleep, while the Anbu next to him was concentrating, and he almost took a small notebook to write it down. Sasuke's curse seal recurred during the game, but he still won, and then he was taken away by Hitaki Kakashi. Seeing this scene, an Anbu in the stands stood up and quietly followed. Kakashi took Sasuke into a room, and then used the sealing method to temporarily seal Sasuke's curse seal, but at this moment, a figure emerged from the shadows. Who? Kakashi became alert and took a closer look. It was Orochimaru. Orochimaru wanted to take Sasuke away, and Kakashi naturally would not be willing, and immediately prepared Reikari. In this case, don't blame me for bullying the weak. Orochimaru sneered. Under the flash of Reikari, a sound similar to a laughter that could not be suppressed suddenly sounded in the dark. Orochimaru and Kakashi were both startled. However, when they looked back, a member of the Anbu in a black robe emerged from the shadows and stood beside Kakashi. Anbu. Kakashi looked carefully at the black-robed Anbu. After a glance, the solemnity on his face did not increase but decreased. Since you are bullying the weak, don't blame us for bullying the few with the majority. A hoarse voice from the Anbu sounded. Orochimaru smiled sinisterly and said, anyway, Sasuke will come to me by himself, so I won't stay any longer. Goodbye." As soon as the voice fell, Orochimaru disappeared into the shadows. The lightning in Kakashi's hand disappeared, and he breathed a sigh of relief, then said to the Anbu, "Thank you." "You're welcome." The Anbu also took a deep look at Kakashi, and then quietly merged into the shadows. After Kakashi frowned and remained silent for a long time, he picked up Sasuke and left quietly. In the shadows, a black shadow appeared again. The mask was taken off, and the angular face was Menlan. Chapter 35 Konoha Anbu en route. It turned out that after leaving the Hidden Rain village, Menlan and Afei quietly returned to Konoha. Menlan didn't know the loopholes in the Konoha village defense formation. He just used the old method to imitate the members of the Anbu to enter, to be precise, to imitate the route. In order to disguise better, after entering Konoha, Menlan soon found 2 Konoha Anbu and disguised better. The members of the route belong to the Anbu, to be precise, they belong to the training organization of the Anbu, but later they gradually broke away from this category and became someone's independent organization. So the route does not serve the Hokage, but directly serves the dark side of Konoha. Shimura Danzo. After the Uchiha clan was exterminated, it may be that Danzo finally angered the third Hokage, and the route was explicitly disbanded, but in fact, the third Hokage still turned a blind eye to what Danzo did behind the scenes. So the route is dead in name but still exists in the Anbu. The costumes of the route and the Anbu are almost the same, because they belong to the same organization, but the masks are more colorful than the latter, and these are just subtle differences that you won't notice if you don't look carefully. But for those who know this is very tricky. It is precisely because the route directly serves Danzo, and many things do not go through the Hokage, so it is not too convenient to disguise as the route when entering and leaving the village. In Konoha, anyone who knows Danzo is afraid of him, and they will not offend him if they can avoid it. The route has always been known for its ruthless behavior, so the guards guarding Konoha generally do not carefully check the members of the route. When Menlan escaped from Konoha, he disguised himself as a route and got out very easily. But he didn't expect that he would disguise himself as a route and get in again one day. Not only is it convenient to enter and leave the village, the route has many more convenient aspects than the Anbu. For example, the Anbu needs to hide in the dark to secretly monitor or protect someone, and only show up in front of the Hokage, but the route does not. Although they also walk in the dark, they can also show up in public. With Danzo as a protective umbrella, as long as the routes don't do anything too extreme, even if they just walk around the streets, the third Hokage won't say anything when they see it. Because he will think that Danzo will deal with it, and he can't do anything about it. So the third Hokage didn't say anything about the 2 routes, Menlan and Afei, appearing in the stands. Even if they were hiding in the dark, they couldn't hide it from so many masters. If the Hokage didn't say anything, others naturally wouldn't say much. After seeing Kakashi leave with Sasuke, Menlan also left. He vaguely remembered that Kakashi was going to perform a sealing technique here, so he just happened to steal it, but he didn't expect to get an unexpected reward. Reikari, this is the ninjutsu that Menlan has been thinking about for a long time, and he didn't expect to finally get what he wanted today. So he couldn't help laughing for a while. Otherwise with his hiding technique, he would definitely be able to hide for a while. Kakashi had belonged to the Anbu and had also been in the route for a while, so he naturally knew the subtle differences between the Anbu and the route. When he saw Menlan's mask, he thought that this person was most likely from the route. Kakashi never had a crush on the route. After returning to the competition venue, Kakashi saw the route members again. This made him very confused. Could it be that Danzo was going to do evil again? More than a decade ago, the 4th Hokage died, and the 3rd Hokage succeeded to the throne. Danzo selected 10 masters from the route to assassinate the 3rd Hokage, because he wanted to be the Hokage so badly. How could he let the 3rd Hokage come back to the throne? But unfortunately, after the 4th Hokage died, some of the Anbu members who had served him returned to the route, including Danzo's spies and Kakashi, who was loyal to the Hokage. Kakashi was a master, so he naturally joined the 10, but he would not attack the third Hokage, so he naturally told the third Hokage about this. The third Hokage did not say anything, nor did he do anything. Danzo still ate well and slept well afterwards, so Kakashi was helpless. It can be seen that the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's tolerance for Danzo was not ordinary. Even if he wanted to kill him, he did not blame him at all. So later the Uchiha clan was exterminated, and the third Hokage was the Kage knew that it was Danzo who was behind this, but he still only did a superficial job and then let it go. I heard that there was another survivor of the Uchiha clan besides Sasuke, but he was imprisoned by Danzo privately, and now no one knows what happened to him. The third Hokage still turned a blind eye to this. Kakashi sighed. Even if Danzo was going to make trouble in this Chunin exam, the third Hokage probably wouldn't do anything to him even if he knew. Cheers came from the stands. It turned out that the third game was over, and Kankuro from the Sand Village won. Kakashi accidentally looked at the place where the root member was before, and found that there were 2 more people, one of whom was the root who helped him before. The roots always form teams, and Kakashi is no exception. He just wondered if the person he met before was not a coincidence, but followed him? Teacher Kakashi. Kakashi was stunned when he heard this, and looked at Sakura. It turned out that she was going to play. Kakashi nodded and smiled, just do your best. On the other side, Menlan and Afei encountered some problems. The 2 of them were also blatant, so a special Anbu came to inquire about the situation. Of course, they did not know the identity of this Anbu. Menlan and Afei stole the identities of the other 2 Anbu, so they were naturally not afraid of being exposed. He had already thought of a way to deal with this situation. Anbu and root are not familiar with each other, so the way to deal with it is very simple. Say that you are from the Anbu to the root, and act like you are from the root to the Anbu. It is ambiguous, and the problem will never be discovered in a short time. When he learned that this Anbu was just an Anbu and had received an order from above to ask questions, Menlan immediately said in a cold voice, "Do we act according to your eyes?" The Anbu was stunned when he heard this, but whispered, "Does that adult have any orders?" Now it was Menlan's turn to be confused. Who was that person? But he quickly reacted. Now almost all the roots have been dispersed into the Anbu, so there are still many people who serve the Hokage in public but are still loyal to Danzo in private. Menlan immediately said, "Do your job well." The Anbu was not angry, just nodded and left. After the Anbu left, Afei said a little nervously, "Senior, we are so blatant, we won't be discovered, right? Even if we are discovered, what's the problem?" Menlan sneered. Afei thought, "Yeah, it doesn't seem to be a big deal." Menlan took a look at the competition on the field, and suddenly turned and left. "Let's go." "Where to?" "We don't want to watch the game. What's so interesting about children playing house? Let's do business." Chapter 36 Battle of Wits and Courage with the Anbu. Menlan needs to find Danzo. It's not revenge, but Danzo has what he needs. For this, Menlan can be said to be willing to pay any price. Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha, he doesn't believe that Danzo will not appear, even if the plot here in the original work seems that Danzo really did not appear. So just in case, he needs to know the specific location of Danzo. The man just now was from the root, and he was also the first member of the root that Menlan saw in Konoha. Of course, he may have lied to Menlan in order to get the word out, but Menlan didn't want to miss any opportunity. It is not a good idea to follow an ANBU member carelessly. It is impossible to do it without being noticed and to follow closely, so Menlan lost the whereabouts of the ANBU after a while. After losing him, Menlan and Afei tried to continue looking for him, but they were ready to go back after no results. However, several ANBU blocked their way. These ANBU were not wearing black robes, but combat uniforms exclusive to ANBU. Menlan did not know whether they were from ANBU or Root, so he did not dare to attack without authorization, and these people did not speak, so the scene suddenly became a little awkward. Senior. Afei gently pulled the hem of Menlan's clothes. Menlan signaled Afei not to act rashly. The two ANBU attacked by Menlan were well hidden by him, and Menlan would not worry about his identity being exposed. He was blocked here, which must be related to the relationship between ANBU and Root. First, determine the identities of these people. Menlan couldn't tell their identities from the surface, so he just said, "What's up, everyone? Have you received an order from that adult?" One of the ANBU asked. This was ambiguous, and it was impossible to tell their identities. So Menlan said, "I can't tell you." "Since you received an order, why did you leave your post?" the ANBU asked again. Menlan seemed to understand. This sentence sounded a bit like a question from the Root at first, but if it was the Root, there would be no reason to tell you so much, and they wouldn't appear in such a group. So it is more likely that these people are ordinary ANBU. I asked one of them to find out what happened, but I didn't expect that I followed him out, which aroused suspicion, so these people blocked here. If all of them were killed, the other side had too many people, and it was inevitable that some would be left alive, which would not be worth the loss. But if they were not killed, how could they pass this level? Menlan thought about it and said coldly, "Is that ANBU your man just now?" No one answered. Menlan then said, "Take care of your people, otherwise don't blame us for being ruthless." "What did you say?" Menlan's provocative words immediately aroused the anger of the ANBU. Menlan sneered calmly, "This is what the adult specifically told you to do, so you don't have to worry about it, so it's best not to provoke us." After that, Menlan turned around and left, and Afei followed closely behind. After leaving, he found that the ANBU did not chase him, and Menlan breathed a sigh of relief. Afei patted his chest and said, "I was so scared, I thought I was discovered." This is the cleverness of this method of stealing and replacing pillars, and the fun is excitement. Regardless of whether those people just now were from the ANBU or the Root, Menlan's position was first of all high. If it's the ANBU, then I am the Root, following Danzo's orders. If you have the ability, go to Danzo and ask clearly. Don't dare, right? If these people are also from the Root, and Danzo has not received any orders at all, then it's even simpler. You didn't receive the order, but we did. Just don't disturb us. Menlan has been well versed in actors' self-cultivation for many years, and dealing with these people is not a trivial matter. Just when Menlan and Afei were about to return to the arena, a sudden change occurred. This place is a sparsely populated area, and it is naturally a great place to kill and bury the body. Menlan and Afei were walking, and a trace of murderous intent was instantly smelled by Menlan. Swoosh! With the sound of breaking through the air, Menlan pushed Afei and dodged himself. Afei also staggered and dodged the attack. Several shurikens were left on the spot. This was not over yet. A cold light flashed out, as if it came from the shadows without a trace, and it ruthlessly slashed down at Menlan. This kind of attack was naturally child's play for Menlan. He saw that his eyes were open and he easily dodged this extremely swift slash. "Who is it?" Menlan shouted coldly and saw the appearance of the person in front of him and the person behind him. Black robe and white mask, different from the ANBU just encountered. In addition to the black robe, there was also a strong and extremely murderous aura. Now Menlan finally distinguished the difference between the ANBU and the Root. First of all, the ANBU will not deal with their own people indiscriminately, because the ANBU are loyal to the ninja village and will sacrifice their personal interests for the collective interests. Secondly, they are loyal to the Hokage, because the Hokage is an uncertain factor and will be replaced sooner or later, but the ninja village has always been a ninja village. The Root is not loyal to the country, not loyal to the village, but only loyal to one person, sacrificing the interests of all people to satisfy the interests of one person. In addition to killing the enemy, they are also ruthless when they attack their own people. This is the root. So, they are actually very easy to distinguish, because there is an essential difference. What are you doing? Menlan did not act rashly, but shouted coldly. The root behind him said in a cold and hoarse voice, "Why did you follow me out and meet with the Anbu?" Menlan was a little confused when he heard this. What the hell is this? After careful identification, Menlan recognized that this person was the one who had just found him at the competition venue. Wait, this person is obviously a root from the temperament and means. What about those people just now? Menlan had a headache. He was an actor, not a conspirator. What a mess. Menlan felt as if a large and disorderly network appeared in front of him, the kind that could not be cut or sorted out. Upon closer inspection, it was written with the relationship network between the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo, the Anbu and the root. Menlan was not interested in intervening in the grievances between the Anbu and the root. He didn't want to know the secrets in it. There were only two people here, otherwise it would be simple and clear to just kill them. But thinking that there might be someone behind these two people, the possibility of involvement was relatively large, or it was not worth the loss. Menlan sneered after thinking, "I still want to ask you? Why did those Anbu notice that I was following you?" This move of turning the tables is Menlan's trick. Genbu was indeed silent for a moment. Perhaps he had just made a test before. At least he did not show much killing intent at this time. Although Genbu was cruel to his own people, it was not easy to kill colleagues without orders. Maybe my identity in the Anbu has been exposed, but this is not important. What is important is that since you have received the order from that adult, why did you come out with me without permission? Genbu threw the question to Menlan again. Chapter 37 Transplantation, Revealing Identity. Menlan was a little speechless. Are these people from the Anbu and the root so taboo about the name of this adult? That adult, those who don't a Euro trademark T no would think eat a Euro trademark S Shafulin. Menlan was a little troubled. These people are the real roots. If they are not careful, they may report what happened to that adult, and then Menlan a Euro trademark S situation will be a little embarrassing. The key is that they can't a Euro trademark T be killed casually. How about using illusion to control them? But unfortunately, no matter whether it is the illusion controlled by Menlan a Euro trademark S own Sharingan or the illusion he copied, none of them can manipulate a persona Euro trademark S behavior for a long time. The main Jakaya Sharingan can be manipulated for a long time. As long as the pupil power is enough or it is not disturbed by internal or external factors, it can be manipulated for as long as you want. After all, it is a high-level Sharingan that can even manipulate the tailed beasts. Menlan finally remembered the benefits of the main Jakaya Sharingan at this time. In fact, it is also possible to use ordinary illusion to manipulate him to let him tell Danzo's current location. The key is that Menlan dare not alert the enemy. What if this guy doesn't know where Danzo is? After all, Danzo is a representative of old and cunning, and the description of a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows is the most appropriate. Forget it, I'd better hold on for 2 days. If it doesn't work, I'll fish in troubled waters after Orochimaru takes action. It's not that Menlan brags. Menlan was okay when he just entered Konoha. Now, even the third Hokage can't stop him. We are also acting according to orders. What? Do you want to know the details of the order? Menlan kicked the ball back again. The root said immediately, since it is confidential, naturally I dare not ask. Well, I was finally successfully led astray. So what do you want to do now? Menlan began to strike while the iron is hot. The root who blocked the way of Menlan and the others immediately retreated after hearing the words. If your actions today affect that adult's plan, you should know what will happen to you. Menlan shouted coldly. The 2 roots trembled when they heard this. Menlan was delighted and continued to threaten, "You can report this to your superiors, or report it directly to that adult. Of course, you must report it truthfully and tell us all about your indiscriminate attack on us, otherwise, Please be merciful, sir. We really didn't know." Finally, the two roots gave in. So, being good at talking is also a hard truth. Of course, this is absolutely inseparable from the assistance of Danzo's daily terrorist policy. Don't act on your own if you don't know. Are there some things you should ask? If you don't ask, we won't follow you out? How could we be intercepted by the Anbu if we don't come out? The key is that you are still bold enough to attack us. How did you pass the training? Menlan became happier and happier, until A Fei gently tugged at his clothes again. Ahem. Menlan coughed dryly, and then said, "We will talk about your affairs after our mission is over. As for the result, it depends on your performance." The two roots looked at each other and half knelt on the ground. The Anbu can't go back for the time being. The subordinates are willing to listen to the adults' orders. Menlan was stunned. Good guy, he even accepted two younger brothers. So, this is the loophole of the centralized system. The upper beam is not straight, and the lower beam is crooked. Even if Danzo doesn't die in the later period, the dam will eventually be destroyed by the ant hole. Terror brainwashing is not feasible. Brainwashing with peace and love has a future. Just as Menlan was feeling quite smug and thinking about how to deal with these two people, the two roots suddenly said, "Excuse me, could you show us your seal? Are these two people quite smart?" They definitely did not join the root halfway, and if they were trained from childhood, they would not be as weak-willed as they are. Menlan sneered at the words, and the two immediately lowered their heads. "Do you doubt my identity?" "I dare not, but..." The two roots could not explain it. "Forget it, it's a good thing to be careful and vigilant." Menlan interrupted them, slightly removed the mask to reveal half of his face, and then stuck out his tongue. The so-called seal was cast on the root of the tongue by Danzo in order to prevent the root ninja from being instigated or revealing information after being caught. As long as the root that was cast the seal said a sensitive word, the seal would be activated, and the consequences were self-evident. The roots looked up and saw that there was indeed a curse mark engraved on the root of Menlan's tongue. They immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said in unison, "I am willing to die for you." This was not something Menlan had prepared for. Ah Fei stared at Menlan's empty tongue root for a long time, and was particularly surprised by the performance of the two roots. In fact, it is very simple. There is no curse mark, so let them see the curse mark. Very good, although you have exposed the identity of the roots, they dare not do anything to you, you go back first. Menlan was talking, wanting just deal with the two casually, but before they could say anything, the two roots who were half kneeling on the ground looked at each other and attacked Menlan again. One of them threw out a shuriken, and the other used a fire escape ninjutsu. When the fireball wrapped around the shuriken, it was a high imitation version of the Phoenix Fire Claw Red technique, covering the surface light, not easy to dodge and not easy to be offset. In addition, Menlan and the two were not on guard at all, which made it hard to defend against. Menlan almost bit his tongue. The distance was so close that even if he reacted, he couldn't dodge in time. Boom! After several muffled sounds, Menlan was directly blown away by the fire escape. His clothes were full of holes, and still slowly emitting green smoke. A Fei on the side somehow miraculously avoided these fireballs and began to scream in panic. "Get rid of him too!" The root shouted coldly, and then just wanted to rush towards A Fei. But at this moment, Menlan's still smoking body suddenly twitched, and then sat up from the ground. Some visible sand and gravel flowed out from under his tattered clothes. "Are you looking for death?" Menlan roared. The two were very surprised that Menlan seemed to be unharmed, and immediately jumped onto the branch without saying a word. One of them swung his shuriken wildly, and the other activated the instant body technique to prepare for a close-range assassination. Ah-Fei was confused throughout the whole process, dodging the shuriken in a panic, and was at a loss for this sudden battle. The key is why they started fighting again? Didn't they all convince the senior? Is it so careless? Menlan thought so in his heart at this time, and he was also very angry. The sand armor that he just got from Gaara was used up in such a muddle, and Menlan felt painful just thinking about it. Confused, Menlan dodged the shuriken and the instant assassination of another root. He still hasn't figured out what's going on. Exposed? Or was he just being set up from the beginning, just to let himself down? The dignity of the root usually won't let them do the latter, so it can only be the former. So how did he get exposed? Chapter 38 Menlan meets Kakashi. What are you doing? Menlan still wants to figure out where he went wrong, so he has been suppressing his anger and not fighting back. Don't pretend. The root who threw shuriken crazily shouted coldly, "Who are you? I don't understand what you are talking about. Aren't you afraid of the punishment of that adult for doing this?" Menlan replied. The root who was fighting with Menlan in close combat sneered, "Punishment? Bringing back your head is a great achievement." The root's moves were deadly, and the means were so cruel, it was a real killing technique. Finally, Menlan didn't care about anything. So, what exactly did I do wrong? Menlan slowly took off the mask. Ah-Fei couldn't help laughing and said, "Maybe the senior talked too much." Menlan shook his head, slowly picked up the mask on the ground, and then threw the other mask in his hand on the ground. The mask slowly sank into the soil and disappeared in a short while. "See, this is the end of talking too much, I can be regarded as a lesson for you." Menlan glared at Ah-Fei. Ah-Fei immediately smiled and made a gesture to shut up. Menlan scratched his head and stood up. Why was it discovered? "Senior. Don't worry about it, what should we do now?" Ah-Fei has also changed his mask. Menlan pondered and said, "What else can I do? Continue to go to the arena." When Menlan returned to the arena again, he just caught up with the highlight. The battle between Gaara and Xiao Li. Before, in the Forest of Death, Menlan wanted to test out Li's 8 gates, but in the end, Li didn't use it, which was a pity. This time, of course, he won't miss it again. Not to mention, Menlan made a fortune this time, and he was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Li's 8 gates at this time still need to start from the first gate and then slowly open up layer by layer. So now Menlan has completely copied the first to 5th gates of the 8 gates, and it may take some time to copy the last 3 gates. There is no need to elaborate on the battle between Li and Gaara. Li is a genius, but he is facing a monster, and a monster with thick skin and flesh. In addition, Li is a little eager for quick success. If he hadn't opened the 5th gate, he would probably have been able to hold on for a while, but of course he would have been defeated in the end. But he was really amazing to force Gaara to this extent. Gaara did not release the tailed beast chakra, even though he wanted to kill Li, but he did not lose control. It may also be related to the location. Menlan didn't care about that. He was very happy to find the lost sand armor. In the end, Xiao Li was defeated and sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. Poor kid. Gaara only looked embarrassed because of the sand armor, but actually nothing happened. After the main event, the last battle was between Koji and Rokudo toss. Why did you mention Rokudo toss? This fight was not interesting, and Menlan took Afei away directly. Because they changed their masks, Menlan and Afei were no longer blatant this time, and they came and left quietly, and they should not have been noticed. Just should. Not long after Menlan came out, he ran into a killer with white hair and a forehead protector, who was Hatake Guyuk. I didn't take a close look just now, and I couldn't see anything clearly because of the dim vision. Now this is Menlan's first meeting with Kakashi in the true sense. As for Kakashi, Menlan still likes this character very much. After all, his own setting is to steal other people's ideas. I just don't know what kind of sparks will be generated when this copy ninja bumps into himself, the god of copy. In fact, Kakashi's setting is close to perfection, 50 to 50, and the copying function of the Sharingan in the early stage is fully developed. It's just a pity that it was impressive in the early stage, but miserable in the later stage. The problem that has always troubled Menlin is also bothering Kakashi. Although he has the reputation of 50 to 50, the Sharingan is not his, and it will consume mana if it cannot be turned off, so the mana is very small. Menlin is also short of mana, but it is not a problem of his mana, but a problem of his degree of use. In addition, the copying of the Sharingan itself is very flawed, and it can only copy ordinary escape techniques. There seem to be many tricks, such as if there is no chakra of a certain attribute, the type of ninjutsu cannot be copied, and the blood limit type cannot be copied, not to mention yin-yang escape techniques. So after the plot reached the later stage, the copying setting of the Sharingan was almost abolished because it was too useless. Therefore, Mangekyo and Susanoo are the abilities that Sharingan has developed to the extreme, and copying is just a transition. Menlin really wants to compete with this copy ninja. After all, this is a collision in settings, which is relatively rare. Two people with very similar settings collided with each other, which is really an ingenious design. The only difference is that Kakashi is a genius, and Sharingan can be said to limit his talent. In order to be able to use Sharingan better, he developed Chidori Reikari. Without Sharingan, I don't trademark know what BT ninjutsu he can develop. And Menlin is a waste without Sharingan. Maybe he can trademark even beat Naruto now. Yes, he definitely can trademark beat him. You too, eat a trademark s just the Chunin exam, there a trademark s no need to take turns to guard, right? Kakashi lowered his head and looked at the comic book in his hand, and asked softly without raising his head. What is taking turns to guard means that the two people who were in the arena before are not the two people now. Menlin and Afei changed their masks and their bodies were covered, so they looked like different people. Menlin said coldly, "Sorry, I have no right to tell you." Oh. Kakashi slowly closed the book in his hand, looked at Menlin and Afei and said, "Are you two following the orders of the Hokage?" "I have no right to tell you." Menlin still said this. Kakashi looked at Menlin for a long time with his eyes exposed, and suddenly asked, "Where are those two people just now?" "I have no right to tell you." Hey, there is no need to be so serious, right?" Kakashi used his unique lazy voice, which made people feel very comfortable. But Menlin still said, "I have official business, goodbye." With that, Menlin and Afei turned and left. As soon as he turned around, he saw another figure standing under the tree behind him reading a book, and it was Kakashi again. "Don't worry, you two. This Chunin exam is very important. It also involves diplomatic issues with the Sand Village, so the Hokage specifically told me not to make any mistakes." Kakashi said weakly, but Menlin's expression became more solemn. "If we fight now, it's okay. There are too many lice, so we are not afraid of itching. But it may be more difficult to implement the plan later. So, you two, please come with me, okay?" Kakashi smiled, especially brightly, and his single eye narrowed into a line, but the atmosphere around him became more and more solemn. Chapter 39 Chunin Exam Finals begins. On the orders of the Hokage? This obviously sees our identity as the root. Are you afraid that Danzo will cause trouble, so you want to restrict our actions? Menlin was thinking a lot. The third Hokage had always turned a blind eye to Danzo's actions, but this time he told Kakashi not to let the root mess up. It was obvious that he was more sensitive. If he fought with Kakashi and escaped, the third Hokage might personally find Danzo and tell him about it. Menlin didn't know whether Danzo was very concerned about this Chunin exam, but he must know whether he sent people to supervise the Chunin exam. Then he followed the clues and found out if a few Anbu are missing. Exposing their identities will be a small matter, but it will make Konoha alert. In this way, Danzo will not dare to show up. After thinking about it, Menlin whispered, if it is the order of the Hokage, I will naturally not dare to disobey it, but what if that lord blames me? Kakashi smiled even more brightly when he heard it. Don't worry, we are just temporarily detaining you for a month. After a month, the Chunin exam will be over, and the Hokage will protect you too. If that lord really can't tolerate you, you can also consider being directly under the Anbu. I have to have that life to consider. Menlin complained in his heart. If it was really the route, I'm afraid it would not survive for a month, and it would be directly regarded as a mission failure and wiped out. The key is that Kakashi has no reason not to know. Is it another test? What's wrong with these people every day? Intrigue and deception, can't people use their brains less? It was a test, but Menlin had no reason to refuse. Can Lord Hokage really protect us? Menlin could only take it one step at a time. Kakashi smiled harmlessly, of course, Lord Hokage, don't you trust him? Sorry, I don't trust the first, second, and third generations of Hokage. Anyway, this month is also a plot vacuum period. It seems that except for the arrival of a certain master in the village and Naruto starting to learn spiritualism, there is nothing else to say. It would be more dangerous to wander around outside. In this case, why not take advantage of the situation? Menlin nodded after thinking about it and said, in this case, please lead the way. Kakashi suddenly took out 2 chains from somewhere, which made Menlin's eyebrows jump. This is a bit too much. Perhaps seeing that Menlin was somewhat resistant, Kakashi took back the chains and smiled kindly, sorry, there's no need to put on the chains, but I may have to inconvenience you two later. As soon as the voice fell, several Anbu suddenly appeared beside Menlin. Menlin knew what kind of injustice Kakashi was talking about. Not long after, Menlin and Afei were imprisoned. It was not a prison, but a separate detention center. There were no cages, and they could go out anytime they wanted, but there were guards 24 hours a day. When Menlin first arrived here, he found that there were more than just the 2 of them who were detained. From this, it seems that Danzo has been a little restless during this period. If we know what he is up to, it will be very helpful to find him. What big thing is going to happen recently? The final of the Chunin exam? The visit of the head of the Sand Village, the Kazekage? Wait. Konoha's collapse plan. Orochimaru. There has always been a secret relationship between Orochimaru and Danzo. Orochimaru intends to destroy Konoha, but actually wants to kill his teacher, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo will definitely not let go of such a great opportunity. He has coveted the position of Hokage for a long time. Once the 3rd Hokage dies, who can be the Hokage in the entire Konoha village? That sloppy and lustful uncle? Only Shimura Danzo. He must think so. So just wait quietly, when the 3rd Hokage dies, Danzo will definitely appear. And according to the original work, the 3rd Hokage will definitely die, so. But Danzo didn't appear in the original work in the end? Menlin is confused, what the hell is going on? Forget it. In the detention room, Afei didn't dare to speak casually, but Menlin enjoyed a long-lost peace. Just like that, a month passed in the blink of an eye. Konoha is unusually lively today. With thousands of people lining up to welcome the distinguished guest from afar, the 4th Kazekage. The Kazekage is the village chief of the Sand Village. Regardless of his strength, his status is the same as that of the Hokage. The most important thing is that the villagers of Konoha, who have always believed in peace, are naturally willing to continue to establish friendly diplomatic relations with the Sand Village. What did the 4th Kazekage come for? Of course, he was not here to go through the motions, but to watch the competition of his own children in the Chunin exam. The competition venue for the Chunin exam finals is much larger than before. It is in the format of a stadium and can accommodate thousands of spectators to watch the competition at the same time. At the same time, the Kazekage and the Hokage are watching on the highest stands. This is the largest scale and momentum of the Chunin exam in recent years. Look, it has made the few genin waiting for the exam nervous. Not long after, the first game officially began, with our protagonist Uzumaki Naruto fighting against Hyuga Niji of the Hyuga family. The match between the genius and the last one was a match without any suspense. Niji performed excellently throughout the whole match, especially the one who turned the tide and made a certain Anbu present stare at him in awe. But in the end, the genius lost to the last one, and he was convinced by his verbal battle. The second match was between Kankuro from the Sand Village and Chino, but because Kankuro admitted defeat on the spot, Chino did not fight and won. The third match was the highlight, with Gaara, the successor of the Kazekage of the Sand Village, fighting against Uchiha Sasuke, the pride of Konoha. However, this match was postponed because of Sasuke's lateness, and Temari and Nara Shikamaru, who were in the next match, took the written test first. Shikamaru's shadow-like reality technique does not belong to basic ninjutsu, but to secret techniques. If you have to classify it, it can be classified as yin-dun, just like Yamanaka Ino's heart transfer technique is also yin-dun, and it is not a basic ninjutsu, and Akimichi Koji's multiplication technique belongs to yang-dun. It is precisely because of the unique secret technique that they are called the classic combination of Konoha pig, deer, and Joe. Shikamaru and Temari started a series of battles of wits and courage in the field, and a guard in the stands was staring with both eyes wide open. That's right, who else could this person be if not Menlin? It's a small detention room, but he can get out whenever he wants. As for Afei, let alone, this guy can go wherever he wants. This is the first time that Menlin has seen a ninjutsu of yin-yang escape nature, and what he didn't expect was that he could actually copy it. If the blood limit can be copied, then this one is not a big deal, and it usually doesn't play any role in actual combat. Therefore, after a brief surprise, Menlin's attention was focused on the other side. The family behind Shikamaru, Koji, and Ino is known as Konoha pig, deer and butterfly. Koji is so fat, so Menlin has always thought that Shikamaru is a deer, Ino is a butterfly, and Koji is a pig. But until he accidentally saw the word Hai written on the shirt of Ino sitting in the audience stand just now. Hai is not only a kind of seal, but also means high pig. He suddenly remembered that Koji has a trick of turning into a butterfly, and then he suddenly realized it. It's really my fault for not watching the show carefully. But this image is too broken. Chapter 40 Konoha Collapse Plan started. Shikamaru and Temari's match ended with Shikamaru's surrender. In fact, Menlin sometimes admires Shikamaru. Use the softest words to tease the hardest girl. The last match of the finale, Sasuke vs Gaara. But because Sasuke was late, the crowd began to get a little restless. The Hokage and the Kazekage negotiated to wait for Sasuke for a while. If they couldn't wait, they would announce the end of the game. The waiting process is always tormenting, and it's just right to relieve the tense nerves of the crowd, go to the toilet or something. Menlin also went to the toilet, but while waiting in line, he seemed to suddenly see two familiar figures in the line, wrapped in black-bottomed red cloud cloaks and wearing bamboo hats. Rubbing his eyes under the mask, he didn't expect that Sharingan would also suffer from glaucoma. Could it be that Sharingan with copy settings are prone to this disease? It is unknown, but Menlin actually met an acquaintance on the way back. One Anbu, and one Anbu who was disguised like Menlin. Menlin knew who this guy was without having to guess. As for why Menlin could see this guy's identity, it was very simple, the position of the eyes on his mask was actually reflecting light. Pretending not to know, he returned to the stands, and Sasuke and Kakashi had already arrived. As expected, he is worthy of being the 13th king, and arriving at the right time is the most in line with the setting. The battle between Gaara and Sasuke was in full swing, and the entire audience stand was ignited in an instant, worthy of being the finale. Gaara claimed to have absolute defense and did not take the initiative to attack. At the beginning, it was Sasuke who used high-speed physical skills to attack Gaara. Sasuke is also worthy of being a genius, and Xiao Li's physical skills can be said to be copied almost exactly. Gaara learned a lesson, and naturally would not be defeated by this move again, so he immediately wrapped all the sand around his body to form a sand ball. However, this is not a sand shield, but a technique called sand desert wave. As long as Sasuke attacks forward and touches the sand will automatically counterattack, and countless long thorns will extend from the surface of the ball. If Sasuke does not dodge in time, he will definitely be stabbed. Then Gaara used his third eye to observe the enemy outside the ball, instantly making himself invincible. As long as the absolute defense is not broken, Gaara can fight you to the end of time. Then, Sasuke used the new ninjutsu he learned from this month's training. Lightning Escape, Chidori. Lightning Escape restrains Earth Escape, and has strong penetrating power. It is not easy to penetrate a sand ball. Then he really pierced it. Then, there was nothing else. Gaara's emotions gradually became unstable, and Sasuke was also frightened by the claws of a monster that looked like an alien on the arm that was pulled out of the sand ball before. Just at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A large number of white feathers began to fall from the sky, and those who didn't know would think that an angel had descended. Menlan easily saw through this illusion and kicked the sleepy Afe awake. Looking around, there were several. Almost all the audience had collapsed and fell asleep. Menlan saw the figure of the Anbu who cast the illusion. This technique was quite good. It was the illusion with the widest coverage among the many illusions that Menlan had seen so far. Illusion, Nirvana Abode. But unfortunately, this range-type illusion increased the coverage, but the ability was extremely weak, and it could only bluff ordinary people and ordinary genin. Has the plan finally started? Menlan looked at the two village heads on the high platform. I saw that the Kazekage instantly held the third Hokage with a kunao and brought him to the roof, and four figures of different heights, weights, and thinness suddenly appeared from nowhere around, and four purple barriers completely closed the entire roof in an instant. The Anbu guarding the Hokage rushed up immediately, but when they came into contact with the purple barrier that looked like a curtain, they were instantly burned and turned into ashes. Menlan was amazed at this. It was a pity that this formation required 4 people to activate. Otherwise, it would be an absolute defense to use it for self-protection. The third Hokage was actually held hostage by a kunao. If it were told to others, people would probably laugh their heads off. Is that kunao poisonous or something? Menlan was thinking, but saw Orochimaru shoot out his tongue and lick the kunao. Well, it's definitely not poisonous. The ninjas from the Sand Village had already rushed into the venue, and the entire venue was in chaos. Gaara was twitching all over, as if he had epilepsy. Seeing this, Temari and Kankuro immediately took Gaara away. Sasuke was naturally reluctant to see this. How could he let you escape when the game was about to be decided? So he chased after him regardless of the obstruction. Sakura in the audience was still awake because of her high immunity to illusions, although she herself did not know any illusions. After that, he received a mission from Kakashi, woke up Naruto and Shikamaru who was pretending to be dead, and then followed Kakashi's summoned ninja dog Parker to pursue Sasuke. Menlan was not interested in this. The battle between the third Hokage and Orochimaru was the key. For Menlan, this was simply a feast for the eyes. Orochimaru did not want to kill his benefactor, the third Hokage, so easily, so the two sides had a fair, just an open contest in the formation. Look, both sides took off their Hokage costumes and put on combat uniforms. Mixed in with a group of Anbu who could not enter the formation and could only watch the battle, Menlan also played the role of a spectator. Originally, he wanted to watch the battle up close. After all, it would be a waste to miss any details of such a good show. But he knew that the current Konoha village was no longer the same as it used to be. If that lecherous uncle had not come back, it was estimated that Menlan might really go up and stroll around. As for Danzo, Menlin had already forgotten about him. A Fei on the side was also quite surprised by the sudden war and remained silent, which was unlike his character. Menlin was wondering what this guy was up to. Could he be trying to gather all the members of the Akatsuki organization to beat up Konoha? Kill you while you are sick? That's too miserable. Just as Menlin was thinking, a three-headed snake suddenly appeared in the village out of thin air. Menlin could feel the movement from a long distance and even see the smoke in the distance. This war between Sand Village, Konoha Village, and Orochimaru's forces has gradually affected the entire Konoha village. Menlin deeply implemented the principle of the more the better, and everyone is welcome, so he immediately split two shadow clones and went to other battlefields. After all, there are so many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Konoha, and as long as they have not been seen, they are good for Menlin. Looking at the battle on the roof at this time, Orochimaru has summoned two coffins, but it is just a simple summoning technique, not a live reincarnation. Menlin secretly thought it was a pity. Although the reincarnation technique was perfected by Orochimaru at this time, it still requires a series of complicated steps. After the reincarnation, it is placed in the coffin, and when it is used, it is only necessary to summon it. Orochimaru's reincarnation of Konoha's first-generation Hokage Senju Hashirama and the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama. A ninja god, a man who is said to have forbidden techniques except for the sea escape technique. He invented the reincarnation technique, as well as Naruto's multiple shadow clones. I guess he didn't expect that the technique he invented would eventually be used on himself after his death. He was also manipulated to fight with his apprentice. The second-generation Hokage was the teacher of the third-generation Hokage, and the third-generation Hokage was the teacher of Orochimaru. As a result, Orochimaru manipulated his master to kill his master. The third Hokage not only had to deal with his apprentice but also his master. This family is really sinful. Is it necessary to kill the master to prove the truth? Not to mention, people in Konoha like to do this. Chapter 41 The war is over and the Hokage dies. This plot is full of climaxes in the original work and is also one of the most exciting plots in the first part. The next Bat-Lethe fight was wonderful, and both sides used various ninjutsu, which made Menlin overwhelmed. Soon after, Menlin had a slight headache. Maybe the system was overloaded. What if the memory bar was full? Menlin was everywhere. If one processor is not enough, then why not have more? Fortunately, Menlin had copied Naruto's multiple shadow clones. The so-called multiple shadow clones are based on the strong chakra amount and are distributed to all other clones in proportion. It also depends on the amount of chakra possessed by the clones to determine whether he is vulnerable or can resist more. The shadow clones created by Menlin are almost all very fragile and will not consume much of their own chakra. They are mainly for learning. The shadow clones will return everything they see and hear to the original body when they dissipate, so my mother no longer has to worry about my studies. Looking at the scene again, the third-generation Hokage dragged his old body to fight the first and second-generation Hokage on equal terms. Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation was not fully developed at this time, so the two reincarnated Hokage did not exert their full strength, otherwise there would be no way for the third Hokage to survive, he was so old. Not only are young and strong people better than two fists, but four hands are no match for each other. So gradually, the third Hokage's physical strength began to fail. And the battle seemed to be about to end. On the other side, the whole village was being invaded by the Sand Village and Orochimaru's forces, and the ninjas of Konoha were also fighting back. As a disaster level 3-headed snake, it is undoubtedly a symbol of destruction. Wherever it passes, houses collapse and all are broken. Now the Hokage is dueling, and the two well-known elite jonin in Konoha are replenishing soldiers, and they are still competing with each other to see who replenishes more. So almost no one can resist the footsteps of these three snakes. But at this moment, a huge figure fell from the sky, and with one butt, he pressed the three-headed snake to the ground, twitching a few times and then motionless. A closer look showed that it was crushed to death. The huge figure pressing on the three-headed snake was a toad, and the figure standing on the toad's head was Jiraiya, who was known as the Three Ninjas, the Toad Sage, and the Lecherous Sage. Menlin, who saw this scene from a distance, lowered his head in confusion and thought, since Jiraiya was in Konoha, why didn't he go to help when the third Hokage was in trouble, but instead showed off here? Some people said that he couldn't help much if he went, because the four purple flame formation was sealed tightly. The key is that Jiraiya didn't know either. Menlin squinted his eyes to see the purple light clearly. Even if he saw it clearly, would Jiraiya know what it was? Jiraiya was not a person who would not help others in danger, let alone his mentor. So why didn't he go over? Is it trust? In short, he has his own ideas. Menlin felt sorry for Jiraiya's ending. In his impression, although Jiraiya had some minor flaws, he was indeed a hero. On the other hand, some of the clones sent by Menlin began to search frantically in Konoha village. He really didn't believe that Danzo would not come out to join in the fun, even if it was just to take a walk. The whole Konoha is now in chaos. Although the people sent out by Sand Village are some small fish and shrimps, there are too many people. The large-scale invasion has made the streets of Konoha village, which used to be prosperous and lively, depressed and in a mess. Because of Menlin's Anbu dress, the ninjas of Sand Village will attack Menlin when they see Menlin. Of course, Menlin doesn't mind helping Konoha clean up these small fish and shrimps. Hard work pays off. Finally, Menlin found some clues from a series of chaos. Danzo is hidden, and the source of intelligence is almost entirely dependent on the roots under his hands. Under this situation, there will definitely be roots who send intelligence to Danzo intermittently. Danzo simply couldn't sit still for this battle between Orochimaru and the third Hokage. His lifelong ambition is to be the Hokage. He can only succeed the third Hokage if he dies. He has been waiting for too many years. Although he has a lot of patience, he can never stand by and watch. He needs to know the details of the battle between Orochimaru and the third Hokage. If Orochimaru really can't do anything to the third Hokage in the end, Danzo will definitely take action. However, the root is full of hidden talents and can't be judged by common sense. Danzo's way of obtaining intelligence may not be simple. So it is obviously unlikely to follow the clues based on intelligence. But it is precisely because of Danzo's timely intelligence that he will definitely appear immediately after the battle between Orochimaru and the third Hokage ends. If the third Hokage wins and hasn't suffered much injury, he will take his time and see the results. But if the third Hokage wins miserably, Danzo will say that he is risking everything, but he will definitely take the risk to kill the third Hokage. Of course, if the third Hokage loses in the end, Danzo will definitely jump out and grab the position of the fifth Hokage without hesitation. So, waiting for the rabbit by the tree will definitely catch this old fox. The tree to be guarded is definitely not the tree where Orochimaru and the third Hokage fought, but the Hokage office building. Take advantage of the chaos outside now, it was the perfect time for Menlin to sneak in. On the main battlefield, the battle between the third Hokage and Orochimaru had reached a white-hot stage and was about to come to an end. Since the first and second Hokage in the state of impure world reincarnation were immortal, even though their strength was not as good as their peak state, they still almost exhausted the third Hokage's physical strength. The third Hokage knew that if he ran out of physical strength, he would inevitably die at the hands of his mentor, and if he died, the entire Konoha would be devastated. Since they were all going to die, he made up his mind to drag Orochimaru with him. Then he used the forbidden sealing technique, Shiki Fusion. Forbidden technique against forbidden technique, one is the strongest sealing technique so far, and the other is the strongest spiritual technique. The result is naturally self-evident. Not only did Orochimaru lose his two strongest Hokage, but he also had his hands sealed by the third Hokage. Although the third Hokage died, he felt that he had lost. The essence of a ninja, except for chakra, is in his hands, because after all, he needs to seal his hands to launch ninjutsu. Even in the later period, when he could shout and clap his palms, Orochimaru could not launch ninjutsu. It was terrible. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Orochimaru asked his 4 subordinates who had arranged the 4 purple flame formation to take him away. As soon as the 4 purple flame formation disappeared, all the onlookers swarmed forward and saw that, apart from the messy roof, there was only the body of the 3rd Hokage. Menlan was naturally among this group of people. Menlan looked at the old and vicissitudes of life on the 3rd Hokage's face, but there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Menlan felt quite complicated. He must have been thinking about that sentence just now. Where Konoha flutters, fire will never cease. He was in office for 30 or 40 years, during which time Konoha village prospered. Although wars were frequent, they were harmless. He was a good Hokage, but sometimes he was not a good man. The biggest stain in the life of the 3rd Hokage was actually just one person. Danzo. Chapter 42, Hokage Meeting, Assassination of Danzo. The war came to an end soon after Orochimaru's escape. The Sand Village found their long-lost 4th Kazekage, and finally realized that they were just being used. They were ashamed and helpless, and could only surrender in a hurry. Although it was not to the extent of ceding land and paying compensation, the price that the Sand Village had to pay was not small. Just the dignity had already been trampled under the feet of Orochimaru. The Sand Village withdrew from Konoha village, and the 2 sides agreed to set a date to discuss the aftermath of the war. On the other hand, Konoha was shrouded in a layer of heroic sadness because of the sacrifice of the 3rd Hokage. As the saying goes, a family cannot be without a master for a day, and a country cannot be without a king for a day. The death of the 3rd Hokage also means that the 5th Hokage will be promoted. And now, there are only 2 people in Konoha who are qualified to become the 5th Hokage. One of them is now standing in front of the corpse of the 3rd Hokage, and his cynical expression is so heavy and serious for the first time. And the other one? Is my era finally coming? A gloomy and vicissitudes voice came out from the shadows. 2 hours after the war ended, the whole Konoha started the aftermath work. In the conference room of the Hokage office building, the Konoha elders were having a heated discussion again. The question they were discussing was who would be given the position of Hokage. Half voted for Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas who was the disciple of the 3rd Hokage, and the other half voted for Shimura Danzo, who had been silently contributing in the shadows of Konoha. When the 3rd Hokage was alive, he had 2 capable assistants, and they were the ones who had the most say in the entire conference room. They were once comrades in arms of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and later became the 3rd Hokage's most trusted comrades in arms and assistants. With just one word from them, they could determine who the successor to the Hokage would be. The 2 did not participate in the discussion, but sat quietly, expressionless, as if waiting. Perhaps they were waiting for someone. When the door of the conference room was opened, 2 members of the route wearing colorful masks pushed the door in, and an old man wearing a black and white robe, one hand in the black robe, with a bandage on his head and one eye wrapped, walked in slowly. With his appearance, the entire conference room was instantly quiet. "I'm late," the old man said softly. The old man looked ordinary, but when he slightly opened his squinting single eye, a sinister and treacherous temperament was instantly exposed. The temperature of the entire conference room seemed to drop by several degrees instantly. "Danzo, do you have anything to say?" asked an elder who sat in the first seat. The old man was the leader of the entire Konoha, Shimura Danzo. "Did Hiruzen leave any last words before?" Danzo asked. The 2 old men and women who sat in the first seat shook their heads slowly. Danzo's mouth curled up a little. The smile disappeared in an instant, and he said in a deep voice, "The Hiruzen incident is a loss for the entire Konoha. Now the village is seriously injured and quite empty. We will discuss the post-war affairs with the Sand Village soon. I wonder who the 2 elders are going to let go. This is very straightforward. At this juncture, whoever goes will be the Hokage. Even though he is as powerful and influential as Danzo, he still has to listen to the words of the two old bones. If they say he is the Hokage, then he is the Hokage. If they say he is not, then even if he works hard, it will be in vain. These two are not as simple as ordinary elders. When the position of Hokage is vacant, they will control the combat power of the entire Konoha village, including all the Anbu who serve the Hokage. So they are the people the Hokage trusts the most. Even Danzo dare not act recklessly. But now, besides himself, who else can be the Hokage in the entire Konoha? Is it Hiruzen's sloppy disciple? Danzo was quite confident. Danzo. The bespectacled elder who was in the lead finally spoke. He glanced at Danzo indifferently, ignored his imposing aura, and said softly, "We decided to let Jiraiya go to negotiate with the Sand Village." The smile on Danzo's mouth froze, and then his aura became even colder and more sinister. All the elders stood up in shock, and countless Anbu appeared beside the elders in an instant. The entire conference room was instantly on the verge of a fight. "You are not suitable to be Hokage, Danzo," the bespectacled elder continued. Danzo's one eye opened slightly, full of unwillingness and gloom, and even murderous intent. The next moment, Danzo's figure turned slightly. But at this moment, an Anbu in the corner suddenly stretched out a narrow black shadow under his feet and attacked, spreading directly to Danzo's feet at lightning speed. This is the shadow binding technique. As the Anbu made his move, the roots who were hiding in the dark to protect Danzo and the Anbu who were protecting the elders also appeared one after another. In an instant, the room was crowded with people, but there was still an opportunity for the two sides to start. The elder with glasses was startled and shouted, "What are you doing? Don't let Danzo go." But he just had murderous intent. The Anbu said anxiously. "Is this guy new?" All the elders secretly sweated. Danzo had been murderous for a long time. It was not the first time or the second time. There was no need to make such a big fuss, right? Let go of Danzo first. This is the Hokage office building. No one should mess around. The elder with glasses said softly, and this was also said to Danzo. Danzo just looked at the Anbu who bound him, and his narrowed eyes were quite interested. Yes. The Anbu agreed, and the next moment he seemed to be about to untie the shadow binding technique. Everyone, whether Anbu or root, breathed a sigh of relief. After all, what would happen if this fight broke out? No matter who won or lost, it would be a loss for Konoha. But at this moment, another shocking change occurred. Among the countless root members behind Danzo, a root suddenly rushed out, with a cold light flashing, and a long blade stabbed directly at Danzo. The incident was too sudden, and all the roots were paying attention to the Anbu on the opposite side, so how could they care about their own people? The most important thing was that the root was too close to Danzo, and the instant was too fast. Puff! A sound of a sword blade entering the flesh. Danzo-sama! The screams rang out, and the elders were also scared pale. Is the opportunity to start a war here? The ultimate civil war between Konoha Anbu and Root? It's done. The one who stabbed Danzo was Menlin. He had gone to great lengths to stage this scene, just to catch the enemy by surprise. Bang! Then there was a muffled sound, and Danzo's figure turned into smoke and disappeared. What is this? This is a shadow clone. Menlin's smile froze on his face under the mask. Fuck! Catch him! Kill him! Bastard! Instantly the whole conference room was like a pot of boiling water, and the roars were about to blow the roof off. Menlin instantly felt that he was locked by countless murderous intentions. It's over. Chapter 43. The assassination failed, and he began to flee. Countless roots rushed towards Menlin like wolves and tigers. Facing several swords and shadows, Menlin took a deep breath. He was annoyed. In addition to being annoyed, he could do nothing. This old fox was really cunning. But forget it. Even if the assassination of Danzo was successful, Menlan must have a retreat plan. Bang! There was a loud explosion with great power, and the whole office building seemed to be shaking. The strong wind generated by the explosion instantly blew away all the figures surrounding Menlan, and smoke filled the entire conference room in an instant. Then there was another sound of broken windows, and smoke began to pour out of the window. The assassin jumped out of the window and escaped. Chase him! With a cold shout, countless root members began to swarm towards the window. However, after they went out of the window, they ran into countless colleagues. The smoke dissipated, and the conference room was in a mess. Only a few Anbu were injured, and the rest were zero casualties. But the assassin disappeared. Although the window was indeed broken, the outside was almost surrounded by Anbu. The assassin did not escape from under their noses, so the question was, where did the assassin go? They were alert and finally believed that the assassin was still between these Anbu and the root, and he performed the transformation technique. Suddenly, everyone was in danger. What should we do in this situation? We can only check one by one. After all, there are relatively few Anbu members in the conference room, and each one has a number, so it is not difficult to check. Everyone is also very cooperative, although they are still wary of each other. The outside was full of Anbu. If the assassin was found on the spot, that guy would definitely not be able to escape. A trusted Anbu who was not suspected of anything began to check one by one. When he checked the third one, he frowned and poked the Anbu directly without saying a word. Pointing the acupoints, it's someone from the Hyaga family. The blood limit of the Hyaga family is the Byakugan, which can see things with a 365-degree perspective and ignore any obstacles. Seeing through the smoke is just a piece of cake. Menlan also knew why he was exposed so quickly after seeing the guy's gestures clearly. But why would the Hyaga clan, who claimed to be the first family of Konoha, actually become an Anbu? At least Menlan has never seen an Anbu from the Hyaga family in the original work. But think about it, if the Uchiha clan can become an Anbu, it is normal for the Hyaga family to do it. Menlan avoided the acupoints of the Hyaga clan's Anbu, retreated, and just frantically made seals before everyone reacted. Finally, when they reacted, Menlan had already spewed out fire. With a loud explosion, countless Anbu members screamed, but some still rushed forward, and they were really angry about Menlan. Menlan had thought about kidnapping the elders, but these elders were really protected and there was no way to do it. Menlan had no choice but to break the door and escape. The moment he went out, countless swords had already slashed at Menlan. And the corridor was also heavily guarded. But Menlan did not move, just rushed forward. When these swords hit Menlan's body, there was no feeling of the swords entering the flesh. These Anbu felt as if they had seen nothing. The next moment, the sound of papers flying was heard. The Anbu looked up again, and the white papers filled his sight, but Menlan's figure had disappeared. Fire escape, great fire technique. The Anbu were not fools, they were all experienced fighters, they thought of countermeasures almost instantly, and instantly launched fire escape to spray these fast-moving papers. But the speed of the papers was too fast, although some were burned, more than half of them still flew out of the house. The Anbu outside the Konoha office building soon found Menlan's figure downstairs, and immediately swarmed to chase him. The scene was thrilling and wonderful. Even the elders who were watching from the window couldn't help but sigh, it's been a long time since so many Anbu went out together. This time seems to be the most. It seems that except for the usual missions and the 3 wars, the Anbu and the Root haven't joined forces like today for a long time. If Menlan knew that this move indirectly promoted the harmony between the Anbu and the Root, I wonder what he would think. Achoo! Menlan couldn't help but sneeze, which scared him. He quickly stood up and looked around, then breathed a sigh of relief. He was hiding in an empty room in the Konoha office building. The one who just went out was just a clone. It must be said that the paper clone of Conan-style paper dance is very useful. No one would have thought that the piece of paper that was separated was actually the real body. The ball of paper was just a clone. However, it is still not safe here. The clone will be discovered soon, and he will soon be discovered by the Byakugan Anbu. If he had known that there was a Byakugan in the Anbu, Menlin would definitely make more detailed arrangements. After all, the Byakugan is too annoying. No wonder it is fought over by other countries like a treasure. If you grab one, you will regard it as a national treasure. Konoha's first family is indeed well deserved. It is really hard to imagine, let alone those small villages, how can the other 4 major ninja villages deal with Konoha for so many years? The abilities of Konoha are simply amazing. There were 3 ninja world wars during this period. How did they start? How did they dare to fight? At first, Menlin wanted to use the substitution technique to escape instead of detonating the clone, but the substitution technique requires a very spacious space. There is no room for the substitution technique in this crowded conference room. The concealment of the substitution technique is very limited. The danger and uncertainty are also too great. The mist hidden technique is a good way to escape, but it's a pity that Menlin no longer knows this trick. In this situation where he is surrounded and the enemy has all kinds of magical powers, it is obviously impossible to escape without paying a price, unless he is extremely strong enough to fight 10,000 people alone, and he also has infinite chakra. At this time, a bold idea appeared in Menlin's mind, and he quickly put it behind his mind. Boom! With a bang, the door behind Menlin suddenly exploded, and several Anbu rushed in. The first to bear the brunt were a white-haired senior ninja wearing a mask, and a wretched uncle with a watermelon head, thick eyebrows, and tights. Menlin's face instantly became bitter when he saw this. Kakashi and Kai. Didn't these 2 go to supervise the aftermath of Konoha? Why are they here? Menlin deliberately avoided these 2 guys, but he didn't expect them to come. Summoning technique, earth escape, chasing fang technique. Kakashi used summoning as soon as he came up, and summoned the 8 ninja dogs directly from under Menlin's feet. After the 8 ninja dogs drilled out from the ground, they bit Menlin with their teeth bared. After the 8 ninja dogs bit Menlin tightly, Might Guy kicked Menlin with a Konoha whirlwind. But who knew that suddenly with a bang, Menlin's figure turned into soft mud and left. Earth clone. Kai's kick was too late to retract, and it kicked directly on Kakashi's ninja dog. The ninja dog whimpered and was kicked to death. Kakashi was so distressed that he shouted, "Kai, what are you doing?" Seeing the ninja dogs baring their teeth at him, Kai scratched his head and smiled, "Isn't it impossible to stop? Besides, I have already released the force, so it will be fine." Chapter 44, Chasing and Exposing Identity. At the door, several Anbu screamed. Kakashi and Kai put aside their dispute and looked back. Anbu cut a bloody path and fled out of the door. "Want to run?" Kai immediately ran after him, and Kakashi followed closely behind. However, at this moment, Kakashi's ninja dog Parker suddenly sniffed and bit the Anbu who fell to the ground. Kakashi and Parker have cooperated for many years, and he reacted instantly. The fallen Anbu stood up and kicked Parker away, then dodged Kakashi's kunao, turned around and fought with Kai who was kicking him. "Good taijutsu!" Kai laughed loudly, but his hands were merciless, and his strength was extremely heavy. This was before the 8 gates were opened. Menlin was in great pain. He looked at the swarm of Anbu pouring in from the corridor again, and took advantage of the time when Kai kicked him away to spit out a mouthful of fire. Fire escape, great fireball. Earth escape, earth flow wall. Kakashi reacted very quickly and directly erected a wall of earth to block the fireball. Menlin took the opportunity to jump out of the window and escape. "Where are you running?" Kai shouted and also jumped out of the window. Then, before Kakashi could catch up, a swarm of Anbu almost squeezed the window like flies. Kakashi frowned and smiled bitterly when he saw this. He hadn't seen such a thrilling scene for a long time. When all the Anbu came out of the window, Kakashi just walked to the window, but he saw a black shadow smashing towards the window, and even directly crushed the wall. Kakashi was stunned for a long time before he was awakened by Kai's call. "Kakashi, help me!" He looked closely and found that Kai was trapped by a group of Anbu, covered in mud and in a miserable state. He turned his head and saw that the ground outside the window had become a quagmire. Countless Anbu were struggling in the mud, but they could not get out of it. "You're on your own." Kakashi smiled at Kai, and then stepped on the Anbu's body to pass through the quagmire under Kai's incredible eyes. "Kakashi, Kakashi!" Kai called behind Kakashi, his voice was so miserable. Menlin was still being chased by the Anbu. He accidentally found that some people were merciful in their attacks, and some were purely deadly but still left some room. "Is this the rhythm of trying to capture me alive?" Zhao Zilong went in and out of Chang Banpo 7 times. If Cao hadn't ordered to capture him alive and not to shoot arrows, he would have been finished long ago. "And now these people want to capture me alive?" Menlin smiled. Menlin's combat experience is extremely rich. Putting aside the copied ninjutsu, his own physical skills are enough to deal with these Anbu. In addition, he has the Sharingan, and his best skill is to see the movements and avoid attacks. The Konoha office building is located in the center of the entire Konoha village. After all, if you want to leave the village, you have to pass through the street. Although the street is no longer lively at this time, there are more ninjas on the street than ordinary civilians. Menlin deliberately avoided crowded places. Although there are ninjas in almost every corner of Konoha now, Menlin mainly wanted to avoid one person, a person that Menlin didn't want to meet at all. However, because of thinking about this matter, Menlin was almost circling Konoha, and was soon surrounded, with nowhere to escape. Now Menlin has no regrets at all. It can be said that he has lost more than he gained. He has neither gained anything from Danzo nor from others. Not only has all his efforts gone to waste, but he has to pay a price. Menlin has thought about using a Fi's space-time ninjutsu to escape, but now a Fi is watching him from somewhere, and he doesn't want to reveal his cards so early. Now the entire Akatsuki organization just thinks that Menlin's copying ability is more outstanding than ordinary Sharingan and can copy blood limit. If they know that he can copy almost any ninjutsu, even space-time ninjutsu, that would be terrible. Menlin has reason to believe that some people will find a more suitable carrier for their eyes. A man is innocent but guilty of holding a treasure. Surrender, you have nowhere to escape. If you cooperate, we can consider giving you a chance to live. Kakashi shouted coldly in front of the Anbu. At this time, he had already exposed his Sharingan covered by the forehead protector. That's right. Kai shook off the dirt on his body awkwardly and smiled meaningfully, although I hate you, you actually have the courage to assassinate Danzo. I really respect you as a hero. As he said that, Kai gave a thumbs up. Kakashi knocked Kai's arm off and whispered, "Pay attention to the occasion." Kai coughed dryly and stopped talking. Looking at these funny two people, Menlin suddenly understood what was going on. He was being looked down upon. Fighting and laughing all the way, what else could this be? I'm afraid that only those die-hard roots have a greater hatred for him, and the Anbu are probably just pretending to work so hard. On the contrary, some of these people might admire Menlin for his courage to assassinate Danzo, just like Kai. After all, Danzo is popular, haha. In fact, it is true. His chakra strength is not as strong as Danzo's, and he has been practicing small ninjutsu all the way from the office building. It is no wonder that they look down on him. Kakashi then said, "Friend, first of all, are you a ninja from our Konoha?" Kakashi's question is very technical. Menlin is dressed as an Anbu, but any ninja from any other village can disguise himself. If Menlin is from Konoha, then the crime of assassinating Danzo is serious, but there is definitely room for mitigation. He actually did not cause any casualties to others, and he was just trying to escape all the way. But if Menlin is not from Konoha, then it will be a big deal. After all, the hatred between countries in the ninja world is still relatively large. Menlin smiled when he heard this. He suddenly decided something at this moment. I am a ninja of Konoha. Menlin smiled, maybe I was once, but now. Kakashi's face suddenly became solemn when he heard this. You are a traitor. A ninja who defected from the village is called a traitor, so what should be called those who have not yet become Konoha ninjas but were forced out of the village alive? Menlin said, slowly taking off the mask on his face. He wore the iconic forehead protector of Konoha village, a pair of blood-red eyes, and once belonged to Konoha. Sharingan. Kakashi opened his eyes wide. Are you from the Uchiha clan? Isn't it strange? Menlin sneered and looked at the Anbu around him. The Uchiha clan was exterminated overnight, and many of you have collected the bodies of my clansmen. But why is there another survivor besides Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi who defected from the village? No one spoke, or they were too ashamed to speak. The Uchiha clan was exterminated. Anyone who understands can see what happened. Uchiha's Sharingan, this is a treasure. How many of you who collect corpses want to remove the eyes of those corpses that have no resistance? It's a pity that the eyes are there, but the Uchiha's living bodies are missing. Speaking of which, I am very grateful to Danzo for saving my life, so I am back to repay my gratitude. It's New Year's Eve, Happy New Year! Chapter 45 Kakashi and Might Guy. In a few words, Menlin almost confessed everything that happened to him. It couldn't be more straightforward. Kakashi was silent, looking at the young but hideous face in front of him. He couldn't say anything. He could understand what happened to Menlin. He had been in the route and knew several friends who survived the living experiments of the route. He felt a little sympathetic to Menlin. But sympathy is sympathy, and he will do what he should do now. It can only be said that this is a ninja. Genin can only get the chance to be promoted to Chunin by killing each other, and to become Chunin and above, one must pass a more brutal exam to join the Anbu. It can be said that every Anbu has walked through a mountain of corpses and a sea of a blood. Out. This is reality. I'm sorry for what happened to you, but this is not a reason for you to assassinate. Kakashi uttered a few words with some difficulty. This is not a reason. Menlin laughed. Do you have to let others slaughter you and thank them for cutting you into pieces? This world is so sad. Kakashi was silent for a moment. Maybe he didn't want to continue this topic and said directly, come with us. We will send special personnel to take care of you and will never hand you over to Danzo again. What do you think? You have the final say. Menlin smiled even more brilliantly. Kakashi was silent again. He didn't have the final say. If Menlin surrendered, in the current Konoha, Danzo wanted him to die at 3 o'clock, and he would definitely not live past 5 o'clock. Okay, there's no need to be so hypocritical. I'm no longer a member of your Konoha. Kakashi was about to ask when he heard this, but suddenly saw Menlin start to make a seal. Stop him! Kakashi shouted, and all the Anbu rushed forward. But it was too late. Menlin shouted and clapped his hands. Water escape, water rush. This was the water escape ninjutsu that Menlin copied from the second Hokage when the third Hokage was fighting Orochimaru. Instantly, the water flow surged up and gathered high, and then poured around in an instant, like a river bursting its banks, unstoppable. Countless Anbu were washed away and drowned by the water flow, and Menlin took the opportunity to escape again. Kakashi, like the third Hokage, used the earth escape wall to block the turbulent water flow. When the water flow finally calmed down, Menlin had already disappeared. Isn't it said that the Uchiha clan is good at fire escape? How can water escape be so strong? Kai scratched his head in confusion. Kakashi didn't say anything, but summoned the ninja dog Parker again, and then followed Parker to chase Menlin again. That kid must stay. He hates Konoha, no, Danzo very much, but Danzo belongs to Konoha after all. He said that he no longer belongs to Konoha. I think he should have joined another ninja village or organization. When the time is right, he will definitely come back for revenge. During the pursuit, Kakashi said in a serious voice. But Kai said, "That's not right. You see, he showed mercy to us. He just hates Danzo, right? He showed mercy now, but it's hard to say in the future. Now the third Hokage has just passed away. There must not be any uncertain factors. If he really can't stay." Kakashi stopped talking halfway. Kai also fell silent. He knew what Kakashi was going to say. Is revenge a sin? There is no answer. Menlin was thinking about how to leave Konoha. The play was played and the things to be done were done. Although it didn't succeed, at least the seeds had been left in everyone's hearts, waiting to take root and sprout in the future. So Menlin had no other thoughts, he just wanted to leave this troubled place as soon as possible, at least wait until it was stable before coming back. But if he left, he didn't know when the organization would let him go. Where is that kid A-Fei? Menlin thought in his heart, but suddenly he felt a chill on his back and subconsciously dodged to the side. Boom! A figure rushed directly past Menlin, emitting green light all over his body. It was Might Guy after opening the 8 gates. This guy is so fast? Menlin was surprised and looked back. Kakashi had caught up again, but there was no Anbu accompanying him. It was okay to have only one Kakashi, but with Kai, Menlin was quite unconfident in himself. The uncertainty of Kai was too great. With his current three-legged cat physical skills, even with the Sharingan, it was definitely not enough to resist Kai's kicks. "I'm sorry, you can't leave the village." After launching the 8 gates, Kai looked serious and majestic, without any funny and unreliable look before. Glancing at Kakashi behind him, Menlin smiled and said, "Why, do you still want to keep me here as a guinea pig? Or do you want to kill me directly?" Kai's expression was slightly shaken. Kakashi was okay, after all, he was always cruel and ruthless when he was a child, and he had this foreshadowing in his heart, but Kai was different. He was full of hope and sunshine for the whole world. Menlin's identity was very straightforward. He was a victim. After escaping from the clutches of the devil by chance, he came back to seek revenge. His goal was very clear, and he didn't do anything cruel to other people. This made Kai feel a little psychologically burdened if he took action. After all, he was a man who couldn't even enter the Anbu. It was precisely because of Kai's hesitation that Menlin made another seal. Illusion, Dark Walk Technique. Ordinary illusions can't do anything to Kai, but the illusions from the second generation of Hokage can definitely do it. Because Kai's speed was too fast, Menlin couldn't perform the seal without distracting him. Kai's vision was dark and he became blind instantly, while Menlin then focused his attention on Kakashi. "Kakashi, do you really want to keep me here?" Menlin shouted at Kakashi who was rushing towards him, and then formed a seal again. Reikari. Looking at the flashing electric light in Menlin's palm, Kakashi's pupils shrank. "This guy, when?" Kakashi stopped and looked at Menlin's eager expression. Suddenly, he seemed to understand what he was going to do. He slowly formed a seal, and at the same time, Reikari flashed on his palm. "Haha!" Menlin laughed endlessly. Who is better in the collision of settings? "Come on, Kakashi!" Kakashi's face was solemn, and he rushed straight to Menlin. Menlin also charged up for a short time, and then his body suddenly jumped up. Both sides were running at high speed, and their own running speed could make the penetration of Reikari stronger, but with this lethality, the outcome of both sides would not be too good. It can be said that it was either death or injury. Reikari! Both sides shouted at the same time, and they were finally about to collide, and the famous scene seemed to be about to happen in the next second. But at this moment, Kakashi's figure paused for some reason, and his speed suddenly slowed down, while Menlan's direction suddenly changed, and he passed directly side by side with Kakashi. What? When Kakashi looked back in surprise, Menlan had already spit out a water escape technique, water break wave. Puff! Kakashi's shoulder was directly pierced by the high-pressure water column with extremely strong penetration, and Kakashi screamed and fell to the ground with blood splattering. Goodbye. Menlan left without even turning his head, leaving behind Kakashi, who was covering his shoulder with a complicated expression. Are there any people who watch the Spring Festival Gala? Let's meet up. Chapter 46 Encountering Jiraiya and the Big Toad of Iwajoku. After thinking it over, Menlan decided to go through the main gate. As the saying goes, the darkest place is the darkest under the lamp, and the most dangerous place is the safest. No one would have thought that he would leave through the main gate in a swagger. Still wearing the clothes of the Anbu, Menlan finally arrived at the main gate of Konoha after a circle. The two ninjas in charge of the gate, whom Menlan could not name, were still patrolling. Menlan pretended nothing happened and walked directly to the gate. Two ninjas stopped Menlan and asked, "Do you want to go out?" Menlan nodded, "I have a mission." "Wait a minute," the ninja said. Menlan nodded, but suddenly two ninjas attacked Menlan directly. Menlan said calmly, "What are you doing? Are you on a mission alone? We have received an order that anyone who leaves the house alone must be arrested for questioning. Just surrender." Menlan was helpless. Why didn't I think of making a few clones to pretend? I was really one step behind. It was easy to deal with two Chunins, but it took Menlan a lot of effort to deal with the two gatekeepers. I don't know why these two people are so difficult. No wonder people who invade Konoha never go through the main gate. Menlan wasted a lot of time, but there was still no Anbu catching up. Menlan breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little weird. Although it is dark under the lamp, this is too dark, right? There won't be any tricks, right? Menlan looked at the gate for a long time with his pair of Sharingans, and finally couldn't resist the temptation. With this step, the trip to Konoha is completely over. Menlan thought, and stepped out of the door. However, it was this step that suddenly changed the style of the painting, and the scene in front of Menlan completely changed. There were no trees, no villages, and the gate had disappeared, leaving only the wet cave-like walls. The red walls were still wriggling, and even secreted unknown liquids, which made Menlan feel sick. This is the stomach of the rock toad. Don't get it in contact with the liquid. It's gastric juice, and it will be dissolved instantly. A cynical and somewhat vulgar voice came. Menlan knew who it was without thinking. He turned around and saw a tall middle-aged man wearing a red kimono and long white hair staring at him, with a friendly smile on his face and a face full of wrinkles. Menlan frowned, and it was over now, but he still couldn't dodge. "Why are you silent?" the middle-aged man asked in confusion. Menlan shook his head and remained silent. The middle-aged man was anxious. "Don't people usually say things like 'Who the hell are you?' at this time?" "I'm just a Kamen rider passing by," Menlan said softly. The middle-aged man was stunned, and then he became furious. "I'm not asking you, what the hell is Kamen rider, I'm asking you to ask me." "I don't want to ask." Menlan shook his head and refused. The middle-aged man was very upset, and he squatted down and became depressed. Seeing this, Menlan said, "Can you let me go if I ask you?" The middle-aged man stood up and thought for a while and said, "I can't let you go, but this kid is really brave. He dared to assassinate the old fox Danzo. If you don't let me go, I will die in Danzo's hands soon. We have no grudges. Can you bear it? Don't say such pitiful words with a calm face." The middle-aged man roared, and then held his chin and said, "What you said is indeed the truth. The old guy Danzo holds a grudge, but what does it have to do with me? My mission is to knock you out and take you back. That's all. I'm not interested in anything you do." The middle-aged man smiled slightly. Although we have no grudges, you have damaged the interests of Konoha after all, so you must be caught and taken back. I know you must be dissatisfied, so I need to explain to you. You can escape from so many Anbu, which is really amazing. Now I need to tell you my identity, because it is not fair to you not to let you know who you lost to. A euro. A euro e a euro a euro. A euro e I am a euro a euro. A euro fire escape, great fireball, a euro. The middle-aged man dodged and said angrily, a euro e I haven a euro trademark T told you my identity yet. Why did you attack me directly, a euro? Menlin was in no mood to joke now, because he suddenly found that a FIA Euro trademark S spacetime ninjutsu was ineffective here. How can he escape without spacetime? According to what the man said, this is the stomach of the big toad, which was led by him, which is an independent space. In this independent space, spacetime ninjutsu cannot be used? Menlin felt that he was completely finished. Seeing Menlin a Euro trademark S gloomy face and silence, the middle-aged man also became serious, but suddenly opened his hands. A Euro I am the legendary 3 ninjas, the Toad Sage Jiraiya, how are you surprised? Surprise, right, a Euro. Menlin still had a gloomy face. Jiraiya coughed dryly and said seriously again, a Euro Iwi, now that you know my identity, are you still going to fight? A euro. Menlin a euro trademark S mind is full of thoughts now. The fireball just hit the stomach wall without leaving any trace. What should he do? From the first time he saw Jiraiya, Menlin wanted to use time and space to escape. After all, this place is no longer in a FIA Euro trademark S site, but he is one step behind. Is this going to be a complete loss? Menlin looked at Jiraiya and felt bitter. After all, Jiraiya is also one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, and so is Orochimaru, but why is Menlin not afraid of Orochimaru, and why is he so afraid of Jiraiya? The reason is simple. Illusions are a natural counter to Orochimaru. In addition, Orochimaru has an inexplicable fear of Menlin, and I don't a Euro trademark T know why. And what about Jiraiya? Although Menlin didn't a Euro trademark T study the original plot very well, he also knew that this guy was immune to illusions, okay? How can he fight? His chakra is seriously insufficient now, so what a Euro trademark S the point of fighting? This is someone else's territory. They can grind you down slowly. What's the point of copying? Can you use it? Menlin began to despair. Jiraiya looked at Menlin with a gloomy face and sighed, you'd better surrender, kid. Surrender? What's next? Beg for your sympathy and protection, don't let me be killed by Danzo? Menlin laughed and rushed directly towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya shook his head helplessly. Menlin suddenly stopped and saw that his feet were deeply sunken in the stomach wall. The rich gastric juice had submerged his feet, making him unable to move. Ah! The pain that penetrated deep into his bones came from his legs, making Menlin feel that his legs were slowly melting, from skin to bones, and the pain was so severe that Menlin almost burst into tears. Surrender. Jiraiya squatted down and looked at Menlin, as if he didn't want Menlin to completely melt into thick water. Menlin's eyes were bloodshot, and the intense pain attacked his brain frantically, causing him to become confused. Am I going to die here? Menlin was a person who was afraid of death. He joined the Akatsuki organization just to survive, and he gambled all the way to survive. Unexpectedly, he fell into the belly of the toad today. Here, facing Jiraiya, who seemed unreliable but actually had a lot of gullies in his heart, Menlin had nothing but strength. Surrender? The strong fear of death prompted Menlin to finally shout out a sentence. Can you show me this intimate paradise? Chapter 47, Run Away Again, The Tree World is Born. Hey! Jiraiya was stunned. Would escape, the tree world is born. Menlin let out a hysterical roar, and the entire stomach wall began to tremble. Twisted tree roots began to appear around Menlin, And they spread and multiplied rapidly. Soon, branches and vines had even grown out. Jiraiya stepped back and said solemnly, "Wood release, this kid actually knows wood release? Could it be this another experiment by old man Danzo?" Feeling the trembling of his entire stomach, Jiraiya looked up and said, "I didn't expect that the stomach of the big toad Iwajoko couldn't bear the reproduction of wood release. Who is this guy?" As the stomach wall trembled more and more violently, Jiraiya knew that if he didn't cancel the summoning, the big toad would probably have a stomach perforation. He looked at Menlan, who seemed to have fainted with his hands clasped together, and Chakra was madly rushing, and finally cancelled the summoning helplessly. Outside is the gate of Konoha village, there shouldn't be many people. Jiraiya looked at the wood release that was spreading at an extremely alarming speed and was gradually about to form a jungle. His face became heavier and heavier, and his previous unruly look had long disappeared. Bang! The summoning was lifted, and Menlan fell to the ground. The highly corrosive stomach acid almost completely melted the muscles below Menlan's calves, and even the white bones could be seen. It was a horrible sight. Although his hands were tightly clasped together, his eyes were empty, as if he had fainted from the pain. The trees didn't come out? It's really hard for the big toad Yanjuku. I must bring him 2 bottles of wine when I go back. Jiraiya said, looking at Menlan's appearance. He also felt quite sympathetic. He was a compassionate person, so he didn't want to be a Hokage. How could a village leader be soft-hearted? Just as he was about to step forward to take Menlan to the hospital for treatment, he suddenly felt the earth shaking. What? Jiraiya was horrified. When he saw a new sprout coming out from the side of Menlan's slumped figure, it was followed by the second and third. Then the roots twisted out at an extremely fast speed, and the ground trembled more violently. This kid, he hasn't finished the spell yet. As the roots of the tree broke the ground and rushed out rapidly, the gate of the entire Konoha village was directly squeezed down. The trees began to reproduce crazily. After a while, the original road surface could not be seen. A mountain of trees grew at the gate. Jiraiya quickly dodged the wildly growing vines, and during the period, he hugged the gatekeeper ninja who was almost affected and fainted. However, he was helpless against Menlan, who was in the center of the vines. Now he didn't even have the chance to cast a seal. The movement at the gate also quickly attracted the ninjas and ordinary people of Konoha village, because from a distance, it seemed as if a giant tree suddenly appeared at the gate, and it was a towering tree. This is a towering tree formed by countless thick vines. It seems that both the trunk and the winding roots are twisted and hideous. Quickly lead the people to take refuge. Don't get close to here. Jiraiya shouted at the ninjas who came over after hearing the news. The ninjas started to act quickly after hearing the words. Jiraiya bit his thumb and began to perform the summoning technique. When he turned around, he saw the yellow-haired boy who had been following him for the past month and his friends nearby. Lecherous sage? Uzumaki Naruto asked with some confusion. Jiraiya shouted in a deep voice. This is not a place for you to come, leave here quickly. What happened? Naruto couldn't help asking. All ninjas below the level of Chunin followed the ordinary people to take refuge. Jiraiya shouted again. A ninja came to persuade Naruto to leave. Naruto was a little scared. This was the first time he saw Jiraiya so serious. He looked at the giant tree standing at the gate of Konoha, which had destroyed the place beyond recognition. After all, he left with a group of ninjas. Looking at the roots and vines that were gradually disappearing, Jiraiya frowned. Summoning technique. A huge toad was summoned by Jiraiya. Fire style, toad oil flame bomb. Jiraiya spit out a mouthful of fire, and the toad under him sprayed out thick oil. Once the two were mixed, they formed a huge range of raging flames. However, because the giant tree was too wide, this fire style was just a drop in the bucket, and there was no way to burn the whole tree to ashes. Jiraiya, what happened? The giant toad asked Jiraiya. I can't explain it to you in a short time, Try to stop the vines from spreading. I need to enter the sage mode. Jiraiya said, jumping off the toad, standing in a safe place, and splashing the blood of his thumb on his cheek. Understood. The giant toad agreed, took a deep breath of the bags on his mouth, exhaled a mouthful of thick smoke, and pulled out the huge sword worn on his waist, and began to cut off the tree roots that spread to the residential houses with a flexible body. However, at this moment, the indiscriminately spreading vines suddenly stabbed Jiraiya, who was accumulating power and could not move, at a very fast speed, which scared Jiraiya. Gamabunta! Jiraiya called out, and Gamabunta quickly arrived and cut off the vines with one knife. But then countless vines attacked him. Jiraiya's face was extremely solemn. What on earth is that kid? What happened? Jiraiya can still see Kato Land's body on the giant tree. His expression is stiff and his eyes are empty. He looks like a corpse. But why can he continue to release ninjutsu and control it even though he has fainted? Jiraiya can't figure it out. Please. Jiraiya still needs some time, and during this time, he can only rely on Gamabunta to block the knife for him. There is no other way. What a trouble! Gamabunta roared, but he was also entangled by these vines. Hold on for a while. Seeing that Gamabunta was almost completely locked by the vines, Jiraiya's forehead was sweating. It is worthy of the ninjutsu of the first generation of Hokage, but the range is too large. Not done yet. Gamabunta has been completely suppressed. I'm afraid he will be suffocated to death by the vines in the near future. Countless vines have already passed Gamabunta and stretched wildly towards Jiraiya. Senjutsu, 1,000 needles. Finally, Jiraiya shouted, and countless thousand needles pierced out from his white hair, instantly tearing the vines to pieces. Thank you for your hard work, you can go back first. Gamabunta breathed a sigh of relief and turned into smoke and disappeared. The vines that originally entangled Gamabunta's huge body immediately stretched towards Jiraiya at a very fast speed, but Jiraiya dodged faster. At this time, Jiraiya looked very ugly, his eyes even seemed to have turned into the eyes of a toad, and two petite toads appeared on his shoulders at some point. Old man, big sister, please. Kid. When should you turn into sage mode yourself? The toad standing on Jiraiya's shoulder said helplessly, and his face changed instantly after seeing the scene in front of him. What's going on? Would release. Anyway, the situation is very urgent now, we must completely burn these tree roots. Jiraiya said in a deep voice. He looked at the blue door on the tree and sighed in his heart, Kid, I'm sorry. However, at this moment, a shuriken suddenly flew out, interrupting Jiraiya's sage technique. Who is it? A Euro. Chapter 48 Menlin, a Euro trademark S surviving shadow clone. What Menlin never expected was that he himself went berserk, and in the end he had to rescue himself. Menlin, a Euro trademark S original body had completely lost consciousness and went berserk out of control. It must be the system a Euro trademark S fault. But when Menlin, a Euro trademark S original body went berserk, his clone was still alive and well in this world. The clone is a very strange thing. He is an individual formed by the chakra separated from the original body. His existence has almost no connection with the original body. Of course, when the original body releases the clone technique, the clone will disappear. In other cases, it will only disappear when it is attacked beyond endurance. So even if Menlin, a Euro trademark S original intention has fallen into a coma, his clone is still carrying it well. Eat a Euro trademark S okay for the two to be together, but if the clone and the original body are in two different places, the original body will not know what the clone does, and the clone will not know what the original body does. In other words, except for the connection between chakra and technique, the rest are like two separate individuals. Menlin had created countless shadow clones when watching the battle between the third Hokage and Orochimaru. He used several of them when fleeing from the Hokage's office building, such as luring the tiger away from the mountain and blasting the clones. After Menlan finally escaped from the Hokage's office building, there were still 2 shadow clones among the Anbu of Konoha. If it weren't for the connection between the chakras, Menlan himself couldn't find his shadow clones. After seeing the failure of the assassination of Danzo by the original body, one of the 2 remaining shadow clones continued to look for Danzo's traces while Konoha was in chaos. Finally, the hard work paid off and followed the Root members to find the Root's base camp. No one would have thought that the Root's base camp was actually underground in Konoha, and it really deserves the name of Root. After that, Menlan, disguised as a member of the Root, continued to inquire about the truth. It was true that Danzo was here, but the place was so big that he could not find it at all. If he rashly questioned the members of the Root, it would probably alert the enemy, and ordinary members of the Root could not know the specific location of Danzo. It was also not advisable to wander around and inquire. Menlan was in a dilemma. But just when Menlan was at a loss, no one would have thought that his original body gave him a chance. After Menlan's original body fell into despair, it started to run away. A huge wood-escape giant tree appeared at the gate of Konoha. This was definitely the biggest catastrophe Konoha had suffered since the establishment of the village, even worse than Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan. The previous few ninja wars were almost all outside the village, and it was rare for civilians in the village to be affected. But this time was different. After all, the gate was destroyed, which had never happened in the history of Konoha. Such a thing happened like an earthquake. Danzo naturally couldn't hold it in, and finally emerged from the Root headquarters. Menlan's clone naturally discovered the towering tree at the gate. He knew it was his real body that had done something wrong, but he was still quite surprised by such a huge wood release. When did his chakra become so huge? When he saw Danzo coming out to check, Menlan was pleasantly surprised. It was easy to get it. It couldn't be a shadow clone in his own lair, right? So, just when Danzo was thinking about whether to appear at this time to help Konoha overcome the difficulties and seize the right to inherit the Hokage, Menlan took action. Menlan was just a clone at this time, so he naturally couldn't do anything to Danzo. Going up rashly would be tantamount to committing suicide. But the death of a clone is actually not a big deal. Menlan was originally disguised as a Root, and he was also good at hiding his murderous intentions, so he easily approached Danzo, who was looking at the giant tree in the distance and thinking. Such a close distance did not allow Menlan to make a seal, so he just used the ninja sword worn by the Root to launch a surprise attack, and hit Danzo's heart with one knife. Success! Menlan was overjoyed, but suddenly he felt dizzy. When he looked at the front again, Danzo had disappeared in front of him. Bang! Without knowing what was going on, Menlan's shadow clone was directly beaten into smoke. When the smoke dissipated, Danzo appeared behind him. Scum, wasting my time, there may be a traitor in the organization, get rid of it as soon as possible. Danzo said calmly. The Anbu beside him was silent. Their leader was assassinated in front of them. If he was blamed, he might end up worse than death. Fortunately, the leader did not blame him. These Roots disappeared after agreeing, but they were still confused. Why didn't the assassin show any murderous intent when he assassinated before or now? They were confused, and Danzo was also confused. He was very familiar with the Root members under him. The ingenuity of the disguise is simple, but why is it that the killing intention is not revealed during the assassination? Who can hide the killing intention so deeply? Perhaps even the executioner can't do it. How could he have thought that Menlan didn't want to kill him at all, so there would be no killing intention at all? A figure disappeared from the darkness and began to quietly escape from the scene. This figure was another shadow clone of Menlan. He had already recorded the complete assassination of his shadow clone before. Now he only needed to remove the shadow clone technique and share his experience with the original body. However, suddenly he found that he couldn't remove the shadow clone. After careful feeling, Menlan's shadow clone suddenly found that the connection between himself and the original body's chakra was broken, which means that he couldn't actively remove the shadow clone. Even if he was passively dispersed, the experience of the shadow clone could not be shared with the original body. It's like, the original body disappeared. He became a real individual. Menlan was confused. What happened to the original body? I went to Konoha at the risk of my life. Just for the moment just now. Now that the goal has been achieved, it would be interesting if everything went to waste because of some problem with the main body. Menlan thought, and then accelerated to move to the main body, which was the location of the giant tree. On the way, Menlan saw countless ordinary people taking refuge in panic. He frowned. He usually would not hurt innocent people. Is the giant tree my main body? He thought carefully, there was definitely no such scene in the original plot. It must be his own doing, but this is not like his style. What the hell? As soon as he arrived at the giant tree, Menlan saw a middle-aged man with long white hair and two toads on his shoulders dodging the vines. Menlan looked solemnly at the giant tree. That is. Isn't that me? I saw Menlan hanging limply on the giant tree, tied to the trunk by vines. His eyes were empty and his face was extremely pale, just like a corpse. What the hell is this? Why am I like this? Menlan tried to remove the shadow clone again, but still couldn't do it. The chakra connected between him and his original body was like a stone sinking into the sea, without any echo. Just when I was wondering, I suddenly saw the white-haired middle-aged man accumulating power as if he was preparing to use a big move. Menlan was stunned for a moment, and then his face changed drastically. Damn, I just let you hit my original body. Thanks for the reward in May, thank you. Chapter 49 Gomen, a huge misunderstanding. Who? Jiraiya was interrupted from casting the spell, and when he looked back, he didn't see anyone. Are there any accomplices? Jiraiya asked in confusion. Kid, we can't delay any longer. I'm afraid the whole village will be submerged soon. Toad said. Looking at the tree roots that were still spreading slowly over a wide area, Jiraiya nodded solemnly and gathered his strength again. However, it was a shuriken attack. Found it! As Jiraiya dodged the shuriken, the toad screamed, and then its tongue stabbed towards Menlan, who was hiding in the dark like a long snake. Menlan hated this kind of long tongue the most, and quickly dodged. Jiraiya frowned and said, Same chakra, is it a clone? He looked at Menlan, who was unconscious on the giant tree, and then looked at the figure dressed in Anbu, frowning. Since it is a clone, get rid of it first, don't waste time. Toad said. Jiraiya nodded. Senjutsu, hair needle thousand bones. Tens of thousand bones hit Menlan like raindrops, covering a wide area, and there was no escape. Fire escape, great fireball. Menlan spit out a mouthful of fire, but it couldn't solve the urgent problem at all. Although these thousand bones were essentially Jiraiya's hair, they were wrapped in Senjutsu chakra and could not be burned by ordinary fire. Earth escape, Earth Dragon hiding technique. In a hurry, Menlan directly escaped into the ground. This technique can't hurt me. However, the next moment, Menlan felt that the soft soil around his body suddenly became extremely sticky, and he couldn't climb up. After struggling for a while, the strong feeling of suffocation made Menlan feel that he was about to explode, because he was in the shadow clone state, and he tried desperately and used a thunder escape directly. Jiraiya had just performed the earth escape to the Yellow Spring Swamp. Generally, escaping into the ground like this is equivalent to directly falling into the swamp, and it is difficult to climb out. Jiraiya thought he had solved the battle, and just when he was about to turn back to deal with his main body, there was a flash of lightning, and the mud splashed, and one of the figures crawled out, gasping for breath. Oh! Jiraiya was also very surprised. Little Jiraiya, don't worry about him, the roots cover a larger area. The toad's reminder forced Jiraiya to focus his attention on the giant tree again. If the giant tree is not removed, the whole Konoha will become a joke. It has really become the iconic building of Konoha. Spiritual Summoning Technique. Jiraiya summoned a light red toad holding a long spear weapon and asked it to deal with Menlan's clone, while he directly cast the spell again. Senjutsu, Gomen. Jiraiya spit out thick oil, and the two toads on his shoulders spit fire and wind. The oil increased the fire, and the fire took advantage of the wind. In an instant, a sea of a fire attacked the giant tree in front of him. Menlan's pupils shrank when he saw this, and he looked at the motionless body on the giant tree and became anxious. Apart from the buggy fire of Amaterasu, Jiraiya's Gomen can be said to be the strongest fire escape. The combination of the three can burn all tangible substances. Not to mention this giant tree, even a green mountain would be burned into a scorched earth. Menlan wanted to stop it, but the giant toad in front of him blocked Menlan's way. If he was not careful, he would be beaten into smoke by it, and he could not protect himself. The roots of the giant tree were burned, and the spread began to slow down. Not long after, the bottom of the entire giant tree was completely burned, and it was only a matter of time to burn the entire giant tree. The roots and vines twisted in the sea of a fire, as if they had self-awareness, but no matter how they struggled, they could not escape the fate of being burned to ashes. Jiraiya stopped casting the spell, because he used too much fairy chakra and seemed a little weak. Fortunately, there were two big toad sages who continuously absorbed natural energy for Jiraiya, otherwise Jiraiya would definitely exit the sage mode in one go. At this time, Kakashi, Might Guy, and Konoha's veteran Inoshikajo trio arrived at the front line. Kakashi's shoulder was wrapped in a bandage, and his entire arm was hanging weakly, and it seemed that he was seriously injured. Master Jiraiya, the roots of the tree have stopped spreading. Do you need any help? One of the Inoshikajo trio said. Go control the fire, and don't let the flames spread beyond the giant tree. Jiraiya said. The Inoshikajo trio nodded and gave the order. Master Jiraiya, that Anbu. Kakashi looked at Menlan who was fighting a guerrilla war with the toad, and asked Jiraiya. Jiraiya said, that person seems to be the clone of the child above, and it hasn't dissipated yet. Clone. Kakashi looked at the figure on the giant tree. Master Jiraiya, that child. Kakashi was silent for a moment, and told Jiraiya the identity of Menlan truthfully. At this time, Kakashi's pity and sadness for Menlan increased several levels. Might Guy remained silent, and I think it was the same. In their hearts, wood style is a secret technique that only the first generation of Hokage can use, and it even transcends the level of bloodline limit. So it is almost not inherited. Wood style is supposed to be a combination of water style and earth style, but the combination of water style and earth style can only be a 3-bedroom and 1 living room version of wood style, which has nothing to do with chakra. Wood style is actually yin-yang style, which is the product of water style, earth style, and sage body. Of course, they don't know all this. In order to bring back the first generation's wood escape secret technique, the roots of Konoha did countless experiments that angered the heavens and the people, and suffered inhuman torture, but only a few succeeded in the end. Kakashi has such a friend, and the past is unbearable to look back on. Although this inhumane experiment was eventually abolished by the third generation of Hokage, Kakashi didn't expect to see the experimental subject again today, and it happened to a child. This experiment itself was for Konoha's consideration. Even if it was inhumane, there was nothing to say after all, just like Orochimaru's inhuman experiment, but it was just for himself, so he was expelled from Konoha. The ninja world is so cruel. But reality is reality, and mood is mood. Kakashi just feels sad. Even if he used to be cold-blooded, he would feel the same way, but he would not have any other emotions except sad and pitiful. This is a ninja. So now in the minds of Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Kai, Menlan was not only used as a living Uchiha for experiments, but also subjected to the wood release experiment that Konoha had abolished for a long time. Because now, apart from experiments, it is impossible for anyone to possess the wood release secret technique, and it is absolutely a fantasy for them to copy it with the Sharingan. Even Kakashi is like this, not to mention the emotional Jiraiya and Kai. So now Jiraiya and Kai's eyes when looking at Menlin have changed. This kind of eyes is like seeing innocent stray cats and dogs being bullied by naughty children. People are sentimental animals. Unless they are numb, they will have some emotions. Save him. Immediately, Jiraiya gave the order. This child is too pitiful. Killing him is not Jiraiya's style. He decided not only to save him, but also to help him escape from Danzo's clutches. No matter how big Konoha is, I can take him away from Konoha, right? Chapter 50, Save Monlin, All Hands on Deck. Little Jiraiya. The toad on his shoulder didn't understand Jiraiya's approach. Although this child has a pitiful life, he is an enemy after all. In addition, the cost of saving the child in such a big fire is definitely not small. Is it worth it? He destroyed Konoha. It just destroyed the gate. In addition, he lost control when he was about to die. The first generation of adults would escape is not something a child can control. Jiraiya actually explained for Monlin. The toad then said, if he loses control, I'm afraid, it will cost a price to save him. Is it worth it? Jiraiya was silent. Yes, it is difficult to cross such a raging fire and climb a giant tree. Is it worth it just to save a child who met by chance? This is Jiraiya. In some ways, he is very similar to Monlin. He is ruthless and decisive when he should act, but he is often indecisive. According to what A-Fei said, he is indecisive and useless. But that is why he is Jiraiya. Do you want to put out the fire? Might Guy would not think so much, he always does what he says. Kakashi said unhappily. Such a big fire, even if all the ninjas in the village use water escape technique, they can't put it out in a short time. Then jump over. Might Guy continued to suggest. Jiraiya said in a deep voice, those vines are very sensitive. Once they come into contact with strange chakra, they will attack crazily. Once you get close to the child, it will trigger self-defense. I'm afraid it won't be so easy. In addition, if you accidentally fall into the sea of a fire, you will definitely die. Then, let his clone go to save him. The clone is not strange chakra, right? Kai continued. Jiraiya said, the clone can't withstand such high temperature. I'm afraid it will dissipate before jumping over. What should I do? Kai was helpless. Such a thick tree trunk, based on the hardness observed just now, I'm afraid it can't be cut in a short time, so there is no way to save this child. The words of the toad hit Jiraiya hard. He looked at Menlin, who was about to be covered by flames in the center of the giant tree, with a stiff face and burning eyes, and remained silent for a long time. The stalemate here, and the battle between Menlin and the giant toad gradually came to an end. Menlin's chakra was almost gone, not enough to consume. I'm afraid that he would dissipate himself without external impact in a short time. Looking at the main body that was about to be covered by the flames, Menlin was almost going crazy with anxiety. There was no distinction between the main body and the clone. If he died, it was all over. In addition, watching himself being burned to death from a third-person perspective was also a different experience. Menlin was completely desperate. But at this moment, Menlan saw the white-haired figure in the distance suddenly rush forward, jump up, and jump directly into the sea of a fire, and the two clogs are thrown far away. Jiraiya. Menlan was stunned. Little ghost, are you crazy? Old man, big sister, don't worry, once you fall down come on, use the reverse summoning technique to go back. I must save this child. Jiraiya laughed loudly, I am the hero Jiraiya. How can a mere little fire stop me? Raise Nan. When Jiraiya was about to fall into the sea of a fire, he used a super large raise Nan to disperse the flames and boiling oil, then jumped up again on the burnt black tree roots, and rushed towards the tree trunk frantically. The vines began to attack Jiraiya frantically, but he avoided them one by one. However, as he got closer to Menlan's body, these vines became more and more crazy. Even if Jiraiya started the Sage mode, he was eventually swept down by the vines. Menlan and the toad below also stopped fighting, watching with their hearts tightened. The scene was quite funny. Might Guy tried to help Jiraiya several times, but was blocked by Kakashi. Jiraiya looked at Menlan's body, which was getting farther and farther away, and felt unwilling. However, at this moment, a long tongue suddenly stretched out and firmly grasped a branch, and then swung it hard and sent Jiraiya up again. Big sister! Stop talking nonsense, kid's father, where is your wind escape? Here it comes! The other toad opened its mouth, and the strong airflow directly crushed the vines blocking Jiraiya's way, clearing a path for Jiraiya. Thank you! Jiraiya laughed and was about to move forward, but before he finished speaking, he was blocked by the newly grown vines again. Senjutsu. Super large raise nan. Jiraiya used a raise nan to clear the vines again, and was only a few feet away from Menlan. The vines went crazy, like a rooster with its feathers blown up, squirming wildly at an unreasonable speed, harassing Jiraiya crazily and taking Menlan away from the original place. Jiraiya fell down again with disappointment. All efforts failed. Menlan was silent throughout the whole process, with a very complicated look in his eyes. But at this moment, a loud roar attracted Menlan, and he turned around and saw Might Guy, who was domineering, with green flames rising to the sky, and his momentum was so terrifying. Come in, open! On the other side, the Inoshikajo trio had already taken a classic fighting stance. Human Bomb Yu. When the fat man performed the multiplication technique and rolled into a ball, Kai rushed forward, leaving a deep pit on the spot, and kicked the meatball. Boom! With a loud bang, the whole meatball flew directly to the giant tree like a boulder. After quickly passing through the sea of a fire, it began to move upward along the trunk, leaving no grass behind. The meat bomb quickly passed by Jiraiya and continued to move upward, following the footsteps of Menlan, who was transferred away. Jiraiya saw that the obstacles in the way had been completely cleared, and then followed the pace of the meat bomb. With the meat bomb tank, it was equivalent to having a tow truck, and Jiraiya no longer had to worry about those vines coming to mess up. Even in this dense vine, the meat bomb tank still moved unimpeded, just like a meat grinder, and all the vines that came to block it turned into powder once they came into contact. Menlan was stunned. Can it still be played like this? There is indeed hope in this way. Seeing this group of people who had nothing to do with him trying to save him, but he was helpless, Menlan sighed and felt bad. For him, the world has always been grey. And what Menlan has to do is just to find color in this grey world. Only in those little ghosts can Menlan see some color. But now he found that he was wrong. It was not that the world had lost its color, but that he was color blind. Looking at the giant tree again, there was a meat bomb tank to clear the way for Jiraiya, and soon Jiraiya was about to touch Menlan. Finally, the physical strength of the pig, deer, and butterfly trio was almost exhausted, and this move itself consumed a lot of chakra. After that, the meat bomb tank was pulled back by the shadow reality technique, and Jiraiya was infinitely close to Menlan's body. Is it going to succeed? However, just when Jiraiya was about to touch Menlan's body, it was suddenly that Menlan's body disappeared out of thin air. After Jiraiya pounced on nothing, his body fell into the raging sea of a fire.